morning again. This is CNN Saturday Morning. I'm Ralph Renge, live in Oklahoma City. And as we begin this hour, we'd like to welcome our worldwide audience with CNN International. As you can see, the weather here continues to deteriorate, and this has caused probably the worst problem that the rescuers could imagine in trying to find victims, perhaps, hopefully, find some survivors in the federal building that was bombed on Wednesday morning. The operation has had to be halted because of the wind and the heavy rain. They are sending engineers into the building now. They have discovered cracks in the side of the building. There has been water seepage. All of these have created problems for the rescue workers, so they are momentarily on hold. The other element that makes it so difficult is for the rescue workers themselves, who now have to wait. They realize there is a 72-hour period that is very, very critical. We are approaching that period. When you get beyond 72 hours, the chances of finding any of the victims still alive lessens considerably. So the rescue workers want very badly to get back inside and try to hopefully find some survivors. We're going to be talking to a number of people during this next hour, actually 2 hours left on CNN Saturday Morning, and we will continue with more of that in just a moment. Right now, we're going to go back to Atlanta. Joey Chen is out today. Here's Natalie Allen.
Ralph, thanks, and we can tell from the picture there that a steady rain is now falling in Oklahoma City, where the death toll from this week's bombing stands at 69, with about 150 people still unaccounted for. The weather has forced searchers to suspend their rescue efforts inside the bombed-out federal building. The rain is expected to continue throughout the day, and high winds are threatening to topple the crane used to move the rubble. Rescuers had hoped to reach the daycare center and Social Security office later this morning. They want to remain hopeful, but say it is becoming more difficult. President Clinton has declared Sunday a national day of mourning. He and Mrs. Clinton will travel to Oklahoma City tomorrow for a memorial service for the victims. While the search slows down at the bombing site in Oklahoma City, the government's intense investigation has been moving swiftly. One of two men suspected in the bombing was driven off by FBI officials less than 7 hours ago. Terry Nichols surrendered to police in Harrington, Kansas, after hearing he was wanted for questioning. He was interviewed by a U.S. attorney and the FBI for about 9 hours before being driven to an undisclosed location earlier this morning. He has not been charged, but authorities have charged Timothy McVeigh with the bombing. And as you can hear, a number of people jeered McVeigh as he left the Perry, Oklahoma police station. Several of those people who watched the suspect led away by police expressed the opinions of many.
How could another, human being do that to, innocent people? I mean, there's innocent people, especially the children, I mean, it's just, what else can you say? I mean, you just want justice. I mean, everybody wants justice.
McVeigh was arrested Wednesday shortly after the bombing when a state trooper noticed he had no tag on his car. Allegations against McVeigh include a statement from a former co-worker who said the bombing suspect was anti-government. The co-worker told the FBI that McVeigh was known to hold extreme right-wing views, was a military veteran, and was particularly agitated about the conduct of the federal government at Waco, Texas in 1993. In fact, the co-worker further reports that McVeigh had been so agitated about the death of the Branch Davidians in Waco on April 19, 1993, that he personally visited the site. After visiting the site, McVeigh expressed extreme anger at the federal government and advised that the government should never have done what it did. Nichols' home in Harrington, Kansas is under guard this morning by FBI agents. They plan to search his home this morning. Meantime, federal investigators are targeting 3 additional sites across the country for evidence and suspects in Wednesday's bombing. Agents are expected to resume a search today at a farm in Decker, Michigan. Yesterday, officials raided the property owned by James Nichols, the brother of Terry Nichols. Neighbors said the two brothers had attended meetings of the Michigan Militia. That's a right-wing extremist group. Nichols turned himself in to agents Friday when he learned he was being assaulted, as we told you. FBI agents also are in Kingman, Arizona today. Bombing suspect Timothy McVeigh recently listed his address as a mail drop in the western Arizona town. And investigators spent much of yesterday attempting to trace the former soldier's ties to the area. Also yesterday, agents questioned the father of McVeigh at his father's home in Pendleton, New York. Authorities searched the property, removing boxes, but refusing to say what they contained or what they were looking for. This week, since the bombing, we have seen a very somber and a very stern president. For more on the story from the White House now, we turn to CNN's Jill Doherty. She's there. Jill.
Natalie, aides here at the White House tell us that as President Clinton throughout the week has been monitoring reports coming out of Oklahoma City, one of the key things that has affected him personally, as it has many people, is the fate of the children. And today he will try to reassure the children of the United States, as he did in a comment yesterday to a question by a reporter.
I have been very concerned with how the children in Oklahoma City, and indeed the children throughout America, must be reacting to a horror of this magnitude. And my message to the children is that this was an evil thing, and the people who did it were terribly, horribly wrong. And we will catch them and we will punish them. But the children of America need to know that almost all the adults in this country are good people who love their children and love other children. And we're going to get through this. We're going to get through this. I don't want our children to believe something terrible about life and the future and grown-ups in general because of this awful thing. Most adults are good people who want to protect our children and their childhood, and we are going to get through this.
Both President Clinton and the First Lady will be taking part in the radio address here at the White House. It is entirely devoted to the events taking place in Oklahoma City. And as usual, the President will be delivering that address from the Oval Office. But in there this morning with him and with the First Lady will be members of 13 different federal organizations that had offices in the federal building in Oklahoma City. These are not victims of the blast, but they are representatives from the 13 various federal agencies that had offices there, and they will be accompanied by their children. The CNN will be carrying the President's radio address live, and that is scheduled to begin at 10:06 a.m. Eastern Time. I'm Jill Doherty, CNN, reporting live from the White House.
And thank you, Jill. Looks to be a sunny day in the nation's capital, but as we've been telling you, a horrible day in Oklahoma City has halted work on the bombed-out federal building, and there's some tornado watches in the southeast as well. For more now, here's Byron Miranda.
Nellie, you're right. Some severe weather for the southeast and more rain for Oklahoma today, all the way through this evening, I'm afraid. Take a look at the radar summary map. It's not going to get much better throughout this afternoon. However, by tomorrow, there's a very slight chance of rain, mostly clearing, probably 20% chance of rain for Oklahoma City. The windy conditions will continue through that area, as well as some possible thunderstorms and lightning, so you'll want to be careful. I'm afraid the rescue effort may not be able to start today. Down in the southeast, we've actually got some real severe weather here. A line of thunderstorms. There are actually tornado warnings right now for Jackson, Mississippi. You see the boxes here. And Birmingham, Alabama. If you're in this region, be careful. If you see a tornado, obviously you want to seek cover. If you're in your car, get out and find a structure. Stay out of the way of that, out of the tornado. So some bad weather through the southeast. More rain for Oklahoma, I'm afraid. And I'll be back a little later with the rest of the weather. Back to you, Natalie.
Thanks, Byron. And we want to thank our international viewers who have joined us this morning. You will be seeing World News next. CNN Saturday Morning continues.
Saturday Morning continues now live from Oklahoma City. I am Ralph Wenge. The rescue operation is still on hold because of the deplorable weather conditions we have here. It's been on hold for several hours now. The rescue workers not allowed to go back into the building until the wind subsides and the rain lessens. This, of course, provides a whole new set of problems, not only for the rescue workers themselves, but for the families. The waiting, the interminable waiting, not knowing what's going to happen. My colleague Andrew Holt is with me now, and he has more on this part of the story.
Well, Ralph, in the initial minutes and hours after the explosion, of course, there was shock. There was a flood of adrenaline. There were all sorts of energy. People needed to do things in an emergency. But as time goes on, the hours of labor, the days of waiting now, there's a whole new set of emotions, a jumble of emotions rolling in.
We're
Aaron and Elijah Coverdale were at the Federal Building Daycare Center. Their father is waiting.
I do have hope, like I will always have hope until I am told that my children are gone.
The First Christian Church is where relatives are told the fate of missing loved ones. During that awful wait, they received many tokens of support. 11-year-old Charlie Stone brought some toys for the children here.
It's a little thing that they can put their cars in and drive them with.
Professionals offer advice to parents on dealing with children under stress while they're feeling the same terrible tension.
At home, I would suggest parents give themselves a time out. If they find themselves becoming too harsh, too short, take 2 minutes back off.
Grief, distraction, and depression also threaten those caring for the bombing victims. At Presbyterian Hospital, nurse Elaine Berryhill helps treat Terry Shaw. Her mind is busy at work, but she collapses at home.
We are just kind of running on empty now. You know, when the alarm goes off in the morning, I feel like, oh, gosh, I don't want to get up and go to work. And you just feel like pulling the covers over your head.
Chaplains and other counselors are visiting with patients and staff. They say nurses and doctors are crashing down off their adrenaline highs, and they're eager for help dealing with the jumble of emotions now rushing in.
People, as you talk about the signs and symptoms, you get that aha look in their face like, oh, thank God I'm not crazy.
That sound announces the arrival of a new baby, just like Robert Charles Newsom a few hours ago, which means the normal and sometimes happier business of a hospital must go on.
The families usually have so much enthusiasm that it's easy to get distracted from what's happening outside and center on what's going on here.
Robert Newsom's father had to go back to work supporting the excavation efforts at the explosion site, leaving Laura Newsom to enjoy their newborn son.
You know, in the middle of all this, you know, bad, something good happened.
There has been a lot of good things happening here in terms of the outpouring of support and emotional help for the people in need. Everyone's supporting each other. This community does really seem to be holding together in that sense. Right now with me is Charlotte Lankard, who's a family therapist with Baptist Medical Center. What are you seeing in terms of how the families are dealing with this and how everyone else here is trying to help as much as they can?
Well, what we're seeing happen is my husband was in the shoe store yesterday, and the lady behind the shoe repair counter was in tears and saying she was having nightmares. And so as the families come to the realization that maybe their loved one is not going to come back, there's tremendous sadness and anxiety, but also with the capture of these folks, there's going to be a lot of anger surface. And I think it's important for us to do that properly.
Does that help now that there's some names, some suspects, some idea of at least who perhaps?
I think so. It gives people a place where they can really focus and they know exactly who to be angry with. And I think that's going to help.
Can people hold off and wait for the justice system to work, or is everybody certain that this is it?
Well, I think they're going to let the justice system work, but I think they're still going to be expressing anger as they feel at these people who supposedly did this.
What can people do for those who are waiting now? Should they be talking just about anything? Should they hold off and wait? How do they pick up the cues of what people need?
I think you kind of take your cues from the victims and from the family members as well. You ask them about it. If they want to talk, they will. If they make some sort of suggestion that they do not want to talk about it, we need to back off. We just need to be there to listen when they want to talk, to hold them when they cry, to feed them, to clean their house for them, and take their kids to school. Just be there to help the family go on as much as possible in some ordinary routine.
What's the difference between the waiting and when they get the final notification of the fate of their loved one?
Well, of course, as long as they're waiting, there's always that element of hope. And we've seen that expressed in a lot of the people we've seen on television. And then when it finally comes, there's going to probably be a numbing for most people. It's going to be a disbelief that sets in. It's very hard to grasp that this could really happen.
How do you deal with it? If you're with these families and all this anger and frustration is around, do you find yourself sometimes becoming the target of that?
Not to this point, but I think when we are with them, we too can express our anger, we can cry. We don't expect people to be stoic and no feelings when they're with family members. So I think we can express our feelings as we go, and sometimes that will be helpful to them because at this point they may not be able to express those feelings yet.
Is it really what the people need, emotional support, or is it the practical things?
They need both. They need both. And we need to do the practical things for them. But it's interesting, people all over the country are calling. I had a call yesterday from California, and they want to send stuffed animals. We're going to be doing special groups at Baptist Medical Center for the children and their families to help them process this tragedy that's happened to them. And we've had other people send chocolate bars, and someone else has offered free counselors if we need more counselors to come up. So people are doing things all across the nation.
We have seen so much giving. It seems also that the people who are doing the giving are doing therapy on themselves by doing something.
It's very therapeutic, and I think the media has served a real purpose because you've allowed all of us to talk about what's going on. So, in a sense, the media has been therapeutic for us.
What do you tell the families about watching the news and seeing all that? Is that helpful, or does it hurt them to get too much information?
Oh, I think families should trust their best instincts. I think particularly if there are children in the house, I would really watch carefully how much time we spent with it. Children also need some ordinary things going on in their life, just some regular routine. But, you know, it's here, it is really happening, and we are interested, and we do care. So it's kind of that balance that you have to strike.
All right. Thank you very much, Charlotte Langford, family therapist at Baptist Medical Center. I'm Andrew Holt, CNN, reporting live from Oklahoma City.
Feminine clothes with an edge of masculinity. That's the aim from Paris designer Marcel Naranjou. From beachwear to evening wear, his spring collection makes a statement. On Style with Elsa Clench, 10:30 Eastern on CNN.
CNN Weekend continues now live from Oklahoma City. I'm Ralph Ringe. The weather appears to be improving a little bit. That, of course, raising hopes in the minds of the rescue workers that they can get back into the building, hoping to find perhaps some survivors in the massive rubble in there. Also raises hopes with the relatives of people who are still missing. We haven't heard any word yet about when the operation is going to resume, but when it does, we'll let you know. Four very special people are with me this morning, people who have good reason to have mixed emotions. Number one, they survived the bomb blast. But number two, they also knew a lot of the people who were inside. Where were you when the explosion hit?
On the first floor.
You worked in what department? Social Security?
Yeah, Social Security. I was doing Social Security. I was in the first floor in the women's restroom by the dispatch break room. As I was coming out, I was getting ready to pick up the mop, and all of a sudden I just seen the building start coming down from back, and I got panicky and started calling for help.
Did you have any idea what it was?
No, I didn't.
How about you?
I work for General Services Administration, the building manager's office on the first floor of the 18 Murrah building, and I was in the break room. Praise God for that. And I thought the TV had exploded, and everything started coming down on top of my head, and everything was just pitch black. You couldn't see, you couldn't breathe, and I heard Pam screaming in the hall to help, and I told her just to be patient, I'll be right there to her. So I climbed over the debris and climbed over the door to the break room and went out in the hall and asked her where she was, and she told me where she was, and I went and grabbed her and told her to hold onto my arm that I'd get her out. So we started feeling our way along the wall.
You couldn't see anything?
Couldn't see anything. And we just started feeling our way along the wall back toward what I thought was the GSA's building manager office, because I thought maybe something in the mechanical room had exploded, and I needed to go tell him to go check it out. And I heard two men talking, and I hollered at them to come and help us. That happened to be Bob Dennis and my boss, Don Rogers.
Bob, you were working at your desk at the time?
No, I was on the U.S. District Court clerk. I was in a meeting just prior to the incident. I was in a meeting with the building manager and his staff, and Don and I had just walked out of the meeting and got to the elevators, and we were standing there at the elevator, and that's when the blast took place.
Fortunately, you weren't in the elevator at the time?
I think that's probably a good thing, and of course, the blast took place, and everything was pitch dark, and although Don and I were talking to each other, I mean, standing right next to each other, after the blast took place, it was pitch dark. I couldn't see him, I couldn't see anything, and I yelled out for him, and finally I heard him yell back to me, and we had to crawl over stuff and under and around, and I just remember the debris. Finally, I reached out, and Don and I touched hands, and it was just total darkness, and we just kind of fumbled and felt our way out. And
how about you? Where were you in this?
I was at my workstation.
Where do you?
I work for GSA in the building manager's office, and my workstation is located right outside of Don's office. And I had just finished typing a letter, and I just thought my computer had blown up, and I closed my eyes because the screen broke apart and came up and hit me in my face. And I just kept my eyes closed. And then I opened them again, and it was black, and there was debris, ceiling, everything falling on me. So I closed my eyes again and just sat there and waited it out until I didn't feel anything hitting me anymore. And then I climbed out of my workstation and walked through his front windows that was no longer there.
What was your first emotion when the two of you were standing there by the elevator and this happened?
Fright. It was very scary. I thought the elevator blew up because we were standing right in front of it. If we'd been in my office 2 minutes earlier, we'd all be dead. I knew the way out because I managed that building, and I know most of the people that work there. And so I was able to find Bob because he hollered at me. I grabbed him and I said, I know we was choking, we just barely could talk. Eyes couldn't see nothing. So I knew the way, but the front was blocked. I couldn't see it, but I knew it was blocked. So I knew another way out, so that's the way we took.
I'd like you all to stay for a little bit longer. We're going to take a short break, and I have a couple of other things I would like to ask you. Is that okay with you? All right. We'll be right back with more of our live coverage from Oklahoma City right after this break.
Weeknights, Michael and John shake things up in Washington.
I'm Ralph Wenge back in Oklahoma City. We're talking with some of the people who made it through that initial day, who survived the explosion itself miraculously. The thing that amazes me, when you look at what has happened to that building, and when you think of what happened to some of the people, that you weren't even seriously injured. You got out, yes, but you weren't seriously hurt. That's a miraculous in itself. It is. We heard reports. Now, I think we have a pretty good idea of the number of people who worked in each office throughout the building. But we heard reports that maybe there were a lot of visitors in the building at the time. Were you aware of that? People that might not be accounted for?
Yeah, there are always visitors in our office.
A lot of Social Security people lived in Social Security.
What about the daycare center?
Daycare was on the second floor. It had approximately 25 children and a staff of 4. The GSA oversees that daycare, so we was acquainted with, I personally was acquainted with Dot and Joanne was acquainted with the children. But we go up there quite a bit.
Dot, did you know some of the people in the daycare center?
My grandson used to stay up there until several months ago.
One of the employees in my office has a daughter who's still unaccounted for.
When you heard the news yesterday about the arrest of Timothy McVeigh, what was your feeling?
Not enough. He needs to hurt, and he needs to test.
I think he needs to be suffered because the ends he did.
When you look back at that building right now, and you think of Wednesday morning, is it getting any easier for you or not? How is it for you when you're at home with your family?
very difficult. Very difficult. You'll be, I know for myself, Wednesday night when I got home, the simplest things would touch me. I mean, I pulled back the covers on the bed, and I looked at my pillow, and I thought, I almost didn't come back here today. And all I did was go to work and try to do my job.
Is it important to get active again, to get out of the house or back to work?
Yeah, we're back at work.
We're working right now.
I think a lot of us have just been so consumed with work, trying to get things back in order, that it's kind of kept our minds off of it to a large extent, and that's helped me. I think probably some of my worst times is when I've got time to sit down at home or somewhere.
A lot of the rescue workers are anxious to get back in there because they, as somebody told us earlier this morning, the rescue workers are able to keep going because of this optimism in their minds and their hearts that maybe somewhere in that rubble, someone is still alive. Do you think that's realistic?
I think where we were, and I guess is kind of behind there, where you had a V shape, and that's the only thing that saved us. There could be possibly some other people still in that area somewhere that cannot get out, but they're trapped. Fortunately, we had a way out. But,
I went back in the next morning. The fireman took me back in to identify some bodies, and I couldn't identify anybody because two of my employees was missing. And I showed them where Bob and I were, and the fireman just looked at me and said, "You're not supposed to be alive. You're supposed to be dead."
The people of Oklahoma City especially, and Oklahoma I guess in general, say that things like this don't happen here. This doesn't happen in Oklahoma. And yet, we now know, or we suspect, on the basis of what happened yesterday, that the alleged bomber is an American. Yes. Does that change your emotion at all?
I think what he forgets is his ultimate target was the federal government, and he is a big part of the federal government. We are all a part of the federal government. Without each of us, there would be no federal government. To hurt what he thinks is the federal government is hurting himself also. That's what's painful.
I'm very, very, when I heard that one of our own fellow Americans is maybe responsible for this, I just can't tell you the shock and the dismay and the heartache, the sickness that this makes me feel. Somebody in our own, one of our own people would do that kind of thing. Have any of you talked with any of the relatives of the people who are waiting to hear about people they know might have been in that building? How are they?
They seem to be holding up as best they can.
Is it shock?
Amazingly
shock. They have that glimmer of hope. If there's one little glimmer of hope, one little bitty chance that your loved one could be alive, it keeps you going, and that's what they're doing. They're working hard, they're keeping busy, and they're praying.
You can't take that hope away from them, or they'll expire.
We're told that the 72-hour factor is very critical. That once you get beyond 72 hours, the chances of finding any survivors is drastically, we're rapidly approaching that time now. The rescue workers anxious to get back in the building.
And we have mechanics that work in the different buildings, and I'd just like to say how critical they were in helping get people out. They went in that building not knowing what could happen to them. John Cresswell, Jimmy Ferguson, Rick Geringer, Bill Purcell, Tommy Massey, they were all in there. Everything they could do to help get people out of that building.
I would like to say this. I walked around with, of course, my eyes, I couldn't see much, but I walked around to the south side of the building, and then the south side of the building, the time I got around there was all the government employees from across the street was climbing up to get into the building to save anyone they could save. I could not believe that they was in there in that shorter time. Of course, it took us a while to get out of the building, but they was already climbing into the building, and I mean, those are the heroes to me. Of course, there's heroes throughout this whole city and heroes throughout this whole state and nation.
Did any of those people that you're talking about that went in to look for people, did they come back out again?
Yes.
They did.
Yes.
Tomorrow, as you know, is the official day of mourning. What will you be doing?
Praying. On my knees praying.
Praying for the victims?
Praying for the victims.
Let me ask you this. All of us in America are used to basic freedoms. The freedom to be able to move around, to be able to go places when we want without being restricted, without being held back. There's now a lot of talk about making those accesses to public buildings and so forth more restricted. Do you agree with that?
I think they should take greater precautions. And some courthouses, and most courthouses, they have metal detectors to protect the occupants, and I think that it should be standard for all federal buildings. It's a shame you have to do that and be afraid of your fellow man, but I'm afraid it's what it's come to.
I want to thank all of you for taking the time to come in here, joining us this morning on a nasty day. Good luck to all of you in the days and weeks and months ahead.
By the grace of God, we're all alive.
Yeah, we're right about that. And I hope the news ahead is good. Thank you again for being with us. We'll be back with more from Oklahoma City in just a moment.
Welcome back. As we push on here on the CNN Saturday morning, we'll have much more coverage of the Oklahoma City bombing and how folks are coping on this a few days after that bombing. We'll be going back to Ralph Wingy. He will talk with more people who miraculously walked out of that building and who are okay, at least okay physically, but having a tough time with this. Also, even more the next hour, we'll be taking you up to Washington, and CNN's White House correspondent Wolf Blitzer will be taking your phone calls, so be thinking about that. And also at 10 a.m. Eastern today, the presidential radio address by Bill Clinton. We will be carrying that for you live. Mr. Clinton will be addressing the Oklahoma City bombing, and he'll be having a message for the children regarding that bombing. As we've been telling you, some rough weather in Oklahoma City this morning. It seemed from that last live shot by Ralph Wingy that the rain had subsided for now. There is some trouble around other parts of the country as well, though, and Byron's taking a look at that. Byron.
Nellie, you're right. However, we're expecting intermittent thunderstorms, and so we will have a break every so often in the weather in Oklahoma City. You'll see some clearing, and then some more rain, some heavy rain, and then it'll go away and come back, unfortunately, throughout the day. But tomorrow, as I've been saying, hopefully will be much nicer for Oklahoma City. Take a look at the satellite picture. You can see this low-pressure system up in the northeast kind of swinging out. This was a system that bothered the northeast for the last couple of days. We're seeing some clearing through New York, down in the southeast.
On Talk Back Live, will juror troubles create...
Down in the streets. CNN Weekend continues now from Oklahoma City. I'm Ralph Wingy. Where the rain is continuing, the weather hasn't shown very much interest in improving, quite frankly, and the rescue operation is still on hold. The rescue workers still waiting for orders to be able to go back inside the building. We've been talking to all kinds of people this morning, and among those are people who were very much a part of the events of Wednesday morning. And one of them is Dr. Andy Sullivan, a surgeon who was right by the building when it exploded.
Well, actually, I was about a mile away at the medical school, and I walked across the street and saw it blow up. And we activated at the University of Oklahoma, the University Hospital, Children's Hospital, we activated our disaster drill, emptied the hospital of all the patients that could be sent home. We stopped all the operations, or, cleaned out the operating room.
You were one of the first ones inside the building.
Well, actually, no, it blew about 9, and I stayed at the hospital until we had taken care of all the patients that were sent there, and then I came down here around 11.
And you were the one that helped that woman?
Yes.
Let me bring this back to the viewer's mind. The picture that I guess was in just about every newspaper, and certainly in the country, if not around the world, of a woman whose leg had to be amputated in order to release her. Dr. Sullivan was there.
Well, you can see from that photo, if you saw it, that she was trapped by a concrete beam, and it was more or less a crevice or a cave. The firemen did a fantastic job of finding her and determining that she could be brought out and that she was alive. She was talking. Her hand was trapped, her leg was trapped. that, they were able to free her hand, and then they were able to saw away some rebar so that we could get to her knee. But from the knee down, her leg was crushed and could not be freed up, and that was why we had to amputate her leg.
And you couldn't give her any painkiller?
We gave her some Versed, which is a hypnotic medicine that's like a sedative with some amnesic qualities.
Was she in shock at that point, or did she know what was happening? Was she aware?
She knew what was happening, but shock, I guess. She was in shock. She was stunned, obviously. She could talk. Her blood pressure was low. She was cold. She was lying in water, much as we are now. I mean, your body can't tolerate that for a long time.
Have you talked to her since?
Yes, I talked to her yesterday afternoon.
How's she doing?
She's doing good. She's had 2 other operations she will eventually have to have this amputation closed, and our department has arranged for her rehabilitation for fitting with an artificial limb.
We keep hearing a lot about the 72-hour factor. Once you get beyond 72 hours, the chances of finding any more survivors lowers considerably. Are we reaching that point now?
Oh, I think so, particularly with these temperatures. Hypothermia is a real concern. You get wet, you get cold, you cannot survive, and these people are obviously exposed to the elements.
Have you talked to many of the relatives of the victims? How are they coping up?
Yes, I've not talked to a lot. I've talked to the cousin of the woman that I took care of and some of the others, and I think, just like many people, the shock is just now beginning to set in.
Dr. Sullivan, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll be back with more of the coverage from Oklahoma City in just a moment. Back here in Oklahoma City, where we continue our vigil, waiting for the weather to improve, waiting to see if the rescue can continue. We end this hour now with some of the sights and sounds of this past week.
Police are asking everybody to get out of the buildings and back up to the stoplight corner. They want everybody 4 blocks away from the federal building.
This building was right in it. My mom's in there.
Picture right now. We are told there may be another explosion in the area right now. We don't know exactly what is happening. This is a live picture. People running to the north, away from the Alfred T. Murrell building. There has been concern of a second explosion.
I don't believe this. This is just coming to get our sympathy.
I got a daughter who works down here.
Oh, my God.
She's federal parole officer.
You have a daughter in there that might be there?
Yeah, I haven't heard nothing from her. I just got down here. I'm trying to find out, but they're running every.
If you are just joining us, you are not watching some scene of international catastrophe. You are looking at your own backyard. Downtown Oklahoma City is in flames and smoke right now. The Alfred Murray Federal Building exploded at about 9 o'clock this morning. The injuries are numerous. We have not received any confirmations yet of any loss of life. However, we would certainly have to believe that some people have lost their lives in this catastrophe.
Well, you just can't imagine it. There are just bodies laying everywhere. There's people just laying there screaming, trying to get out. I've helped rescue several bodies with a bunch of babies that we've had to drag out. It's just a real gruesome sight. One lady's laying there decapitated. There's just a lot of just gruesome things that was sitting there happening.
There is thick smoke still coming from the building, and on the ground I can see it looks like part of the building has been blown away. We'll have to bank around to the other side so I can get a better view of it. But there's heavy damage downtown.
I don't know. I didn't hear I didn't hear a noise. It was just after what had happened, whatever happened, just the roar of the whole building crumbling. and where I was sitting is the only place the floor didn't cave in. I mean, right over here, the floor was gone.
We got a critical.
From the first pitch to the final out, nobody covers the game like Baseball 95.
This is CNN.
And CNN Weekend continues now, live from Oklahoma City. I'm Ralph Wenge. And for this next full hour, the final hour, we would like to welcome our worldwide audience with CNN International. The weather doesn't seem to show too much signs of improving. However, I can tell you this. For the past few hours, the rescue operation has been on hold because of the weather. The rescuers were ordered to sit out the operation until the wind subsided and the rains lessened. Well, apparently that's happened enough. I have just received word that perhaps within the next hour or so, they'll be able to resume the rescue operation. I'll have more on that in a few minutes. We're going to be talking with several people, including the mayor of the city of Oklahoma City, in just a few minutes. Right now, though, back to Natalie Allen for some other news.
Thanks, Ralph. We're about to tell everybody the latest on an investigation into the Oklahoma City bombing. But first, a note. Coming up this hour, you'll be able to talk with CNN senior White House correspondent Wolf Blitzer. He's taking phone calls. The number to call, area code 404-221-1855. That's coming up this hour on CNN Saturday Morning. Now, the death toll from this week's bombing stands at 69, with about 150 people still unaccounted for. The weather forced searchers to suspend rescue efforts inside the bombed-out federal building. The rain and wind are expected to continue off and on throughout the day. That is disappointing searchers who had hoped to reach the daycare center and Social Security office later this morning. But as we just heard Ralph say, they do expect to be able to resume their work today. It has now been 3 days since the explosion, and as the conditions at the building deteriorate, so do the chances of finding survivors.
There have been some cracks observed in the rear of the building, and what's important is to make sure that that doesn't suggest fundamental weakness in the structure. So if you move all that massed material that's in the front and the middle of the building out, you don't want it to fall forward. So they're going to send people in this morning to attempt to shore it up, then go back in. So that's certainly bad news for the rescue operation. Obviously good news for the workers, that we'll make sure that the facility is secure. But the bad news is that the first 72 hours, they say, are crucial, and we hit 72 hours this morning at 9 o'clock.
About 1 hour from now, President Clinton has declared Sunday a national day of mourning, and he and Mrs. Clinton will travel to Oklahoma City tomorrow for a memorial service for the victims. Authorities had charged one man and had been questioning another in connection with the bombing. Federal authorities talked with Terry Nichols for 9 hours at the Harrington, Kansas police station yesterday, and after midnight took him to Abilene, Kansas. He's being held there now. Nichols turned himself into police, telling them he was worried because he had heard his name on television. He has not been charged. This man, Timothy McVeigh, has been charged and was jeered by a crowd as he left the Perry, Oklahoma police station yesterday. McVeigh was arrested shortly after the bombing on Wednesday when a state trooper noticed he had no tag on his car. Attorney General Janet Reno talks about the fast-moving investigation.
I am most grateful to all Americans who have provided leads and information about this investigation. I urge people with any information, as I have said, to contact the nearest FBI office or call 1-800-905-1514. So far, we have received over 2,650 calls to this telephone number. This investigation has been fast-moving. Although the investigation is in the preliminary stage, this announcement shows the substantial progress made by very dedicated law enforcement agents and officers in a very short period of time.
Allegations against McVeigh include a statement from a former co-worker who said the bombing suspect was angry at the government. The co-worker told the FBI that McVeigh was known to hold extreme right-wing views. He was a military veteran and was particularly agitated about the conduct of the federal government at Waco, Texas in 1993. In fact, the co-worker further reports that McVeigh had been so agitated about the deaths of the Branch Davidians in Waco on April 19, 1993, that he had personally visited the site. After visiting the site, McVeigh expressed extreme anger at the federal government and advised that the government should never have done what it did. Meantime, federal investigators are combing 3 other sites searching for any possible evidence linked to Wednesday's bombing. FBI agents are set to resume their search at a farm in Decker, Michigan today. They raided the property yesterday. It's owned by James Nichols, the brother of Terry Nichols. McVeigh and the 2 brothers reportedly had ties to the Michigan militia. That's a right-wing anti-government group. Terry Nichols' home in Harrington, Kansas also is under guard this morning, and FBI agents plan to search it too later today. Agents also have converged on Kingman, Arizona. Bombing suspect Timothy McVeigh recently listed as his address a mail drop in the western Arizona town, and investigators spent months of yesterday trying to trace the former soldier's ties to the area. Also yesterday, agents questioned the father of the 27-year-old McVeigh at the father's home in Pendleton, New York. They also searched the property, removing boxes. They would not, however, comment on what might be in those boxes. That brings you up to date on the investigation. Now we take you back to Ralph Wingy in Oklahoma City.
Natalie, thank you very much. Back here in Oklahoma City, we're waiting for the rescue operation to continue. Among those who is keeping a very close eye on things as they develop, as we turn here in Oklahoma City, is the mayor, Ron Norris. Thank you for joining us this morning. You told me a few minutes ago that you thought there was a good chance that within the hour the rescue operation can resume.
Yes, they are they're in the bottom of the building now, shoring up some of the columns that, as they uncovered rubble, they found moisture fractures. And Chief Hanson told me that within an hour they should be back in there, but that was before it started raining again, so we'll see. But I think they'll be back in there before long.
I heard this morning that there were more cracks discovered in the building itself. Is that going to pose a problem?
Well, that's what they're working on right now. That's the reason that the rescue crews are out of there and the construction crews are back in there in the basement area of the building, trying to again shore up some of those columns so that we don't have another disaster on top of the one we already have.
Have you talked this morning at all to either the rescue workers or some of the relatives of the people who are still missing?
I've talked to some of the rescue workers. I haven't talked to any of the relatives this morning.
Are they anxious to get back in there?
Oh yeah, they're ready to go. I mean, the only chance they have of finding anybody alive is when they're in there working, and they don't like the idea of being out here having to wait. So, yes, they'd like to go back to work. It's important to them. They know what their job is, and there's literally hundreds of firemen and people that are ready to, go back to work.
Your thoughts on Tim McVeigh, who was charged last night with this bombing?
Well, I'm really impressed with the way that the FBI and the authorities have conducted this investigation. They were very swift in their action. And when that announcement was made to the workers down on the site, they were feeling pretty low at the time, and there was some yays and high fives and a number of things with the rescue crews, and then they went right back to work. So that gave them a momentarily lift that the investigation was progressing, and then that we would soon maybe bring this thing to a closure.
With just some of the initial things we have heard about McVeigh, we hear comments about right-wing radical groups that he may have been involved with, especially with his anger at the federal government with what happened at Waco, Texas, and so forth. Are groups like this very open and well-known in this state?
No, we've heard a little bit over time about what we kind of call some of the military type groups in the area, but it is such a small ballpark of any population that we would have. It's nothing that we've ever, from a local level, ever been concerned about. So when this was discovered yesterday, I think we've all heard from a national basis about these groups. We'll probably learn a lot more about them in the next few days and few weeks. And it obviously is a group and groups that we need to deal with very swiftly here in the United States.
What about the talk now about making it even more difficult than it has been to get into public places, federal buildings and so forth?
Yeah, that's one thing I've talked about all week. In Oklahoma City, we're not going to allow terrorism to change our form of life. Our citizens are free to move around like they are in almost all areas of the United States, and to basically let them win by closing down our city, we're not going to allow that. I'm sure that we will do additional security measures in some of the governmental buildings, but as you know, the television cameras that picked up the actual crime scene was what really helped make this case, and so I think we'll probably see more monitoring of local, county, and state buildings within our area. But we have free meetings like in our city council, like I'm sure they are in most places in the country, but I don't think we ought to change the way we do our government.
Anybody you know personally is missing inside that building?
I have some friends that have acquaintances and friends in there. I don't really know who's in there. I feel obviously with some of the HUD officials that were officers there, and some of the other agencies. I know one of our city employees that works for public events has 2 children in the daycare that have not been found yet. So as the list starts coming out, I'm sure that there's going to be a lot of people that a lot of us know at this time. It's just hard to tell. We don't know for sure who's in there.
Mayor Ron North, thank you for your time. Good luck in the days and weeks ahead. We'll continue with more of our coverage from Oklahoma City in just a moment.
Holy cow. About a third of the building has been blown.
Hop to the islands of a pole.
There is the number to call on your screen, 404-221-1855. We're taking your calls now. Talking about the Oklahoma City bombing. Many folks outraged about this, and we have certainly seen outrage on the face of President Clinton this week. We're going to take you up to CNN's White House correspondent, Wolf Witzer. He is taking calls from folks who have questions about this. Good morning, Wolf.
Good morning, Natalie.
And I'm told our first caller is from Alabama. Hello, go ahead, Alabama.
Yes, here in the Southeast, the anti-Middle Eastern sentiment has been running real high. And I'm just sort of wondering, not that they've been innocent over the years, but I'm just sort of wondering, is the White House planning on addressing this issue of people saying we need to get rid of the Iraqis, we need to get the Iranians out of the country? This guy was homegrown.
Well, that's true, and I think to the President's credit, to the administration's credit, throughout this ordeal ever since Wednesday, they have tried to avoid any stereotyping, any statements suggesting that this could have been an incident of Middle Eastern origin, although initially most of the speculation, as you know, centered around the suspicion that it could have been from the Middle East because the earmarkings of that bombing at the federal building in Oklahoma City looked so much like car bombings in the Middle East or elsewhere around the world that were believed to have been of Middle Eastern origin. But in this particular case, both the President, the Attorney General, Janet Reno, and other senior administration officials have cautioned from the beginning not to jump to any conclusions and to let the evidence bring forth whoever was really responsible.
Right, Wolf, right after the bombing, there was much talk of quick passage of that new anti-terrorism legislation there in Washington. Now it'll be interesting to see, with light of who now is charged with this, how that goes, what happens there. Our next caller from Washington State, go ahead.
Yes, good morning, Wolf.
Good morning.
Yes, given the federal government's track record of violence against United States citizens, i.e. the Bonus Army Massacre, Randy Weaver murders in Waco, how are we as a nation going to resolve this anger?
Well, there's no doubt there are a lot of angry people out there, but the frustration should certainly never blow over into these kinds of incidents as occurred in Oklahoma City. I assume you don't justify that kind of car bombing, do you? Caller?
Okay, I think we lost them. Wolf, let's move ahead then to our next caller. They are from New Jersey. Go ahead, New Jersey.
How you doing, Wolf? Would you think that they will be getting off too easy if they just give them the death penalty instead of making them suffer like there's hundreds of thousands of people suffering?
Well, I'm sure there are a lot of people who would like to take out their frustrations in even more serious ways than the death penalty, but that's the most serious punishment that exists under the law, so I don't know what else could be done. There's no doubt, though, that the President and the Attorney General have made it clear that they will seek the death penalty for any of these suspects.
Next call is from Georgia. Good morning, Georgia.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Okay. My concern is basically for my children. They have seen everything happen to the children there. We put them to bed, and we expect all is well with them. And it's very difficult to explain to them that this was not anything that the children did. They were just there when it happened. And to me, it's very difficult to tell them that you're okay, everything's going to be fine. And I just don't know exactly how to deal with the situation stemming around from what's happened.
Well, you should know that this is a question. You're not alone out there. There are millions of people out there who are having a very hard time trying to explain to their children exactly what happened, since so many of the victims, of course, were in that daycare center at the federal building in Oklahoma City, and there is no explanation. The only thing that we can tell our children is that there are evil people out there who do these kinds of crimes, but beyond that, there is really no easy way to explain this. As you know, at the top of the next hour, the President and the First Lady will be in the Oval Office. The President will be doing his radio address, but then there will be children in the Oval Office asking him and the First Lady questions about all of this. He and Mrs. Clinton have been very concerned about the impact on children, as have been millions of other Americans. So you're not alone out there by any means, and I don't have any easy answers for you as to what to say to the children.
Well, Wolf, we might mention as well to that caller from Georgia that their Parenting Today program at 1:30 today Eastern on CNN is devoting its entire program to crisis in children, and maybe she can get some advice from that show at 1:30 today. Moving on to the state of New York. Hello, New York.
Yes, good morning, Wolf.
Good morning.
I feel that there's possibly somebody still alive in that building. I'm wondering, what's the mood of the rescue crews? Are they really down and out after all this time trying to rescue the people that are still in the building?
I have no doubt that the rescue crews are doing everything humanly possible to get into every little crevice, every little possible place that there could be survivors in that building. And if there are survivors, they will find them. But the weather right now has been a serious problem. There are a lot of crews, a lot of workers. The Federal Emergency Management Agency is out there, FEMA, along with U.S. military personnel and local and state officials. So if there are survivors, they will be found. But it's very treacherous, very difficult to go into a building that has been virtually destroyed. And what you don't want to do is send in a lot of people and find that they will get killed in the process of trying to save others. So it's an extremely dangerous and difficult mission, but they're doing everything they possibly can.
And stay with us, because we'll take more of your calls for Wolf right after this. We continue now with more of your phone calls for CNN White House correspondent Wolf Blitzer. We're talking about the bombing and the federal response to it, the investigation, and I know, Wolf, that you're heading out there today for a special program, correct?
Right, Natalie. I'll be flying out to Oklahoma City later today. I'll be hosting my Inside Politics weekend show, although we're preempting that later tonight at 7:30 Eastern time to do a special half-hour report on the situation in Oklahoma City. And later tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern, I'll be filling in for Larry King for his weekend edition of Larry King Live. We'll be hosting that show for an hour. And then tomorrow morning at 10:30 Eastern, we'll be doing another special half hour on the situation in Oklahoma City. Of course, later tomorrow, the President and the First Lady will be attending the memorial service in Oklahoma City, and CNN will be carrying that live as well. So I'll be covering all of those events during the course of the next 48 hours.
All right, Wolf, we'll be watching. Right now, we take more phone calls. Our next caller is from Rhode Island. Hello for Wolf Blitzer.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My question is the basis that they will seek the death penalty for any suspects, did that have anything to do with the recent passage of the Clinton's crime bill, the authorization to seek the death penalty?
Yes, it did. The crime bill did include a provision that for the first time would make the death penalty applicable to acts of terrorism. So there is now a law on the books that would allow the federal government to seek the death penalty for these kinds of acts.
All right, thank you, caller from Rhode Island. Now we move down to Florida. Hello, Florida.
Hello.
Go ahead, please.
Hi. My concern is, unlike the O.J. Simpson trial that has been dragging on since a couple months, how long can we expect this trial to last so that justice will be served on these guys once they get them, so that they get the death penalty or whatever?
Well, I know there's a frustration, there's a rage out there, but as you know, in our system, everyone is presumed innocent until they are proven guilty by a court of law and by a jury. So this could drag on. This could take a while. I think we should also point out that there is one suspect now in custody. There are others who are being questioned but have not yet been arrested. And the Attorney General and the FBI Director Louis Freeh maintain that there are probably other suspects still at large. This is a very early part of this investigation. If there was a conspiracy, the federal government will want to make sure that all elements of that conspiracy are picked up and arrested and charged. So the investigation is at a very, very early stage right now.
Right, we should point out, Wolf, that they took extra time, I believe, processing Mr. McVeigh's paperwork there in Oklahoma to make sure that they were being very careful. So this will be a tedious process, I guess. We turn now to Louisiana. Hello, Louisiana.
Good morning, Wolf.
Good morning.
My question is, should the United States government allow these militia groups to exist at all?
Well, you know, this is a country that allows freedom of speech, freedom to organize, freedom to protest, but there are limits, of course. If you break the law, then a lot of those freedoms go away. There's no doubt that there's a very difficult line that has to be walked, a very fine line. On the one hand, you don't want the federal government infiltrating private organizations and groups, as was the case in the 60s during the anti-Vietnam War protests. On the other hand, once these incidents occur, you ask, well, why didn't the federal government know about it? Why wasn't there good intelligence that could have prevented this kind of horrible tragedy? And so a civilized society like ours has to try to come up with a proper balance, and it's not always easy. So there's no way that all of us can be hermetically protected from any of these kinds of things. It's a very, very difficult balancing act.
Our next call is from Georgia. Hello.
Hello. I've had a hard time dealing with this, and I'm not even anywhere near the Oklahoma, and I'm just wondering if there's anything that we can do for those people in terms of financial support or anything.
Well, you should, first of all, be reassured that you're not alone by any means. There are millions of people who feel exactly like you. There are organizations that are trying to help those who have been devastated by this. Certainly, funds are necessary to help many of those victims and the families, those who did survive. Many, of course, who survived were badly injured. And I'm sure that we probably have, if you hold on the line, we probably could give you some of those phone numbers. But there's a lot of organizations, including the Red Cross, of course, that have been trying to help out in this tragedy.
Right, well, if I was going to tell her that, I believe the number for the Red Cross is 1-800-HELP-NOW. And they were saying earlier that money donations are accepted in a crisis such as this. We move on now to the state of Tennessee. Good morning.
Yes. The last report I heard was that there were 154 people missing. I'm just wondering, is it reasonable to expect that most of those bodies will be recovered?
Well, it's, you know, there are always miracles that can occur, and there's always some hope that has to be held out that perhaps there are some survivors in there. But, of course, with every hour that goes by, those chances diminish. As I said before, I'm sure the search and rescue teams are doing everything possible to try to find survivors.
As we mentioned earlier, Wolf, Ralph Wingy said the weather had curtailed that search today, but they hope to pick it up later today if the weather subsides somewhat. We have time for one more caller, and we take you to Iowa. Hello, Iowa.
Yes. I was curious, as a reporter and all that you see in these tragic instances, what do you do and how do you all cope with this?
It's not easy by any means, and I've been a reporter for 25 years, and I've covered wars and seen some devastation, but the human side of this, the human tragedy, is awesome. And I can just tell you, we're all human beings too. You know, we try to be professional, and we try to step back and look at this in some sort of professional manner. But when you get close up and you see the human suffering, the wrenching, the tragedies that do unfold in this world of ours, it can get to you, and it doesn't make any difference if you're a reporter or a doctor or a plumber or anyone else. You're still a human being, and you're affected by it.
That's right, Wolf. It usually affects us when we sign off at the end of the day and go home. Thank you, Wolf, for being with us. I guess we'll see you again in about a half hour with the presidential radio address.
That's right. Well, the president will be in the Oval Office, and we'll, of course, be carrying that live.
Okay, we'll see you then, Wolf. Thanks. Coming up, we'll talk again with Ralph Wingy. He's in Oklahoma City. Stay right there.
This is the place for lively conversation with top news.
Once again in Oklahoma City Live, I'm Ralph Wingy. This is CNN Weekend. The weather continues to deteriorate. Bad conditions here while we wait for rescue crews to be able to resume their search in the federal building behind me for more of the victims, hoping upon hope to find perhaps some survivors. We continue our live coverage in just a few minutes. Right now, though, we want to go back to Natalie Allen in Atlanta for more news.
Thanks so much, Ralph. It is coming up on 72 hours after the massive bomb blast devastated Oklahoma City's federal building. Officials say the 72-hour period is crucial for anyone trapped in the rubble who may still be alive. Officials confirm the death toll at 69, at least 12 of them children, 154 people still unaccounted for, and more than 400 people are injured. Bad weather halted today's search for survivors and bodies for several hours. Officials say workers are focusing on shoring up the damaged building so rescue efforts can continue safely. Officials expect the death toll to rise when rescuers reach the sections that house the daycare center and a Social Security Administration office. A fire official still holds out hope that survivors might be found.
We're still optimistic that in one of those pockets there may be a survivor, and that's what we're focusing on. The love that's come to us from around the country, and the cards, we're getting cards and letters from small children around the country, and we've just taken some of those down, and firefighters have looked at those. Some of them teared up a little bit, had a smile on their face, but right back to work.
Hansen says they'll be back at work as soon as possible. President Clinton and the First Lady plan to send a unique joint message to the nation today. It's aimed at children that may have been frightened by the bombing in Oklahoma City. The first couple are set to use Mr. Clinton's weekly radio address to tell children that good outweighs evil. The president is declaring Sunday a national day of mourning for those killed in Wednesday's bombing. Mr. and Mrs. Clinton will travel to Oklahoma City for a memorial service tomorrow. CNN is scheduled to carry the presidential radio address live today at 10:06 a.m. Eastern. FBI agents today are piecing together a profile of Timothy McVeigh, an Army veteran arrested and charged in Wednesday's terrorist attack on the federal building. In Perry, Oklahoma yesterday, an angry mob jeered as McVeigh was being transferred to the El Reno Federal Detention Center 20 miles away. The former Army soldier is charged with using explosives to maliciously damage and destroy a building by the U.S. government. FBI papers indicate McVeigh had extremist right-wing views and was agitated over the government's 1993 raid on the Branch Davidian cult compound in Waco, Texas. And Terry Nichols, another man being questioned in the Oklahoma City bombing, is jailed in Abilene, Kansas. Nichols arrived at the facility earlier today after spending the night in the nearby Harrington City Jail. Meantime, FBI agents today are searching his home in Harrington for evidence. The 40-year-old Nichols turned himself into police yesterday after hearing his name mentioned in news reports about the bombing. We'll have much more for you right after this. Stay with us. The tragedy in Oklahoma City prompted trouble elsewhere. The bombing of the federal building sparked a flurry of bomb threats, hoaxes, and searches.
The building is closed. Please clear the area.
Across the country, already jittery federal workers were forced into the streets in the hours after the Oklahoma bombing. Cautious security officials ordered evacuations in at least 12 federal buildings following bomb threats or suspicious activity.
Today, I have ordered new steps to be taken to secure federal facilities throughout the United States.
President Clinton did not specify what security measures he would implement. About 1 million federal employees work in about 8,200 federal buildings across the country. 98 of them have daycare centers. Buildings with courtrooms generally have metal detectors, but many others do not. The Alfred Murrah building in Oklahoma City was guarded by just one security guard, who also guarded 3 other buildings.
I was this morning down at the federal office building in New York City, and there's parking all around that particular federal office building. There are big trucks selling fruit, flowers, and everything else right up on the sidewalk, right up adjacent to the building. I think that we have to really begin a public debate. Does this make sense anymore?
On Thursday, the Federal Protective Service had temporary barriers rolled into place outside some federal buildings, and parking was prohibited outside many others. Experts say while security cannot prevent every attack, it can make a difference.
When you put metal detectors in airports, hijackings went down. When you started x-raying baggage and matching passengers to bags on international flights, bombings diminished. So I think there are some measures we could take domestically.
As we've been telling you, there is one suspect in this case. Another man is being questioned, and many areas around the country are being searched. We're going to talk more about the motive behind this, perhaps security that can be taken at buildings throughout this country, with Stanley Bedlington. He is a former CIA counterterrorism official, and he looks into hate groups around this country. Mr. Bedlington, thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
We have to be very cautious talking about groups and linking them to anything involving this case, because we really know nothing right now. We do know that one of the homes being searched, the home in Michigan, has been reportedly linked to the Michigan militia. Right now, let's talk about hate groups in general. What do we know about them, and do they pose a danger to the American people?
This may be a very important watershed. There's undoubtedly no shortage of hate groups on the scene in the United States. Having said that, one must say there is no evidence, as you said just now, linking any of these hate groups to the Oklahoma City tragedy. Nevertheless, if you look at the sort of things they say, and I'm talking about groups like the Aryan Nations, the Posse Comitatus, the Sword, the Arm, and the Covenant of the Lord, the Order, and other groups of that nature, their beliefs are violently against the presence of the federal government. They do not believe that there should be any government authority, in fact, above a county level. They do not, they reject the concept of paying taxes, as they believe the payment of taxes is, quote-unquote, communistic. They are anti-black, they are anti-Semitic. In fact, their nickname for the federal government is ZOG, Z-O-G, which they call the Zionist Occupation Government.
You say, sir, violently against the federal government. That's their stance. What do you mean by that?
Well, they have committed some of them have committed certain acts of violence in the past, robberies and murders of a talk show host in Denver in 1984. But the point is they have never, ever attempted an act of violence of the magnitude of the Oklahoma City bombing. If indeed, and I stress if, any of these groups are involved in that bombing, and it's too early to say, then I think it represents a watershed in the progress of these groups.
A guest earlier had said, however, that the Michigan militia that we've talked about has your everyday people as members, even black females as members. So I guess it's really hard to lump all these groups into one category. Very hard.
Absolutely. What we know about the Michigan militia is that late last year, a small group within the Michigan militia, perhaps even operating without the knowledge of the leadership, were in fact spewing out racial hatred of the federal government. They were later disavowed by the leadership. We do know that this small group of people, in fact, had ties to another militia called the Montana Militia, which in turn is known to have connections with the dangerous Aryan Nations group.
Someone on Crossfire last night had said the Montana militia was outraged over what happened in Oklahoma City, had expressed that publicly. Who do you think, or what do you think should be done about those that spew the angry rhetoric, the violent rhetoric? What can be done as far as toning any of that and holding them accountable for anything?
Well, I think the first thing is we have to accept that there is such a thing as the First Amendment, and we cannot do anything that infringes upon the freedom of speech and the freedom to assemble. Perhaps one way might be to educate the public not to listen to them, to explain that these people are extremists, are fringe people, and their beliefs have no basis whatsoever.
All right, Stanley Bedlington, we thank you for the insight you helped provide us, and we just want to remind everybody that we still don't know if the suspect in custody is related with any particular group. We'll take a break. Ralph Wingy in Oklahoma City when we come back.
Flavored with
He knew there were children inside or not, but I mean, it's bad enough innocent lives, but innocent children.
Ralph Wingy back here in Oklahoma City. We've been talking this morning about, obviously, the federal building, the danger there, the possibility of a collapse, especially with the weather conditions. But there's another problem. Other buildings around the federal building were heavily damaged. And among those buildings was a huge high-rise apartment building. And if we could take a look at that right now, to get an idea maybe of the damage. This is maybe about 2 blocks away from the federal building. Buildings, doors blown out, windows blown out, actually uninhabitable. With me right now is it Ron Gullett?
Steve Gullett.
Steve Gullett, who is one of the volunteer rescue workers and coordinators. And you have just been told that that building is in danger of collapsing?
Yes, it could collapse at any moment from what I've been told.
And the okay has been given to go in and rescue animals and things like that?
Yes, sir. I personally talked to the governor myself about 45 minutes ago up here in the street. I announced to him the problem with the remaining pets that are in that building and our willingness to get those pets out. And he said we had his absolute approval to do so and that he would coordinate the effort to get an emergency extraction crew up there to remove them. We have veterinary technicians, police officers, and Red Cross workers that are going to be doing this that I know of.
If they are warning that the building could collapse at any moment, how are they going to send people inside?
Well, these people are volunteer rescue workers, and some are professional rescue workers, and when you do rescue work, there are certain risks that you know that you're taking, and we've discussed this amongst ourselves, and we are willing to take the risk for these animals.
We're talking about a severe time element here, right?
Yes, right. They are in imminent danger.
Are we just talking about pets and various animals in there? Are there any people in there?
No people. No people, no dogs or cats, just lizards and hamsters and mice and rats and snakes and stuff like that.
All right. You just came from the federal building?
Yes.
Has rescue work continued? Have they found any more victims?
Yes, sir. I was present during 2 extractions this morning. I was involved in the extraction myself, and the last moments that I was down there, we found a large area that was putting some pretty profuse smells off widespread, and they brought the dogs in. The dogs were sounding off in a large area, and so FEMA ran all non-FEMA people out and began an effort in that area, and reports just came to me that there has been another large amount of bodies found in that area.
Do you know how many?
No, I don't, but it's large as it was reported to me as large as the group that was found yesterday.
All right, how many, what floors?
This is sub-level 2.
Okay. Could this have been any of the daycare level?
Yes, it's very possible.
All right. So are they ready to go in again? Or is that
yes,
possible?
they're in a massive meeting right now coordinating the efforts. I've been told that all non-essential personnel, all out-of-staters and everybody, are going to be asked to go ahead and go on home. I was asked a while ago to go ahead and wrap up and go. So this is my last effort today to announce this, and so then I'm going bye-bye.
Steve, thank you very much.
All right,
I appreciate it. Good luck to you. Thanks again. Well, that pretty much covers our role here for this Saturday morning. It's been an incredible sight, It's been an incredible sight. The weather, I don't know if you can hear the thunder. It's lightning, it's pouring rain, we've had hail. This makes the resumption of the work behind us, looking for possible survivors, even that more bleak. But the search will continue. The rescuers will go back into that building, which right now can only be described as possibly a monument to cruelty. I'm Ralph Wendy, live in Oklahoma City.
And thanks, Ralph. I'm Natalie Allen. Thanks for being with us today on this special 4-hour edition of CNN Saturday Morning. Stay with us. A reminder, coming up next in a few minutes, President Clinton's weekly radio address, and we'll carry that for you live as he will devote that address to the Oklahoma tragedy. And as we leave you now, a reminder, the President has designated tomorrow as a National Day of Mourning.
Someday, industry says they've cleaned up the rat. Money talks.
The following is CNN's coverage of a live event.
I'm Wolf Blitzer in Washington. President Clinton and Mrs. Clinton are about to address children in the Oval Office in the White House. This is an extraordinary radio address that the White House will allow television cameras to cover the President and the First Lady being very, very concerned about the impact of children involving the tragedy in Oklahoma City on Wednesday. The President will be speaking together with the First Lady for about 5 minutes in their radio address. Then there will be an informal discussion with children and their parents, parents from 13 federal agencies that had offices in the federal building in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, which was basically destroyed on Wednesday. Joining us now from Oklahoma City is Ralph Wengy, who is on assignment. He's been covering the latest developments over there. Ralph, just give us a little flavor. What's the mood out on the search and rescue teams right now?
Right now, Wolf, the mood is rather bleak. The problem being the bad weather. That's what's created all the problem. It started late last night with hail and rain and thunder and lightning, and it continues now. And to add to that are high winds. This has put a hold on the rescue operations. The rescue workers were ordered many, many hours ago to sit aside, wait for this bad weather to end so they could resume the search. The major problem here is somewhat twofold, Wolf. One is the fact that the rescue workers are anxious to get inside, hoping upon hope to be able to find some additional survivors. We're at that just about at that 72-hour critical period, 72 hours being the time when beyond that, the chances of finding any survivors lessens considerably. And so we're reaching that point rapidly. The other point, of course, is the deterioration of the building. It continues to get worse as the rain continues. The water is adding problems. There are gullies of water, pools of water coming into the building, and that is weakening the structure. Also, on the far side of the building, they have discovered cracks in the facade. They have put engineers in there this morning. They are trying to shore that up and improve the situation. So right now, everything is on hold. They don't dare put the rescue workers inside anymore until this weather improves for fear that the building may collapse. I can add that just a few minutes ago, we learned that a great number, and we don't have a solid number yet, a direct count, but a big number of additional casualties were found inside the building.
We understand, Ralph, that the House Speaker, Newt Gingrich, toured the devastation earlier today. Did you have a chance to see him, or did we catch him in Oklahoma City while he was there?
He is one of the few people we haven't been able to catch yet. We have been tracking down a number of people and talking with all kinds of people all morning. So far, we know he's out here someplace. We hope to be able to talk to him as the hours draw on.
As you know, the President and the First Lady will be attending the memorial service tomorrow afternoon in Oklahoma City. What's the weather forecast over the next several hours as far as today and tomorrow is concerned?
Well, over the next several hours, Wolf, it's not expected to improve that much. In fact, the latest I heard was that this kind of weather may continue through the end of the day. However, by tomorrow, things are expected to improve. With any kind of luck, the sun will be out again, and it'll be a nice day like we had yesterday.
There is a sense here in Washington that this investigation is really only beginning. That, yes, one suspect has been arrested, Timothy McVeigh, and he is held, of course, in custody by U.S. authorities right now, but that there are still a lot of question marks out there. You've had a chance to speak with local and state authorities during the course of today. Is this part, do they get the sense this is part of some sort of broader conspiracy?
They get the sense that it is, but they're not willing to come right out and say it. There is a lot of speculation on what Timothy McVeigh really is, what kind of associates, should we say, or what kind of friends he was with. There are people who are saying today that he belonged to a somewhat right-wing radical group. Goes by many different names, but that's not important. What has emerged is this feeling that Patrick McVeigh was extremely incensed at what happened in Waco in 1993, and he held the government responsible. He said it was the government's fault for that what he had originally called at one point a Holocaust, and the fire that ensued and the deaths there. And he came away, apparently, according to some friends, saying, this is horrible. We've got to, in his words, take government control back again. He has got this intense need, apparently, to, and this comes from his friends and people who know him, to take control of the government and give it back to the people.
In fact, Ralph, as you know, the papers that were filed in court yesterday against Mr. McVeigh by the federal government do quote eyewitnesses who say exactly what you said, that he did have this extreme grudge against U.S. authorities because of the Waco attack. The president is now in the Oval Office preparing for his weekly radio address. He will begin that address within a few seconds, and he will be joined by the First Lady, who will also speak, and they will then be followed with an informal discussion with parents and children representing the 13 federal agencies involved that did have offices in the federal building in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. The president is about to begin, and let's listen.
Today, I've been joined by the First Lady and by children of people who work for our federal government, because we are especially concerned about how the children of America are reacting to the terrible events in Oklahoma City. Our family has been struggling to make sense of this tragedy, and I know that families all over America have as well. We know that what happened in Oklahoma is very frightening, and we want children to know that it's okay to be frightened by something as bad as this. Your parents understand it, your teachers understand it, and we're all there for you, and we're working hard to make sure that this makes sense to you and that you can overcome your fears and go on with your lives. The First Lady has been very worried about all the children of our country in the aftermath of this tragedy, and she wants to talk with you too today.
I'm very happy to have this chance to talk with children here in the White House and children who maybe have been watching cartoons or just getting up around the country and turning on the television set. I know that many children around the country have been very frightened by what they have seen and heard, particularly on television in the last few days. And I'm sure that you, like many of the children I've already talked to, are really concerned because they don't know how something so terrible could have happened here in our country. But you know, whenever you feel scared or worried, I want you to remember that your parents and your friends and your family members all love you and are going to do everything they can to take care of you and to protect you. That's really important for each of you to know. I also want you to know that there are many more good people in the world than bad and evil people. Just think of what we have seen in the last few days. Think of all the police officers and the firefighters, the doctors and the nurses, all of the neighbors and the rescue workers, all of the people who have come to help all of those who were hurt in Oklahoma. Think about the people around the country who are sending presents and writing letters. Good people live everywhere in our country, in every town and every city, and there are many, many of them. Like many of the families in America, our family has spent a lot of time in the last few days talking about what happened in Oklahoma, sharing our own feelings, our anger, our tears, our sorrow. All of that has been very good for us, and I hope you are doing it at home as well. I want all of the children to talk to people, talk to your parents, talk to your grandparents, talk to your teachers, talk to those grown-ups who are around about how you are feeling inside, how this makes you feel about yourself, so that they can give you the kind of reassurance, the hugs, the other ways of showing you that you can feel better about this because they love you and care about you very much. And finally, I want children to think about ways that all of you can help. Sometimes writing a letter or drawing a picture when you're sad or unhappy can make you feel better. Perhaps you could even send those pictures and letters to children in Oklahoma City. Maybe you could send a toy or a present. Maybe you can also just be nicer to your own friends at school and to help take care of each other better. I think that's one thing that all of us can do. Thankfully, we're going to be able to help the people there, and we're going to pray very hard for everybody who was injured and everyone who died. But let's also try to help each other, and there are many ways we can do that. And if we remember that, then I think all of us can get over being afraid and scared.
I'd like to take a moment to say a few words about this whole thing to the parents of America. I know it always, or at least it's often difficult to talk to children about things that are this painful. But at times like this, nothing is more important for parents to do than to simply explain what has happened to the children, and then to reassure your own children about their future. Experts agree on a number of steps. First of all, you should encourage your children to talk about what they're feeling. If your children are watching news about the bombing, watch it with them. If they have questions, first listen carefully to what they're asking, and then answer the questions honestly and forthrightly. But then reassure them. Tell them there are a lot of people in this country and law enforcement who are working hard to protect them and to keep things like this from happening. Tell them that they are safe, that their own school or daycare center is a safe place, and that it has been checked, and that you know it's safe. And make sure to tell them without any hesitation that the evil people who committed this crime are going to be found and punished. Tell them that I have promised every child, every parent, every person in America that when we catch the people who did this, we will make sure that they can never hurt another child again, ever. Finally, and most important of all, in the next several days, go out of your way to tell your children how much you love them. Tell them how much you care about them. Be extra sensitive to whether they need a hug or just to be held. This is a frightening and troubling time, but we cannot let the terrible actions of a few terrible people frighten us any more than they already have. So reach out to one another and come together. We will triumph over those who would divide us, and we will overcome them by doing it together, putting our children first. God bless you all, and thanks for listening. What about all of you? How do you feel about this? You got anything you want to say about what happened at the bombing? What?
It was mean.
It was mean, wasn't it? What did you think when you heard about it the first time?
was very neat.
Yes.
I thought these people that did it should be punished very badly to hurt the children.
That's right, and they will be.
They should be punished, and they will be. Yes.
So sorry for the people that died.
You feel sorry for the people that died. Good for you.
When I first heard about it, I thought, who would want to do that to kids who had never done anything to them?
It's hard to imagine, isn't it?
That's very hard to imagine. There are some people who get this idea in their minds that people have done something to them when they haven't done anything to them, and who are told over and over again that it's okay to hate, it's okay to hate, it's okay to lash out, even at people they don't even know. And that's a wrong idea. That's the other thing I want to say to you. We need to all respect each other and treat each other with respect and be tolerant of our differences so that we don't have other people developing this crazy attitude that it's okay to hurt people you never even knew. Good for you. Yes?
I feel really bad for people that died and the people that are in the hospital, especially for the kids because it's really hard to lose a child.
It's so hard.
And I think all of us have to do everything we can to help the people who were hurt and to make sure they get everything they need, not only in the hospital, but after that, because they'll need people to talk to as well. And we have to be everything we can be to help the people who lost family members, like you said. It's going to take a very long time.
And we have to feel bad for their parents, too. You know how much your parents love you, and can you imagine how they would feel? So we got to feel bad for their parents, too, and give them a lot of support. Yes?
You're right. You're right. Well, there are many, many people working very hard all over the country to find out who did this. And they're actually making some progress in finding out who did it, and they will keep doing that until the people are caught. Yeah, that's right. And they'll be caught, and then they'll be punished.
Anybody else want to say anything?
What do you think you can do here, which is far away from where it happened, that could help other people and to do things that would be nice and, you know, as a way of helping? Yes.
Just send money to nursing homes.
That's a good idea. Yes.
And cards and presents.
I think
Oklahoma City?
That would be good. Yes.
Like send some of their old clothes and everything.
If whatever they need, right? If somebody needs that, we should do that.
Go ahead.
Like we can bring them flowers sometimes.
Bringing flowers to somebody is a really nice thing to do. Do you ever bring flowers to your mom or to a friend and just because you love them? It's a good thing to do.
At my daughter's daycare, when my school was closed, we planted trees to remember the kids that got hurt.
That is a wonderful idea. Did you all hear what she said? That they planted trees to remember the kids who got hurt? That's something that schools and daycare centers could do all over the country.
I think something should be done so that all of us remember those children in Oklahoma City, don't you? And all those people.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
You can pray for the family members and the rescue workers who have been helping people throughout this terrible incident, and for the family members who lost their employees and children.
That's right. That's something every one of you can do. You can say a prayer for them. It's a gift you can give them. It's very important. Thank you for saying that.
We can write letters and notes and let them know that we understand how they're feeling.
I think that's important too. Yes? You want to say something? You want to say something? Anybody else like to say anything? You got any other ideas of things we can do? How many of you have really thought about this a lot in the last couple of days? Have you thought about it? You feel a little better now than you did a couple of days ago?
Yes.
Have you talked about it in your home? What about at school? Have they talked about it at school a lot? I think it's really important. One more thing you can do is to go back to what the First Lady said earlier, is when you see people at your school, if they're getting angry or they're getting mad or they say something bad about somebody just because because they're different than them, you ought to speak out against that. You ought to say, look, we're all Americans, we're all here, we have to treat each other with respect, we're all equal in the eyes of God, and we cannot permit people to have the kind of hatred that the evil people had who bombed that building in Oklahoma City. It's an awful thing. And every one of you, every day, can be a force against that kind of thing. You can change the country with your prayers and with your voice and by reaching out in all the ways you said. Thank you all very much.
So glad you could be here. Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
I'd like to thank you for having us here today and speaking to all the children.
Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel, and I want to thank all the parents who are here, and I want to thank you for your service to our country and for working for our government, and assure you that most Americans, millions of them, the huge majority, really respect all of you, and all Americans are horrified by what has happened. And we thank you for being here, and we thank you for being good parents as well as serving our country and our government. Goodbye.
Thank you all.
God bless you.
The President and the First Lady speaking to children and their parents representing 13 federal agencies that had offices in the federal building in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, that was destroyed on Wednesday. They were in the Oval Office. The President delivered his weekly radio address together with the First Lady. Their basic message was that parents should talk to their children about their feelings, try to get it out into the open, to explain as best as they can what happened, knowing that there are no simple answers, that there are evil people out there. But the most important thing, the President said, was to show your feelings, to show your love for your children. These children represented agencies like the U.S. Department of Agriculture, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, the U.S. Secret Service, the Department of Transportation, the Veterans Administration, the Social Security Administration. The President is now saying a few more words, so let's go back to the Oval Office.
A couple of days ago of a man who killed a state trooper and who was a friend of mine and a businessman in southwest Arkansas who was part of this whole movement. And there were other instances as well. And then it went down a while. You know, the sort of the venom, the hatred, the atmosphere got better, and the American people rose up against that kind of thing. I think that we should wait until this whole matter is thoroughly investigated and until we know the facts to draw final conclusions. But I will say that that all of us, just as I told these children, all of us need to be more sensitive, to treat each other with tolerance and not to demonize any group of people, and certainly not these fine people who work for the nation's government. They are, after all, our friends and neighbors. We go to school with their children. We go to church with them. We go to civic clubs with them. This is not necessary, and it is wrong. But I will have some more to say about this whole matter as we know more facts about this case and about where we're going in the future.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Turn around, maybe. Yeah, all you guys stand up and move it a little bit.
The President and the First Lady are now personally greeting and receiving the children and the parents of the 13 federal agencies that had offices in the federal building in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. He had been asked by a reporter to comment on allegations that perhaps a white supremacist group was responsible for this murder, for this bombing in Oklahoma City, and referring specifically to the execution this past week on Wednesday in Arkansas of someone convicted of murdering a Jewish businessman in Arkansas and a black police officer, someone supposedly from one of these white supremacist organizations. President refusing to speculate about motives, saying the investigation is still underway. There will be plenty of opportunity to look back and assess the motives down the road. This was a very moving radio address that the president gave. Normally, TV cameras are not allowed inside, but since Wednesday, the president and the First Lady, like millions of other Americans, have gone out of their way to try to understand the impact on children resulting from this explosion, from this truck bombing in Oklahoma City. There was a daycare center on the second floor in the building, and there were many children, of course, who were killed and injured in the process. Joining us now is Stanley Bedlington, who's a former CIA counterterrorism expert. He has been covering and observing many of these terrorist groups, domestic as well as international, over the years. Stan, your thoughts?
Well, one thing comes to mind immediately, and that is the successful conclusion of the World Trade Center investigation with arrests and convictions. Together with what we see going on right now, it appears to be a very successful and speedy sort of wrap-up of the investigation. I have no doubt that it will be successful. Both of these successes should, I believe, send a very powerful message to other groups, either domestic or international, who may be trying to carry out acts of terrorism in the United States. The fact is, if they do try and carry out this attack, they stand a very strong likelihood of being caught. And I think the deterrent effect is quite powerful.
Are there, I just want to tie up this loose end, is there, in your experience, any possibility that some of these domestic, homegrown U.S. groups, these white supremacist, extreme right-wing organizations, is there any evidence in the past of links to international terrorism?
Yes, there is. About 18 months ago, in December of 1993, Director Free, head of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, went to Hamburg, where he had conferences with the head of his counterpart in Germany, the Bundeskriminalamt, and amongst other matters, they discussed the possibility of linkages between some hate groups, such as the Ku Klux Klan in the United States, with the emerging neo-fascist skinhead movement in Germany and elsewhere in Europe.
That certainly doesn't suggest that there may be any of these connections in this particular incident, but what you're saying that some of these extreme right-wing groups in the United States have forged links with neo-Nazi or other groups in Germany and elsewhere?
Absolutely. I want to stress there is absolutely no evidence, not a whisper of evidence of any connection, international connection, in the Oklahoma City bombing.
Most people were surprised by the development that this apparently was a homegrown terrorist operation, not something involving Middle East terrorism or international terrorism. Were you surprised when this investigation developed as it did?
I certainly was, and in fact most of the counter-terrorist specialists I talked to were also, because if you looked at certainly in initial stages, you looked at the placement of the bomb, the impact of the bomb blast on the building, with the whole side of the building shearing off and the floors collapsing like pancakes. It had an eerie, uncanny resemblance to the impact of the bombs that blew up the Jewish Community Center in Buenos Aires last year, and also the bomb that blew up the American Embassy in Beirut. So obviously, looking at that particular picture, a lot of people started thinking perhaps this had a Middle Eastern connection. But we have to say maybe there's a copycat effect here, that whoever carried out the Oklahoma City bombing took some lessons from the activities of other groups.
Well, it was basically a 24-foot truck that included, we're told, some 4,000 pounds of explosive material, fuel, combined with some sort of fertilizer. This is not a very high-tech weapon, correct, Stanley?
Yeah, absolutely. But there again, exactly, World Trade Center bomb was not a high-tech exercise either. It was homemade. If you look at some years ago,
Stanley, let me interrupt for a second. I'm sorry, but we're told there's an FBI briefing now underway in Oklahoma City, so let's go live to Oklahoma City.
Enforcement authorities. We are grateful for the overwhelming response that we have received from the public thus far. We have received literally thousands of calls, and the information received has greatly contributed to the progress of this case. Again, that hotline number, which I previously mentioned, is 1-800-905-1514. Anyone who thinks they may have information related to this case should call that number or a local FBI office. As you are aware, searches are being conducted at other locations around the country. I cannot discuss these ongoing activities, nor can I discuss possible motives or the backgrounds of the defendant or others at this time. We must let this investigation move forward carefully and properly, based solely on the facts. While so much of the world's attention has been focused on these important developments, we must remember the continuing rescue effort at the crime scene here in Oklahoma, made even more difficult by the rain and the weather today. The selfless dedication demonstrated by so many brave professionals and volunteers inspired all of us involved in this case around the country and around the world. Thank you very much. Open for questions. Yes, sir.
That's Weldon Kennedy. He's the FBI agent in charge of this investigation. He's answering some reporters' questions now. He says he doesn't want to discuss motives. He doesn't want to discuss background. But we will be coming back. Right now, we're going to take a break, and we'll be right back with more coverage of the Oklahoma City bombing.
The following is CNN's coverage of a live event.
I'm Wolf Blitzer in Washington. Weldon Kennedy, the FBI agent in charge of the Oklahoma City bombing investigation, is answering reporters' questions. So let's listen.
Nor do we know his whereabouts. We therefore consider that we have at least one more, and there could be others. At this point, we will go where the investigation takes us. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. The question is, can I comment on the militia groups and the previous references to that? No, I cannot comment on this time. Someone had a question here about the spelling of the name. His name is Timothy, Timothy, James, James, McVeigh, Mcveigh. That's the way he is charged in the criminal complaint. Question here. I'm sorry? At this time, we consider John Doe number 2 to be unidentified. We do not know that person's identity as of this moment. Yes? Nichols? I do not know Nichols' whereabouts. I believe he's McVeigh. As far as I know, he's still in Kansas, but I don't know the precise answer to that question. McVeigh was arraigned here in Oklahoma City last night, and he is in federal custody at this time. Yes, sir. The answer to that is no, but there will be further elaboration on the rescue operations by the chief after I've concluded. Yes. There may still be others. I don't think that what are the security considerations regarding tomorrow's mass prayer service with the president in attendance? What kinds of procedures will contact ministers or what sorts of orders can you tell us about? I'm being asked about security precautions to be taken tomorrow for President Clinton's visit here to Oklahoma City. I cannot comment on that. As you know, the Secret Service is charged with the security of the president. They will be working closely with the police department. I can say, I think so, that there will be very, very tight security indeed for the visit. Further than that, I could not give you any details. Yes?
Can you clarify, we're talking about two people as material witnesses, two people suspected of being at the actual bombing site. Are we talking about possible conspiracy of 4 people, or could this thing involve a much larger number?
Again, we're going to go where the evidence takes us. We're looking at least 4 at this time. There may be others.
Are the 2 that are considered material witnesses thought to have taken part in the planning of this?
I can't answer that question. At this point, they are being held only as material witnesses. Yes?
What's McVeigh's connection with the Nichols brothers?
Question is, what is McVeigh's connection with the Nichols brothers? I believe they previously served in the military together. Yes.
The film showing the car at the time of the bomb. Any more details about that?
Question is about a film taken or a security camera that may have been in position and operating at the time of the blast. We still do not have any results from that. Yes, in the back.
Do you have any more information on the exact contents of the bomb and the ignition device?
Question is, do I have any more information relating to the exact contents of the bomb and or the ignition device? No, at this time I do not. That is still undergoing forensic review. Yes. They were in the Army. Further than that, I don't know specifics. Yes. Mr. McVeigh had registered under his true name, and this is contained in the court documents here, at a motel in Kansas. We did not, of course, when we obtained that registration, know or understand or realize that that, in fact, was his true name. But we were very quickly able to determine that there was a real person by that name, and that person was in custody here in Oklahoma. Question. Yes.
Was McVeigh a name that was known either to the FBI or the ATF from stealing, going to gun shows, things like that?
I can't comment on that question. Yes. The question is, was Mr. McVeigh AWOL from Fort Riley? Not to my knowledge. No. One more question. I have no information about their criminal history background. Thank you very much. I can't answer that. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief Mars, would you like to update on the search and rescue,
that was
please?
Weldon Kennedy. He is the FBI agent in charge of this investigation in Oklahoma City. Basically trying to update us on some additional information, though he refused to speculate about motives. He refused to speculate about the possible background of this Timothy McVeigh, who has been arraigned in a federal court. We're getting a little bit more information now about the aftermath of the Oklahoma City bombing, so let's listen.
Differently than dry concrete, and so the rain is really making us look at this building in a different aspect. It's also causing, I believe, some settling problems that we're having to track. We do still have movement of structural members in the building, and we're monitoring that on a minute-by-minute basis with engineers and our safety people. Again, we still have voids that we know have people in them, but we are not able to extract the debris and the rubble that we need to at this point to get them out. So we are somewhat confident the count will go up higher. I just don't know a number at this time. Question?
What's the possible movement in other buildings? You found some across the street at the restaurant and office. What is the likelihood of finding more victims in other buildings?
Well, we haven't followed up with what we call a secondary search in those buildings. The one across the street is still the only building that we found other victims in other than the federal building itself. But those secondary searches will continue when we're able to do some of those. I believe it's been referred to as the Athenia building. It appears to be some kind of an office building, yes. Yes.
You've only found 69 people. You assume there's still well over 100 plus missing. Where are they? Do you have any speculation about where all these bodies are at this point? Do you know where many of them are, in fact, and you just haven't been able to get to them again?
I believe I've said that quite frequently. We know where bodies are at in the voids, yes, but we still cannot get to those void areas because of the collapse and the rubble.
Do you know how many you actually have spotted? Have you numbered those yet?
No, we don't. We try not to do numbers because as soon as you see them from a different direction, you're double counting people, and it just gets confusing, and we do not count fatalities until we extract them from the building. We're very adamant about that. Yes? It seems to be all over anymore the more we dig. Right now we're concentrating in what would be the center rear which would be center south of the building, in a cavity that started apparently in the center and went down through the parking garage. We have withdrawn from a void area on the east side of the building because of structural movement. And, of course, the rubble pile out front is an enormous cavity in itself. Yes?
We understand that the group of firefighters joined the rescue operation for Houston and Galveston. Are you calling out for more volunteers, more agencies from around the country to help you, or are they calling you?
No, we're not calling out at all, but they're coming in. I mean, we've never really had to call out, but yet they just keep pouring in. That's just the nature of the firefighters. They just roll in here and want to help, want to work. Yes?
Several days into this now, how are the rescue workers doing emotionally, and how are you coping?
They're doing well. I can't tell you how proud I am of the Oklahoma City firefighters and all the other firefighters that have come in, and the urban search and rescue teams. They continually want to get in there. They don't like being rotated out. They want to come back more often. They're tired, they're fatigued, they're stressed, but they just don't want to come off of that. And I couldn't be prouder of them. I tell you, the fire service in the United States is something that we all need to be very proud of. Yeah.
Firefighters last night were especially difficult day because they anticipated going to the area where the daycare was. Are you still planning on that today, or what changed?
We did some work in the area of the daycare from the backside and found no further children fatalities, but there is part of that daycare still in the structural, or the rubble out front, which we have not gotten into yet. Yes.
Can you paint a word picture for us? What it is like today? I mean, it is very cold, it is very wet. For the workers out there, what they're having to go through to work under these conditions today?
I don't know that I could describe that. I'd say just go out and work your hardest for about 3 days and then stand out there in wet clothing when the wind chill's about 20 degrees and you'll get an idea of what it's like, yes.
What was the response from the firefighters when you came through that there were some suspects who were arrested, or a suspect arrested and another?
I don't think you want to know what some of the reactions were. Yes, they were certainly excited about that. That was a high point for them, so to speak. Quite a number of them would like to have the ability to determine his justice, yes. Yeah, no, that's a problem that started actually 2 days ago, and it's getting worse. We've had to move into an operation where we have to put our people in some additional protective clothing. If you see someone walking around in a white, looks like a white laminate suit, the putrefaction problem is getting worse as we speak, and the body fluids, and we just have to disinfect the entire area before we bring them out. And then when the workers do that, then they have to come out themselves and get decontaminated, and it's going to continue to get worse as we go along. It's becoming something that we're putting a large amount of energy into at this time. Yes. No, I don't. That's through the medical examiner. One more question, please. Yes.
Could you give us an idea how many people, rescue workers, might be in the building at any one time, and then how often you rotate?
The rescue workers are working in 2-hour shifts at this time. As far as in the building at any one time, I couldn't tell you because those teams split up and do different things, and if they're pulled in or out of areas, you could have upwards of 50 working in the building at any one time, and you could go all the way down to just one team. So thank you very much.
I'll be very brief. I just want to tell you that I've spoken to President Clinton this morning just before he did his radio address at the White House, and he wanted me to express his condolences goes out to the families here in Oklahoma City. And briefly tell you that we are working very hard setting up the disaster field office, which we have accomplished. We have the city liaison people in there with us, and the state. And as soon as the rescue efforts are over and they release it as a crime scene, then there's a lot of work still to be done in helping the city to recover from this disaster. We will be doing the preliminary damage assessment that's done and try to help the city to recover. Morris Goodman, our Public Affairs Office, placed some material in the back. I know a lot of you have been asking for information and background on the search and rescue team. It's back there if you have not picked it up. Also, Maury wants to make an announcement to some of you that were not here earlier about the coordinates on the satellite coordinates that you can pick up from your net. Any questions before I... yes? The Disaster Field Office is an office that we set up which will do the administrative duties in the financial part in helping city and state recover the costs that it's been out. Presently, under the President's emergency declaration, we're already probably over $8 million.
When do you expect the crime scene to be released so that you can help the city recover these inner areas?
Won't know until the FBI completes that, and we complete that. I don't know. I really don't.
That expense $8 million for this operation altogether that combined federal state expenses?
Basically, a lot of that's federal expenses. The teams flying teams into here to do their job and other federal resources and us and just supporting the area in itself.
Should that include the
No. I don't know. Yeah, we have, you need to understand this. There are 75 buildings in that area right now to our best estimate that have been damaged. And there's a tremendous amount of cost that's going to be associated with getting those businesses back in shape. They've had a tremendous economic loss. People have been unemployed. So there's a lot of things that will be taking place as soon as we can get to that stage with the state and the city officials. The best thing that you can do now is to, if you want to help, is to donate to the Red Cross or Salvation Army, those volunteer organizations that have been so helpful in this recovery efforts in furnishing food and everything to our workers, and they've been extremely helpful. Okay, Maury.
I mentioned these coordinates earlier. The urban search and rescue footage that some of you already have is going to be uplinked at 11 o'clock on SBS 5, transponder 12. That's 11 a.m. to noon. We're also making the still pictures available through the Associated Press.
That's Maury Goodman. He's the public affairs spokesman for the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, describing some of the technical details of some video that they are going to be satelliting around the world. James Lee Witt, his boss, the director of FEMA, was providing information about how the public could get involved and help out a little bit in this rescue operation, as was Gary Mars, the fire chief of Oklahoma City. The news out of the briefing, though, came from Weldon Kennedy, who is the FBI agent in charge of the investigation. He says that John Doe number 2, the second suspect, remains at large. He is presumed to be armed and dangerous, and that the John Doe number 2 that was supposedly arrested yesterday is not necessarily Terry Nichols, who is being held in Kansas as a material witness, as is his brother, James Nichols, who's being held in Michigan. So far, only Timothy McVeigh, John Doe number 1, has been arraigned as a suspect in this Oklahoma City explosion. Joining us now here in Washington is Stanley Bedlington, a former CIA counterterrorism expert who's been following this investigation very closely. Stanley, you heard what the FBI agent in charge says, that John Doe number 2 is still at large. This investigation, he says, is very encouraging. There are positive steps, but a lot of work remains to be done. Where do you assess the state of the investigation right now?
Well, I think it's moving. It seems to be moving. I do not have any inside information, obviously, but it does seem to be moving to a successful conclusion. And I'm filled with admiration for the efforts of both the Oklahoma law enforcement authorities as well as the FBI. I think it seems to be moving on quite rapidly.
Is your sense, though, that this is all part of some sort of broader conspiracy? Is it too early to tell? How far does this go in the terms of the right-wing white supremacist movement?
Obviously, it's far too early to tell. From what we know already, some of the statements made by Timothy McVeigh to neighbors show him to be really sort of anti-government, following some of the propaganda and hate that is spewed forth by some of the hate groups, which is not to say he necessarily has connection with some of these hate groups.
Okay, Stanley, stand by for a second. Ralph Wenge is standing by in Oklahoma City. He's been monitoring all of these developments very closely, and he joins us now in a driving rain. Ralph?
Just about a driving rain. Well, thank you very much. We all heard the comments of President Clinton, Mrs. Clinton, a short while ago, and a rare Saturday news conference that was televised as well as being on radio, and it was done in front of a group of children. Congressman J.C. Watts is with me right now, congressman from Oklahoma. You saw and heard that conference this morning. This seemed a little bit unusual to you?
Well, I guess the president was concerned about the impact this incident will have on children around the country, and I had an opportunity yesterday to go to a school and talk to some fourth graders, and minus the cameras and newspaper though, but I felt like that was important to go and to speak to them and let them ask questions about it.
We hear comments all the time that traumatic incidents like this are handled much better by children than they are by adults.
Well, the children yesterday that I visited with were, they asked several questions.
What did they want to know?
Well, just making comments about what should be done. Not really commenting out of fear, but more out of concern and angry that, these cowardly animals did this type of thing. So, but, we also talked about the government process and talked about football and several other things. But I thought it went very well and thought they were very composed.
Did you sense that they had a grasp of exactly what went on here at Wednesday?
Well, I think they know that children were killed and that people were killed and injured. And know that somebody did this, that this was not by tornado or some hurricane. And I think, but for the most part, I think the parents had done a very good job from what I could see and kind of preparing the children for what had happened.
The president, Miss Clinton, coming to Oklahoma City tomorrow for the day of mourning. Is that going to set a proper tone for the people of Oklahoma? Will that mean a lot to them?
Well, I think it will, and I think the president, from day one, I think has set the proper tone. And I think coming from the top, the aggressive, bold position that he took on this and said, regardless of who did this, we don't care where you hide, we don't care where you run, we will find you. I think the FBI has done a magnificent job in managing the crime scene. The Attorney General has been very supportive. So I think the president did a good job from day one in setting the tone. And I think coming to Oklahoma tomorrow will I think, kind of give the folks in Oklahoma some comfort.
We're hearing a lot of talk in Congress, and it seems to be not evenly divided these days about what kind of added security we should have. People so used to having freedom in this country to come and go as they please, to go into buildings without being denied access. And there is a motion coming from, or at least suggestions coming from Congress, that that's going to change now with all of this.
Well, Ralph, I surely think that this is a wake-up call, that we need not take anything for granted. I think we need to take a serious look at what can be done as far as human intelligence is concerned in the country. I think all those things are important. I think in the 104th Congress, we will be a lot more conscientious of that, and we'll take a serious look at some things about what we can do to make it, to prevent this type of thing from happening again.
Kenneth?
Well, I think we can surely make sure that we've taken every precaution available to man. A thug is a thug is a thug, and people don't steal anticipating getting caught. But we can surely make every preparation possible on our part, legislatively and otherwise, to make sure that if something slips through the cracks, they know that they will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. And I think we really do need to take a serious look at some things.
It's also the belief that a lot of these people who are responsible for this kind of terrorism don't really care about warnings about death penalties and things like that. They feel that if they happen to die as a result of what they do, they become almost martyrs.
Well, that's what I said. You know, a crook doesn't steal something thinking that he's going to get caught. So, I mean, it's a different mindset. However, I think, as the president said at the first of the week, you know, if someone wants to, I think the death penalty, I think that needs to be implemented. I am supportive of the death penalty, and I think we need not be afraid to do that. And I think whatever measures we have to take to deal with this type of brutality, with these type of acts, whatever measures we have to take, regardless of their mindset, I think it's very important that we do it to protect our citizens.
Congressman J.C. Watts, thank you very much.
Thank you very much
to talk to us this morning. We're going back now to Wolf Blitzer in Washington. I'm Ralph Wenge in Oklahoma City.
Okay, Ralph, thanks again. The past hour, we've seen the President and the First Lady talk to children about their feelings involving this Oklahoma City bombing. We've also had an update from the FBI agent in charge who says that John Doe number 2, whose composite sketch was released by the FBI on Thursday, remains at large. The public should be aware that he is presumed to be armed and dangerous, and that 800 toll-free number should be used if there's any information involving him or other potential suspects. Now, joining us again is Stanley Bedlington, who's a former CIA counterterrorism expert. Stanley, put this whole incident in some sort of broader perspective for us.
Yes, if I may. Assuming, and we don't know for certain whether the people who carried out the Oklahoma City bombings, we don't know for certain that they are tied to any organized hate group, but certainly some of their statements seem to suggest that they share the same sort of beliefs as hate groups. If you take this Oklahoma City bombing and you look at it in conjunction with the World Trade Center bombing and also with the recent nerve gas attack in the Tokyo subway, and look at them in tandem, they seem to be attacks carried out by very, very different groups for very, very different motivations, yet there seems to be one sort of similarity, and that is all the groups are apocalyptic in nature. They believe either that their religion is in dire peril, they believe that their white supremacist position is in serious danger, or in the case of the Aum Shinrikyo in Tokyo, they believe that the end of the world is near. In this case, their terrorist attacks are designed to carry out mass casualties in order to send their message, their beliefs, resounding around the world, and I find it a very frightening development.
Well, as a former CIA official, what can be done to deal with these apocalyptic types of terrorist groups who seem not to fear death?
Well, you know, all I can say is we have to put more resources into proactive measures, penetration of the groups, monitoring their attempts to acquire explosives or nerve gas, etc., and try and perhaps do whatever protection we can on vulnerable targets.
Okay, Stanley Bedlington, the former CIA official, thanks again for joining us over this past hour. This has been a special presentation of the President's radio address, followed by briefings in Oklahoma City. CNN will, of course, continue to cover all of the breaking news as it happens. I'm Wolf Blitzer in Washington. Please stay with us as the news continues.
From the first pitch to the final out, nobody covers the game like Baseball 95. Today, 11:30 Eastern on CNN.
At your Toyota dealer, money talks. Toyota. Save $3,000 on full-size pickups. It's money and money. Save on T100 extra cabs and Tacoma 4x4s right now. Toyota. Save $3,000 on T100 at Bone Brothers, Lakeside, All-Star, and Benson. Toyota. Unless you've got money to burn. Save $3,000 on T100, whose V6 outperforms Ford and Chevy's V8. It's money and money. I love what you do for me. Toyota.
Step into Georgian Furnishing, where the finer things in life cost less. Georgian Furnishing sells fine furniture such as Century, Council, Heckman, Stanley, and more. And only at Georgian can you save 40 to 60% every day. Even our competitors' sales prices can't compare to our everyday low prices, because you can save 40 to 60% every day on all of Georgian's fine furniture. Georgian Furnishing, 5400 Jefferson Highway near Clearview, where the finer things in life cost less.
Come to Bryant Chevrolet Geo Mitsubishi's 94 closeout sale. The remainder of 94 inventory must go now. Get a little cheaper deal on airline. Grab a 94 four-door Corsica with power windows and locks. Or a 2 or 4-door Mirage for a cheaper deal, $89.95. Take your pick or drive the luxury of Caprice Classic, fully loaded. Or Mitsubishi Galant ES, cheaper deal, $13,995. The 94 closeout sale is on. Take your pick. 94 Corsica or Mirage, $89.95. Or Caprice Classic or Galant ES, $13,995. Come to the 94 closeout sale going on now at Bryant Chevrolet Geo Mitsubishi on airline. Your little cheaper dealer. Hurry while selection lasts. They were robbed.
No. Robbed.
All that money?
By an energy thief. Call the cooling authorities. Your Carrier Peace of Mind dealer. The only one with the weather maker. It'll save you up to 60% on your cooling costs.
Other one, busted.
Your Peace of Mind dealer is having a central air conditioning sale with no money down, no payments, and no interest for 6 months.
On the East Bank, see Blue Flame Incorporated. And in Metro New Orleans, see Factory Compressor Parts.
This is CNN.
Hello, I'm Catherine Calloway. Science and technology is coming up at first, our top story. Well, for now, hundreds of rescue workers are standing by. Driving rain and high winds prompted officials to suspend the search at the Oklahoma City Federal Building. When the search resumes, workers are expected to reach the building's lower floors for the first time, including the floor where the daycare center was located. Officials say the official count shows 69 people perished in the blast, although that figure is expected to rise. 154 people are still unaccounted for, and more than 400 have been injured. The president and his wife addressed the nation an hour ago in an unusual joint appearance on his weekly radio address. The Clintons sought to console the nation's children in the wake of this Oklahoma disaster.
We know that what happened in Oklahoma is very frightening, and we want children to know that it's okay to be frightened by something as bad as this. Your parents understand it, your teachers understand it, and we're all there for you, and we're working hard to make sure that this makes sense to you and that you can overcome your fears and go on with your lives.
There are many, many people working very hard all over the country to find out who did this. And they're actually making some progress in finding out who did it, and they will keep doing that until the people are caught. Yeah, that's right. And they'll be caught, and then they'll be punished.
The president has declared Sunday a national day of mourning for those killed in the bombing. The Clintons will travel to Oklahoma City for tomorrow's memorial service. The FBI says the bombing suspect, known as John Doe No. 2, is still at large.
Another suspect, whom we have identified as John Doe No. 2, remains unidentified and at large. We consider him to be armed and dangerous. We strongly encourage anyone who might have information to provide it to the FBI or other law enforcement authorities. We are grateful for the overwhelming response that we have received from the public thus far.
Federal authorities are detaining Terry Nichols as a possible material witness in the bombing. Nichols turned himself in. He was moved this morning from Harrington, Kansas to the Dickinson County Jail in Abilene, Kansas. Authorities are continuing to search James Nichols' house and property in Decker, Michigan. He is Terry Nichols' brother. James Nichols is also being detained as a material witness in the case. He's reportedly affiliated with a right-wing anti-government group known as the Michigan Militia. Timothy McVeigh has been charged with the bombing. He was greeted with jeers when he was moved from Perry, Oklahoma yesterday. He was moved to a federal prison in nearby El Reno, Oklahoma. Leads from suspects apprehended so far as federal investigators searching the nation for further clues. In addition to Decker, Michigan, investigators are in Kingman, Arizona, Pendleton, New York, and Harrington, Kansas. I'm Catherine Calloway in Atlanta. And now here is Miles O'Brien with Science and Technology Week.
On this edition of Science and Technology Week, bolstering buildings. In the wake of tragedy, we'll look at some ideas for making structures less vulnerable to terrorist attacks. Also, supermarket science. We'll check in to check out counters that don't injure the people who use them. And virtual fun and games. When kids aren't able to really go out and play, virtual reality can be the next best thing. We'll explore those stories and much more next.
Science and Technology Week, brought to you by IBM.
Hello and welcome. I'm Miles O'Brien. The terrorist tragedy in Oklahoma City has prompted a lot of grief, suffering, and some second-guessing about the security of office buildings in the United States. Engineers say there is no way to build completely bomb-proof buildings, but they say there are some ways to make them less inviting targets for crazed car bombers. Shocking, appalling as it is, there is nothing surprising about the extent and the nature of the damage.
It looks pretty standard, if standard is a word that could be used.
Engineer Eve Hinman has been designing bomb-resistant structures for the past 10 years. She's worked on nuclear missile silos, U.S. embassies, and since the World Trade Center bombing 2 years ago, more and more office buildings. She says there is no practical way to make them impervious to explosions.
Not unless you want to put it underground without any windows and design it like a nuclear missile silo. Then you can have a bomb-proof building.
But experts say existing buildings can be made less vulnerable and more survivable in the event of a terrorist attack. Parking near and under a building should be tightly restricted. Barriers can be placed near entrances, and windows can be coated with plastic to keep the shards of glass together, or replaced with tempered glass used in car windshields.
There are also blast-resistant glass designs available on the market. Now, they're expensive, but it is an option.
Expensive as the options may be, the federal government may be giving them more careful consideration in the wake of the Oklahoma City bombing.
I think it indicates a need to continue to review whatever is possible. When this investigation is complete, when we know what happened, we will obviously be looking at it to see what, if anything, can be done to prevent it.
But with more than 8,000 federal office buildings in the U.S., that is a tall order.
One doesn't want to underestimate the difficulty of preventing some sort of violent action against a public building in the United States. We have many public buildings, and there is a contagion effect of terrorism.
Until now, federal buildings in Washington were the primary focus of anti-terrorism measures. Experts say that may be what drove the bombers to choose a so-called soft target, far beyond the Beltway.
Some of the best protection is in the Washington area with the barriers. Let's move that into, the heartland of the United States.
The new federal building under construction in Atlanta may be an example of that kind of thinking. Its designers won't be specific, but they say security concerns were factored into planning from the outset.
But if there's a lunatic out there and he's hell-bent on destroying your buildings, probably a good chance he can do it.
Still, engineers say anti-terrorism features are fast becoming a routine part of many new building designs, much like precautions taken in earthquake or hurricane-prone regions. Features such as thicker concrete walls and floors, reinforced with more steel bars and pillars. Flexibility is designed in to make a collapse less likely. And the experts say the fewer the windows, the safer the building. But engineers and security experts say it's important that office buildings keep looking like office buildings. A fortress-like appearance could easily backfire because it might arouse the interest of terrorists, and they may just build a bigger bomb.
And the fact is, you don't need to build a fortress to protect what's inside.
For now, the Oklahoma City bombing has made us all a bit more paranoid. And while security experts say we shouldn't live in fear, we shouldn't forget either. Bulletproof glass was recently installed on the first floor of the courthouse across the street from the devastated building. The glass didn't break, and one law clerk says that may have saved her life. Astronomers are revising some of their theories about the planet Neptune, thanks to new pictures from the Hubble Space Telescope.
Coming up on Baseball 95,
Wind and rain and frustrate rescuers in their search for survivors, while investigators look for more clues and another suspect in the deadliest bombing ever in the U.S. Hello, I'm Catherine Calloway at the CNN Center in Atlanta, and thanks for joining us. Welcome to Newsday Saturday. Well, rescue workers faced a new obstacle today in their search for more survivors in the bombed-out Oklahoma City Federal Building. Wind and rain temporarily forced them to suspend search efforts. The death toll from Wednesday's bombing now stands at 69 and is expected to go even higher, with more than 150 people still unaccounted for. Right now, Timothy McVeigh is the only suspect formally charged in the blast. McVeigh, who was arraigned yesterday, is being held at a federal prison near Oklahoma City. He's been identified as the so-called John Doe No. 1 in FBI sketches. He entered no plea at his arraignment. In the meanwhile, a second man, Terry Nichols, is in the county jail in Abilene, Kansas today. Nichols turned himself into authorities yesterday. He's being held in federal custody as a possible material witness. Officials say they'll continue a search of his home in Harrington, Kansas. In Michigan, authorities have been searching the house and property of Terry Nichols' brother, James, who's also been identified as a material witness. A short time ago, the FBI announced it was still looking for a fourth man connected to the case.
Another suspect, whom we have identified as John Doe No. 2, remains unidentified and at large. We consider him to be armed and dangerous. We strongly encourage anyone who might have information to provide it to the FBI or other law enforcement authorities. We are grateful for the overwhelming response that we have received from the public thus far.
Kennedy says there have been very encouraging and positive steps in the case, but he says there's much more work to be done. And the people of Oklahoma City are pitching in to help their friends and neighbors who are victims of this tragedy. And CNN's Ralph Wingy is joining us now from Oklahoma City with more on that. Ralph, the weather just doesn't seem to be letting up there.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be letting up. Indeed, it seems to be getting worse. We just received new warnings of impending thunderstorms and hail and lightning, and they're approaching this area very, very quickly. The situation is not good for anybody out here, but it's least good for the rescuers who have been sitting waiting all morning for hours, waiting to get back into the federal building to resume their mission. Their problem, of course, is that they feel that the longer they have to sit and wait for this to end, and the longer they have to wait to get inside the building, the less chance they're going to have of finding any more survivors from the bombing of last Wednesday. We have gone beyond the 72-hour period that is considered so crucial out here. In other words, going beyond 72 hours, the chances of finding anybody still alive are almost nil. And then, of course, there are the relatives who are waiting, many of them at a nearby church, waiting to hear if any survivors have been found. So, indeed, the situation here is nasty. It appears to be getting worse. Nothing is happening at the federal building. They just can't get in. The basement is being flooded, and the other side of the building has cracks in it. They have been busy shoring that up. All of this, of course, a contribution of the rain. So we are going to continue to wait, and we're going to be talking to some people out here as the next hour progresses. Right now, we're going to go to Carl Rochelle, who's at the FBI headquarters in Washington. Carl? Rochelle, outside FBI headquarters in Washington, where the operation is being directed. The operation looking for a second John Doe, a second suspect in the bombings in Oklahoma City. The FBI did another event this morning also. They told us that the second Nichols brother had been put under custody. He is being held by the FBI as a material witness. He is in their custody. Now both brothers are being held. Well, how does something like this take place, and what are the backgrounds on it? With us, we have Dr. Thomas Trent, who is a retired FBI bomb expert, terrorism expert. He's been involved in all this. Dr. Trent, thank you for being with us. Tell me first, how significant is this bombing in relation to what you have dealt with in the past? Is it the worst you've ever seen? How does it stack up?
It's certainly the worst I've ever seen, and possibly one of the most horrific bombings we've seen, period.
Has there been any expectation that this kind of action might come from any of these right-wing groups? We've seen them around the country for years and years.
There have been a few set-tos in the past with federal officials, but mostly shootouts, no bombings or anything like this. Is this the first thing significant, and should we worry about more?
Well, you're certainly correct in saying that this is the first major bombing. We've had some bombings of abortion clinics and some shootings at abortion clinics, but nothing of this size. As an interesting aside, literally the Bible of the right wing, a book entitled The Turner Diaries, discusses the bombing of the FBI headquarters by a bomb in a vehicle similar to what occurred in Oklahoma City.
Dr. Strentz, reading through that book, and I saw that passage this morning where they don't say to make a bomb you mix this, this, and this, but if you follow the narrative about how this person built the bomb that he took at FBI headquarters, isn't it almost a recipe to go out and build one yourself?
Well, building this sort of bomb is very simple, and the recipes are available from a number of sources. A number of right-wing publications that are available to the public have these recipes.
You say it's very simple to do, but isn't it complex in getting all of this weight and getting it in one place and finding out how to detonate it? What level of training does it require for someone to be able to do this?
It's my impression that the training would be absolutely minimal, because you're talking about fertilizer, fuel, and then a detonator, which could be something as simple perhaps as a large firecracker.
Well, what does this tell us for the future then? If these things are that easy to make and all of these groups are out there, should the public be worried? Should the FBI be worried? And what should the FBI be doing?
Well, I think the FBI, based on what we've just seen, is doing a magnificent job. We've turned this case around in a tremendously short period of time. The major issue you face with these sorts of groups is because they are so small, unless you have an informant with a specific few, it's very difficult to prevent this sort of thing.
Just one more question. We have one suspect who has been arrested. They're looking for the second John Doe. Could this have been done by one person? Did the two people have to work together? What kind of person are they looking for? Can you tell us a little about him? A profile?
I don't think we can really develop a profile at this point, because we have very little to work with. Certainly he's young, he's white, and radical, probably does not have a high school education, blue-collar background. Beyond that, it would be very, very speculative.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Strentz, retired FBI, for being with us. And now let's go to Ed Garston, who is in Decker, Michigan. Ed?
Well, Carl, the search here at the Nichols Farm in Decker, Michigan is going on all night. It started mid-afternoon yesterday. We're told that they expect it to go at least until mid-afternoon today, perhaps 3 or 4 o'clock Eastern time. They have expanded the search somewhat. They were looking at some of the outbuildings yesterday. This morning, we saw an agent climb a ladder in one of the grain storage bins. He climbed all the way to the top, looked from our distance almost like a spider going up the side of that thing, which looks to be about 2 stories tall. He took a cursory look inside, was up there perhaps 30 or 40 seconds. They then came down empty-handed, and they have not paid attention to that grain storage bin since. There have been no official briefings here at all. We've been told rather informally that no briefings have been planned, and the only folks that haven't talked to us from time to time are local authorities, but it is the FBI and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms that has been doing the search here at the Nichols property. CNN's also been told by the Justice Department that Jim Nichols has been taken from the premises and is being held, in their words, not very far away. That location has not been disclosed. We've been talking to neighbors, and we're also learning more about the Nichols and also about the suspect, Tim McVeigh, who from time to time spent a night here and there at the Nichols farm, was friends with them. We spoke to Philip Morosky, who lives down the road 3 or 4 miles, and said that there's more to Tim McVeigh than people know about.
He's a veteran of the Desert Storm. He captured a 500-man outfit from the Iraqis, so he's really a war hero, quote unquote. He's a little strong-willed too.
Well, we asked him if he was strong-willed enough to possibly be involved in a plot. He said he certainly didn't want to convict anybody, but that said that Tim McVeigh certainly had those type of attitudes. Well, let's go now to my colleague Jeff Flock in Abilene, Kansas.
Yes, Ed, we are here in Abilene. You're absolutely right, at the Dickinson County Courthouse. This is where we believe Terry Lynn Nichols is now being held. In fact, We believe he was brought here last night from the police station in Harrington, Kansas, which is where we first reported that he had turned himself in yesterday. I think it's probably more accurate to say now that, in fact, it wasn't so much turning himself in as presenting himself to authorities. He came to authorities and said that he heard his name on television, didn't understand why, asked authorities about it in Harrington. They called the FBI. FBI agents on the scene about an hour later and questioned him in Harrington at the police station there. That's about, 25, 30 miles from here. They questioned him for about 9 hours yesterday. Eventually, he emerged, appearing to be in the custody of federal officials, although it was unclear whether he, in fact, was in custody. We now believe that, in fact, he was not, certainly not arrested. He was brought here to the Dickinson County Courthouse, where the sheriff was quoted as saying he was being held for his own protection. That would seem to jive with what the FBI said this morning at its briefing, namely that Terry Lynn Nichols is not John Doe number 2, as had first been believed, not, in fact, the second man who was wanted directly in connection with the Oklahoma City bombing, but in fact he is instead a material witness. Unclear exactly what sort of information he would have to contribute, but of course Terry Lynn Nichols, as you've reported, is the brother of James Nichols, the man in Decker, the man that Ed Garston just reported on. So how this all fits together, we don't know. What we do know from the FBI is that apparently there was a connection through the military service, these men serving in the military together, specifically in the Army together. What Terry Lynn Nichols is now providing to authorities here behind us at the courthouse here, we don't know. We hope to learn it sometime soon. Meantime, FBI agents are 25, 30 miles to the south in Harrington, where they were overnight, where they barricaded the home of Terry Lynn Nichols. They say that they expect to search that home today. What they expect to find, we don't know, but they did, as a precaution, evacuate his entire block. Of course, that led to speculation that perhaps they thought there was some bomb-making materials there. Certainly no confirmation of that at all. They described it to us as a precaution. So perhaps nothing should be read into that. Again, we'll stand by here in Dickinson County at the courthouse and watch it. For now, I'm Jeff Flock, CNN, reporting live from Abilene, Kansas.
This is John Holloman live at the El Reno Federal Correctional Facility outside of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. As you've heard from our reporters around the country today, there are a lot of loose ends on this case. The President and Attorney General have also talked about that. One thing that we know for sure is that Timothy McVeigh, the one suspect who has already been arrested in connection with this case, is in fact in this facility right now. He was brought here through an angry mob from Tinker Air Force Base yesterday afternoon. He's been questioned extensively by government officials. He's still in custody here. We're told he will be here at least until Thursday, when another hearing in his case is scheduled. You'll remember he was arrested originally for a gun permit violation, and first actually for a traffic violation, then a gun permit violation. He was taken here overnight in a long motorcade which had security on the interstate highway which leads from Oklahoma City to the El Reno area. We were told that in the document that was used in the presentation to officials last night, that a former co-worker told FBI agents in connection with Timothy McVeigh that he was extremely agitated after the situation in Waco, Texas, back 2 years ago now, and that he was so upset about what happened there at the Branch Davidian compound that after the raid there, he went down to look at the situation by himself. In one of these documents used in the arraignment, that McVeigh was so agitated by this that he said the government should never have done what he did, or what the government did in this case. So, as we say, Timothy McVeigh, one suspect, the John Doe suspect number 1, according to federal law enforcement officials, is here. The whereabouts of the other suspect, John Doe number 2, still unknown, but it is likely, according to officials, that that suspect, if he is arrested in this area, could in fact also be brought to this facility here in El Reno, Oklahoma. That's our update from here. Ralph Winge, you're back in Oklahoma City.
John Holloman, you're absolutely right. In a driving rainstorm, I can tell you this. We have just learned just moments ago that the rescue workers have gone back to work inside the building. You wouldn't think so with the weather the way it is. It really hasn't eased up that much. The wind isn't blowing quite as much as it was before, but it's still raining pretty hard. There are thunderstorms, there is lightning, and for that reason, they are not allowing the cranes to be used around the building. However, the workers are back inside, and they have resumed their attempted rescue mission. Right now, we want to show you some unedited tape of the collapse of a small building just about 2 blocks from here. Now, what isn't certain is if the building was weakened from the explosion on Wednesday, but certainly the weather today contributed to it. What it is a speedometer shot, and the entire back wall collapsed, and apparently a brick wall fell on top of a row of taxi cabs that were parked on the lot behind the building. There apparently was nobody hurt, nobody in the area at the time of the collapse. Again, this happened just maybe about an hour and a half ago, and it could have been one of the victims of the bombing on Wednesday. We're going to continue our live coverage from Oklahoma City in just a moment. Back in Oklahoma City. John Hanson, the Assistant Fire Chief here in Oklahoma City, is with me once again. I've got to start by asking you the significance of this. I almost hate to ask.
We're approaching the periphery area of the daycare center now. We're still really about 6-8 hours actually getting into it, but what we're finding are broken toys, twisted cots, things of that nature. We believe that the force of the explosion caused a funnel effect in the building, and it caused a lot of people to be located in one area around the daycare center, the Social Security office, and again, we're just now breaking into those areas.
All right, you just started, what, about an hour ago?
We're back to work inside, full force. We've got probably 60, 70 people in the building working.
The weather doesn't appear to have improved that much. How come they're back inside? I mean, did you alleviate the flooding problem?
Well, we had a minor flooding problem. That water's out. This type of rain, a light rain, we could stand. The rescuers are dry inside the building. Our structural engineers are in there with us. We did a lot of shoring in the break. We had the opportunity to do some shoring, and so we're back to work.
Did they get those areas in the other side of the building where you found the cracks in the structure? Was that shored up?
Yes, sir. We've done some shoring in those areas, but we're continuing to look. Structural engineers and structural experts doing an excellent job watching over us and watching over our backs as we're working.
Since the rescuers resumed their search an hour ago, did they find any more victims?
It seems like we're to a point now where as we dig into void areas, we're identifying more victims that are there in the building. We still have 70 victims that were taken out, and I'm not sure exactly how many we still have in that building.
Okay, fine. Once again, we're going to re-roll this unedited tape that we aired just a few minutes ago. This was of, I believe it was a speedometer shop, maybe about 2 blocks. Are you aware of that?
Jackson speedometer shop.
Okay. Apparently the brick wall collapsed on some taxi cabs. Is this the result of just the weather, or is it something that might have been contributed as a part of the bombing?
Well, it's possible that the shock of the bomb could have done that, as we've got widespread damage in Oklahoma City. That's something that we hadn't mentioned too much, but a lot of the downtown area has been damaged, so structural engineers will have to look at all that and help us out.
So there are buildings in the periphery of the federal building that could be in danger?
Our structural engineers are going to look at that and evaluate that. They've already been in some of those buildings. We believe now that if we have another structure problem, it'll be an isolated case.
All right. Now, the cranes cannot operate yet because of the lightning, right?
Yes, sir.
So just the rescue workers?
You bet.
Okay. Good luck. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. That's the latest from Oklahoma City. We're going to continue our live coverage from here in just a few minutes.
A whole week at the lake?
And it's allergy season.
All that fishing.
All that ragweed.
Spring in the air.
Water in my eyes.
Awake with the...
Awake with sinus pain.
Need strong relief that's better than the allergy medicine doctors have prescribed most? Then try Tylenol Allergy Sinus.
Hey, maybe we can stay an extra week.
Tylenol Allergy Sinus. Powerful relief without a prescription.
Onward and upward, the awards, the honors, the accolades for the Toyota Camry continue to rise. Driven by a powerful V6 engine, precision crafted to the highest standards, Camry has risen to become the gold standard, while its starting price hasn't risen at all. Introducing the 1995 Toyota Camry, newly styled, refined, and headed for even greater heights.
When you do your own investing, deciding which mutual funds to buy can be difficult. And with thousands of funds to choose from, you could end up feeling a bit overwhelmed. But Charles Schwab makes selecting mutual funds easy with our new free Fund Map for Windows. Fund Map helps you choose from well-known funds for your no annual fee IRA or any Schwab account. So, to make selecting mutual funds easy, maybe it's time to come to Schwab.
The information superhighway is littered with the obsolete, the underpowered, and the unloved. Before you trash, log on to Computer Connection today, 3 Eastern on CNN.
Frankie back in Oklahoma City. The rain continues. We just have a new number on the number of dead. It has been confirmed that 70 people are now confirmed dead in this federal building. This morning, President Clinton in Washington gave his usual Saturday morning weekly address. It was unusual in that it was a bit longer. It was also televised, and he had some guests. Jill Doherty's at the White House now to tell us more.
Well, President Clinton changed his radio address somewhat. Both he and the First Lady took part in it. They were concentrating on the effects of the bombing on children, and they were surrounded by 26 children, the sons and daughters of federal workers. Both the President and Mrs. Clinton said that they wanted to help those children to make sense of the tragedy.
There are some people who get this idea in their minds that there's people that have done something to them when they haven't done anything to them, and who are told over and over again that it's okay to hate, it's okay to hate, it's okay to lash out, even at people they don't even know. And that's a wrong idea.
I also want you to know that there are many more good people in the world than bad and evil people. Just think of what we have seen in the last few days. Think of all the police officers and the firefighters, the doctors and the nurses, all of the neighbors and the rescue workers, all of the people who have come to help all of those who were hurt in Oklahoma.
Sunday, tomorrow, the President and the First Lady will be traveling to Oklahoma City. They'll be there for a memorial service for the victims. And as you know, Sunday is a day of mourning, an official day of mourning for the victims. Ralph?
Jill Doherty at the White House, thank you very much. And we'll continue with more of our live coverage from Oklahoma City in just a moment.
Video cassette.
Repeating once again, the latest information we're getting here in Oklahoma City is that 70 people are confirmed dead in the federal building right behind us. The rescue operation has continued, started again about an hour ago. Even though the rain continues, the rescuers are said to be dry. They're working inside. The cranes are not because of the lightning. Travel Guide, which normally airs in the next half hour, won't be seen this week so that we can continue bringing you the live coverage from Oklahoma City. And we'll be back with more, including more conversation with our correspondents around the country in just a moment. And we continue with our live special coverage from Oklahoma City. I'm Ralph Wenge. Gary Tuckman joins us right now. Gary has been making the rounds all morning and into this hour. talking to people and seeing new developments. What did you learn, Gary?
One of the things that's most notable is the fact that the rain has really dampened people's spirits here. Not only the people of Oklahoma City, but also the would-be rescuers who have been inside the building. They had two relatively beautiful days, Thursday and Friday, where the conditions were ripe for finding a possible survivor. And the magical time everyone's been talking about is 72 hours. They said it was very important that if they would find survivors, it would be within 72 hours. Well, that 72 hours passed 2.5 hours ago. And right now it's pouring rain. The conditions have been terrible all day. It's been hailing. The wind has been heavy. And the rescuers have not been able to spend much time in the building. They just went back in a short time ago, but they're still not able to use all the equipment they've been using, and they haven't found a survivor since Wednesday night. So they say they still have faith, but they're also very discouraged.
Are they also very scared because of the danger of water seeping into the building and weakening the structure?
That's one of the big problems. It's been a big problem since this disaster happened. They were afraid this building could collapse. They had a big rain on Wednesday night after the bombing. The building did not collapse, and then it was nice for a couple of days. There wasn't as much worrying about it, but now with the rain coming down, as we had reported earlier in the day, they had to spend some time shoring up the basement area of this building to make sure it was safe for the rescuers. They feel it is safe right now, but with this rain continuing to come down really hard, we've already seen what has happened to another building a couple of blocks away. It collapsed from this rain. And one thing that's very notable, Ralph, I took a walk around this downtown area. I was 8 blocks away from this federal building, and it looked like a hurricane had ripped through. It reminded me of Hurricane Andrew or Hurricane Hugo, a couple of stories I've covered. You just see buildings without any windows at all, and this is 8 blocks away from where this huge bomb went off.
They're also talking about, you mentioned the building across the street where they found, 4 victims yesterday, I believe it was. And we were just told by the assistant fire chief that indeed, in the perimeter around the federal building, there are probably some buildings that won't be habitable. Are they? Is there any danger of people being hurt in there?
That's a very serious concern. They fully did not expect to find victims in other buildings, and yesterday, to their surprise, in a shop in a restaurant across the street from the federal building, they found the bodies of 4 people. They have spent much of today and part of last night looking for more people in other buildings near the federal building. Fortunately, so far they haven't found anybody, but they haven't ruled it out yet because they haven't gone in all the buildings that have been damaged yet. So that's a very serious concern.
Okay, let's listen to some of the, or watch again, excuse me, some of that tape that we shot just a little while ago. Gary, you heard about that, the speedometer shop?
Right.
Wall collapsed. We have the interior shots of that right now. I'm sorry, this is the interior of the federal building. Right. Go ahead, you want to talk about
these are some new pictures that were shot inside the building. This is a tape shot by the FEMA people, and you can just see the devastating wreckage inside the building where the rescuers are climbing mountains of rubble and going over beams and looking at all the things that are just refrigerators and television sets and typewriters and chairs that are hanging down from this blast. The work is very tiring, it's exhausting, it's frustrating. As you can hear, the thunder's blasting, and it's just a really miserable day today. I mean, it's been a miserable experience here for Oklahoma Cityans and the rescuers since this happened on Wednesday, but today takes the cake because they haven't found any survivors.
You said the rain, understandably, has dampened the spirits of the rescuers. Have you heard what it is doing to the relatives of the people who are still missing?
Well, this has been such a nightmare for the relatives. Obviously, the relatives of the dead, it's been a terrible nightmare, but they've now understood the fact that their loved ones have died. There are 150 other families who don't know the status of their loved ones. They're being told to have faith that it's possible someone could be alive inside that building. It's happened before in earthquakes that people have survived for days, and it could happen here. But it's such a nightmare them not knowing, and now knowing that the rescuers have to spend time outside of the building because of this weather makes it all the more frustrating.
I know the weather obviously has a bearing on this, but do you have any idea, have you found out how long it's going to take for this rescue operation to be completed?
They are promising that they're going to stay until they search every square inch of this place and make sure that no one could have survived. They are estimating between 4 and 6 days possibly, but they're willing to stay longer if they haven't gone through the entire building, and right now they have not gone through that entire building.
One of the things we heard just a moment ago, again from the assistant fire chief, they have gotten into the area where the daycare center was, and he said it appears like there was almost like a tornado effect from the bomb. It's almost incomprehensible that anybody could have survived.
Ralph, this incident is just so horrible to begin with, but the fact that it involved a daycare center and small, tiny children who had no idea what was going on and what was happening to them and who suffered terribly, it just makes it so much more awful.
Will this whole building have to come down at the end of this?
Well, we talked to the architect of this building a couple of days ago. This building was conceived in the early 1970s. The architect told us an interesting story. When they were drawing up the blueprints for this in the early 70s, they built it with took some extra fortification because they were concerned about the possibility of Vietnam War protesters having some explosives here. It's a very ironic thing. As it turned out, over 2 decades later, they had another problem. So it was built very strongly, he says. He says if it wasn't built as strongly as they built it, more of it would have been destroyed. What he hopes to do is what he hopes to encourage a new architect or a new builder to do is tear down the part that has been destroyed and rebuild on the part that is still left. 2/3 of the building is still up.
Gary Chuckman, thank you very much. You've had your work cut out for you today, and it's a horrible day to be traipsing around Oklahoma City, I know. Thank you again.
Thank you, Bob.
All right. And we'll be back with more of our live coverage from Oklahoma City right after this. Again in Oklahoma City, rescue workers back on the job, but things are far from normal. The weather is still bad. The danger still exists over at the federal building, but they have gone back to work. My colleague John Holloman is in El Reno, Oklahoma right now. John?
Ralph, I'm outside the Federal Correctional Facility here, but earlier today, I went out into rural Oklahoma, a town called Lokita, of just a few hundred people, went into the Quick Stop coffee shop there and talked to some of the customers about how people in small-town America are feeling about the events of the past 3 or 4 days. Listen.
Everybody's sick about it, you know. It's a terrible deal. We're really disappointed, you know, that somebody, a citizen of the United States would do something like that to our own people.
Was your first thought that it was probably somebody from the Middle East?
Very first thought. I was just like the people of Oklahoma City, you know. The first thing they questioned was the Branch Davidians and the Islamic community. I felt the very same way.
Yeah. What do you think they ought to do to these people?
Well, like the rest of the guys, they ought to be brought to trial, speedy trial, if they are convicted. Then the sentence carried out real quick. I think where we messed up on these terrorists and stuff is when, like, the World Trade Center was bombed. Them guys just got sent to jail. You know, our jails today, you got HBO, you got everything you want right there. They messed up right there. I thought they should have took them guys, if they was convicted and honestly had done it, took out there and hung.
So that's the view of small-town America, Lokita, Oklahoma, population fewer than 1,000. The people who live there say they're mostly farmers. One of their residents was a worker in the Murrah Federal Building, Ralph, and she miraculously, even though she was working on the 4th floor, managed to get out with nothing much more than cuts and bruises. I talked to her also. We'll hear from her later today. Ralph?
John, there are a lot of stories like that, miraculous stories of people who somehow managed to get out of the building, some without even any scratches at all. It's just an amazing story. I have with me right now the Reverend Dave Poteet of the St. Luke's United Methodist Church here in Oklahoma City. You have a number of relatives of missing people staying at your church right now?
We have some of the families that have been at our church, as well as those who have been displaced that live in this area. They've set up a Red Cross relief shelter there.
Gary Chuckman, who was just up here with me, told me about talking with some of the relief workers that are pretty down today because of the rain. Is that also affecting the relatives?
I don't think they're as aware of it as much as you might think. Most of the folks that we've had in our church have been glued to the TVs. They're almost numb. I'm not sure how much aware they are of what's going on out here.
The shock value is still there, I imagine.
That's true.
What are they saying to you when you talk to them?
It just really hasn't settled in. They talk about the waiting, how difficult that has been. There was a family I was with yesterday when they got the death notification of a relative, a lady who'd been working in the daycare, and for them it was relief at that point. They were glad that the waiting was over.
Do they still feel today that there is a chance that there may be more found alive?
They talk a little bit about that, but I think deep down, I think they're beginning to wonder at this point as the days continue to go by.
I know they had a lot of emotions over the past few days. What is their emotion now and yesterday, last night, when they found out about the arrest and the charge of Timothy McVeigh?
A lot of anger, as you can imagine, a lot of anger of everybody I've talked to, a lot of outrage. That's pretty much what it's turned to now.
Was part of the outrage the fact that he is an American and not from another country?
That's been some of the outrage. Interestingly enough, if it was someone who was a foreigner, they could understand that, but when it's someone who's an American, they seem to think that that's just unbelievable that somebody here would do that. I'm not sure why. Folks do bad things, whether they're Americans or whether they're foreigners. But yes, there is some more outrage, the fact that it is someone who's an American.
When does this finally really hit the people who are left behind, and what happens to them then?
I think it's still going to be several days. We were talking about that yesterday, and I think the fact that when all you folks are gone and the rescue effort winds down, I think that's going to sink in. There's been a support system for these people. They've been able to watch TV and watch you all reporting on this. When that ends, that's when it's really going to hit hard, I think, and that's why so many of the mental health people in this area and the clergy like myself really need to be on guard and to be there to support those folks at that time.
So even though the weather's bad, they must be upbeat now to find out the rescue workers are back inside.
Yes, I'm sure they're glad to hear that.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good luck to you. Good luck to them. Thank you for being with us. We'll be back with more of our live coverage from Oklahoma City in just a moment. As we drive toward the end of this one-hour special on the tragedy here in Oklahoma City, we continue with the bad weather. We continue with the rescue operations. The people are back inside doing their best. The relatives continue to wait, but apparently a little bit more upbeat now that they see the rescue workers back on the job. We want to hear also from our correspondents around the country one last time. We begin with John Holloman in El Reno, Oklahoma. John?
Ralph, the federal correctional facility right now, that's behind me right now, has one much-wanted prisoner, Timothy McVeigh, a man who was arrested the day of the bombing on a traffic violation. He is now here. He's been accused by federal officials of being one of the major participants in the bombing. He's the man who we saw that drawing of several days ago, identified then only as John Doe number 1. McVeigh has gone through the early processes of this, in which in a charging document a statement was read from a former co-worker of McVeigh, which said that he was very upset about the Branch Davidian situation in Waco, Texas, after the federal government moved in there, and said that the government was absolutely wrong to do that. Don't know if that's connected with what happened at the federal building or not, but that's at least one piece of evidence in this case. There's still one more suspect at large. My colleague Jeff Flock now joins us from Abilene, Kansas, to pick up this story. Jeff?
That's right, John. What we know here in Abilene now that we didn't perhaps know yesterday is that the second man, the second John Doe, is not the man that we believe is being held here at the Dickinson County Courthouse here in Abilene. He is Terry Lynn Nichols. When he first surfaced, Justice Department officials indicated they thought he was the John Doe number 2, the second man being sought in direct connection with the Oklahoma City bombing. They now say, the FBI now saying and clarifying this morning, they do not believe he is John Doe number 2, but instead they believe him to be a material witness. Terry Lynn Nichols has been here in Abilene now, we believe, for about 12 hours, questioned for about 8 or 9 hours yesterday in his hometown of Harrington, Kansas, not far from here. Again, we do not know specifically what sort of information he may be able to provide. We do know he has ties, however, to Mr. McVeigh. And for the second part of that story, the second part of the Nichols story, Ed Garston stands by now in Decker, Michigan, where he has the latest on the James Nichols part of the story. Ed?
Well, Jeff, it's been about 24 hours since federal agents came here to this remote farm in Decker, Michigan. They've been searching the property of Jim Nichols all night long and all through the morning. Just a few minutes ago, a state police chopper that had been parked here began to hover and make a wide circle around the property, ostensibly to get a better view of it. We've been told that they have been looking for some type of explosive devices or at least material to make explosives. We're told by farmers in the area that farmers very commonly make explosives here using diesel fuel and fertilizer. They say to use that to blow up stumps or to remove foliage from their property. One other note we want to mention is that when we talk to people around here about possible involvement or that the Nichols have been called in for questioning, they say that they are not surprised. And for more on the story, here's Carl Rochelle at the FBI headquarters in Washington.
Ed, the FBI Command Center is up and operating in the FBI building behind me here in Washington. They are, of course, directing the operation looking for that second suspect, the unidentified John Doe, who has been only told that he is armed and dangerous. They're looking for him now. And, of course, at field operations going on around the entire country, they are searching. They are searching for him. They're also questioning both Nichols brothers, who are now in custody as material witnesses. That's an upgrade from yesterday when only one was being held as a material witness. So that operation is still going on. They are searching around the country to try to find the second suspect. They're also looking for possible other suspects or possible other witnesses. Just because they have only identified the two John Does does not mean that they are looking for more. Now, with the latest from the White House, here's my colleague, Jill Doherty. Jill?
Thanks, Carl. Here at the White House, the president has been concentrating on the effect of the bombing on the nation's children, and he invited the First Lady in. They both sat in the Oval Office surrounded by children on the floor, back and forth talking with the children about how to reconcile themselves to what happened, how to understand it. Both the First Lady and the President offering a lot of advice, not only to the children, but to the parents of the children from across the United States, saying that the most important thing was to talk with their families, to express their feelings, listen to what their children are saying, and try to understand what happened. And saying also that there is no doubt that the people who did it will ultimately face justice. Also, the President and the First Lady tomorrow, Sunday, will be heading off to Oklahoma City. There is a memorial service for the people who died in that bombing, and that, of course, is a national day of mourning that the President has announced. CNN will have a lot of live coverage on this. We'll be following throughout the day. And now we go back to Ralph Wengi in Oklahoma City.
Thank you, Jill, and we'll be back with more of our coverage from Oklahoma City in just a moment.
Well, I'm here to tell you that a diagnosis of cancer does not mean a death sentence. It is just another challenge that must be faced, and there are places that you can go to get the help that you need. I found the treatment here special because there was a team approach between the physicians, the nurses, and other health caregivers. I found that nutrition was very important. The support system was in place. There was group therapy going on.
Find out how we can help you. Call us now. Cancer Treatment Centers of America, 1-800-281-1255.
I feel like this would be the best place for anyone to come to be treated for cancer.
There's one thing that can make watching the NBA playoffs better. Flicking back and forth between games. That's why TNT and TBS bring you playoff double coverage. Twice as many games, twice the intensity. The playoffs begin Thursday, April 27th on TNT and TBS.
There's a tiny town here in Oklahoma, not really that far from Oklahoma City. It's called Tuttle. And there lives a man who works as a police sergeant here in Oklahoma City. As it turns out, he was one of the first rescuers to arrive on the scene after Wednesday's bombing. And since then, he's been trying to deal with his own thoughts and trying to help his community as well. Larry Woods found him in Tuttle.
At first glance, Tuttle, Oklahoma seems the idyllic setting for a Norman Rockwell painting, with all of the ingredients that small-town Americana possesses. Its unassuming simplicity and measured pace is part of what compelled Oklahoma City Police Sergeant Ken Griffin and his wife Maya to recently open their own restaurant, where their children pitch in and help after school and on weekends. But not all is well in tiny Tuttle. Griffin is coping with flashbacks of having pulled 6 dead children out of the Federal Building Daycare Center. And 4 families in the town have relatives still missing or dead as a result of the bombing. Griffin remembers the first infant he found was smothered in broken concrete.
I started CPR on the child, and when the first breath, the chest didn't rise at all. And when I attempted the compressions, my fingers just, I could tell the child was just crushed. And it was just lifeless.
And then what'd you do?
I just continued looking for more, and I found 5 more children. They weren't, none of them were badly cut up. I mean, some of them had some wounds, but I mean, they were asleep. That was the saddest part about it.
But there were small victories, too, for the 15-year veteran policeman as he dug through the debris. He and a fireman together saw what looked like a woman's arm buried in the rubble, and they began digging.
And it took us about 45 minutes to dig her out. And she said her name was Shelley. She's a young black girl, and she was, said she was 3 months pregnant. And I found one more child, and I had that child halfway taken out. And that's when the second device scare came through. And we had to leave. So I had to leave her halfway dug out. She was already deceased.
Maya Griffin, who recently resigned from the Oklahoma City Police Department after 10 years, said the tragedy has left her enraged.
As a mother, I just can't imagine what those mothers, how they, I mean, they'd have to lock me up or sedate me or something because I couldn't leave my child up there overnight.
Mike Turner, who owns an automotive repair shop in Tuttle, knows something about emotional trauma, too. His mother is dying of cancer, and his married daughter, Shelley Bland, is among the missing who worked at the federal building. Mike Turner is angry.
You take a 25-year-old in perfect health and a nice family and a nice husband and a good job, and then you wake up later on and they're gone. Well, how could you be anything but angry?
Turner's sense of frustration is shared as well by his lifelong friend and minister, Al Garrett.
As a minister, I'm damn angry. And I know ministers aren't supposed to talk like that, but I am.
For now, hope is a precious commodity that Turner silently hoards.
You never give up hope. You have to have a positive thought.
But in your heart, you're preparing yourself for something.
Definitely. Well, you can see what's there.
On the streets of Tuttle, they are dealing with this mind-boggling tragedy in private and sundry ways. At a local florist shop, mother and son quietly assemble ribbons of remembrance, and the carnage 30 miles away lingers on.
It's real strange to think of the sense of security being lost in just a matter of days. They took the lives of innocent children and innocent people that are just going into an ordinary day's work, just trying to make a living. And that's just evil, and there's mean people.
That deathly explosion out here on the Great Plains did more than just kill and maim and frighten. It ripped the heart of Middle America as well. And many people are wondering, will the wound ever heal? Larry Woods, CNN, Tuttle, Oklahoma.
How many stories like that around Oklahoma City? How many emotions like that? Thank you for being with us for this one-hour special, and my thanks to all our correspondents around the country for joining us. I'm Ralph Wenge in Oklahoma City.
personal guide to the information superhighway. The CNN computer.
I'm Bernard Shaw in Oklahoma City. The local, state, nationwide, and indeed international dragnet for the John Doe subject number 2, wanted by the FBI. That dragnet remains out. He is still at large. John Doe number 1 was arrested yesterday. In Wichita, Kansas, at the federal courthouse, 40-year-old Terry Nichols was formally told he is not under arrest, but rather he is a material witness. He has a brother in Michigan. We'll have more on that later. Here on the ground in Oklahoma City, authorities have been hampered, indeed plagued, by very bad weather. It has been raining all day. It has been windy. The wind chill factor feels like it's at least 20 degrees. Just a short while ago, the medical examiner's office told us that they are very, very concerned about the structure, the integrity of this bombed-out federal office building. The medical examiner's office consulted with engineers, building engineers who looked at the structure. They are very worried, and thus the medical examiner's office says they are not confident that once the search and rescue operation resumes, that operation can resume with intensity. We'll watch that very closely for you. I want to call in now 4 of my colleagues who are working on this special report, of course, along with our producers and our editors and crews throughout the United States. First, let's go to Ed Garston in Decker, Michigan.
Bernie, we have had developments out here in Decker, Michigan today. James Nichols, the man who owns this farm that federal authorities have been searching for more than 24 hours now, is now in the hands of the U.S. government. He has made a stop in Detroit to appear before a magistrate, but we understand he is ultimately bound for Oklahoma City, where he is scheduled to appear, or reportedly scheduled to appear, before a grand jury to tell what he knows. He's not under arrest, they say, but merely in custody as a material witness. For more on his brother, Terry Nichols, here's my colleague Jeff Flock in Abilene, Kansas.
That's right, Ed. Terry Nichols may not be John Doe number 2, as federal officials had apparently first believed, but apparently he does have some very important things to say about that bombing in Oklahoma. Terry Nichols spent more than a dozen hours here at the courthouse here behind me here in Abilene, Kansas. Mr. Nichols spending from about 11 p.m. here last night on until about 2 or 3 hours ago, when he was transported to Wichita for a federal hearing that apparently has now cleared his way for a trip to Oklahoma, where he will appear before a federal grand jury and tell what he knows about the bombing, to tell what he knows also about Terry McVeigh, the man so far the only man charged in direct connection with the bombing. McVeigh, now, according to the FBI, apparently a friend of Nichols. The two men also, according to the FBI, apparently having served together in the Army. More details also now emerging about Terry Lynn Nichols. We'll have more of those later in this broadcast. But for now, let's go on to the FBI headquarters in Washington, D.C. CNN's Carl Rochelle stands by there. Carl?
Oklahoma City. The focus right now is on John Doe number 2, one of the 2 men whose photo or whose caricature was released in a composite drawing by the FBI a couple of days ago. We know that he has a tattoo on one arm, but they say that they are unidentified at this point. He is unidentified at this point. They only caution that he is armed and should be considered dangerous. And the FBI is continuing to question the Nickel brothers, James and Terry. They are being held in custody by the FBI as material witnesses, but we are cautioned that that does not mean that they could not go to the level of a suspect later on. Timothy McVeigh, of course, the only person charged so far in the bombing. Meanwhile, law enforcement officials say they are continuing to search for anyone involved in it, that they have not ruled out that there could be more suspects or more witnesses. They continue to search for that. And now for the latest from the White House, here's Jill Doherty. Jill?
Well, even as President Clinton is dealing with the ongoing tragedy in Oklahoma City, he's had to deal with a major diversion, and that is the Whitewater investigation. The White House has just announced that independent counsel Kenneth Starr interviewed the President and Mrs. Clinton here at the White House under oath this afternoon, shortly after noon. They were interviewed separately for about 2 hours each. It took place in the President's office in the residence here at the White House. The president had his White House counsel and his personal lawyer present when that took place. The interview was requested several weeks ago. The White House issued a very brief statement saying that the Clintons are cooperating fully, and they also said no further statement would be made at this time. Getting back to the situation in Oklahoma City, the president today used his weekly radio address to reassure children who've been watching some of the disturbing television reports about the devastation out there. With the First Lady at his side, he took questions and spoke to children from two dozen children who are the children of federal workers who were seated in the Oval Office floor. On the Oval Office floor, he told them that it is okay to be frightened with something like this, that they should talk about their feelings. The president also talked to the parents and said that they should watch television with their children if the children want to watch those reports, and answer the questions from their children very honestly. Sunday, the president and Mrs. Clinton will be leaving the White House. They'll be going on out to Oklahoma City for a memorial service for the victims of that bombing. I'm Jill Doherty at the White House, and now we're back to Bernie in Oklahoma City.
Thank you, Jill. This is day 4 of the tragedy at Oklahoma City, and CNN's Greg Lamont reports.
From a psychological standpoint, it may have been the worst day to date. It was a day not fit for man or beast, yet the beast remains, standing as an agonizing reminder that, in many respects, the search has really just begun.
We're just now starting to scratch the surface. We're finding toys and little cots that are twisted and things like that.
Searchers are just now getting close to the area they dread the most, the daycare center. Heavy rain slowed the search for more victims, and consequently, so too the families searching for miracles, praying that pockets in the rubble will provide a shelter for life.
You know, there's pockets, and that is a phenomenon that occurs, and it's not unusual. It's not happening with any regularity yet. I don't predict it will.
Even so, it didn't stop the families of victims from braving the driving rains. They continue to show up at a local church, hoping for an answer, hoping someone can tell them something.
When do you think we will know? Do you think there's a chance someone may still be alive? You know, why is it taking so long to identify our loved ones? Why has it been 3 days and we still don't know?
Art Carrillo has come to the realization that he has lost his younger brother. He shows photographs, hoping a dentist will recognize Michael Carrillo and send dental records.
You hope for the best and you anticipate the worst, but regardless of what happens, you have to be realistic about these things, and we hope for a miracle, but we know that we will be with him again in the next life.
In Perry, Oklahoma.
There is also the bitter realization that someone from the U.S. may have been involved in the bombing.
I have a daughter that's 3, and to think that she'll grow up in this is scary.
Unless we get a grip on ourselves, unless this country turns back to a moral foundation, unless we have basic beliefs and basic character and moral values, this, I'm afraid, is the beginning of the end of the country.
It's hard to believe Americans blowing up Americans like that.
The reference is to this man, Timothy McVeigh, who has been charged in the bombing and is in federal custody. His public defender wants his trial moved out of the state.
It is so ingrained into the psyches of everyone in Oklahoma that it would be impossible for him to receive any kind of fair consideration in Oklahoma.
More arrests may be imminent, but on this day, it seems, the weather has taken center stage and is a reflection of this city's tears. Greg Lamont, CNN, Oklahoma City.
Coming up, I will talk with a mother who is also the Lieutenant Governor of Oklahoma, Mary Fallon. Shaw again, live from Oklahoma City. This is a special 1-hour CNN report on the tragedy here. To tell you briefly, the rescue operation has been called to a halt because of the very inclement weather. Joining us, Lieutenant Governor Mary Fallon, who is not only the #2 state executive, but a mother yourself.
That's right. I do have 2 children, and this has been hard on them. You know, I've been away from home a lot trying to work on this, but they're understanding, and I think children need support along with the adults in this event.
I know you had your fingers crossed last night when you were out here across the street talking to the rescue operations people, and now we've been visited by the worst.
We have, and the weather, of course, is playing havoc with the rescue operations. We made little progress today. We got to the edge of where the daycare is located, and we found some toys. I talked to the Assistant Fire Chief a minute ago, John Hanson, and they're hoping that the weather lets up, they'll be able to get the cranes going and lift some of the hard concrete off the top so they can get to those pockets where they're hoping they may find some children and maybe some more adults.
One of the things that they were worried about earlier, there was a lot of thunder, a lot of lightning, and they weren't about to put those cranes in the air.
That's right. It's a very dangerous situation with the thunder and lightning, but you also have to worry about the water getting on top of the building itself. They've been worried about the building toppling, and they've been having to bring the structural engineers in every couple of hours to analyze it, make sure that it's still structurally sound so it doesn't fall on the rescue workers.
If this rain stops, and it seems to be lightening up, they hope to go in here in the next 6 or 7 hours, which means they're going to be working through the night if the rain and the wind hold down.
I think they will work through the night, and it's very cold right now. It's been kind of interesting to see what types of things we need today. Today we've needed kerosene for heat, we've needed tents, we needed socks and gloves and hats.
Wheelbarrows and leather steel-toe shoes, and shoes with steel reinforced soles.
That's right.
Mary Fallon, you have a 5-year-old and an 8-year-old?
4-year-old and 8-year-old.
4 and 8. They have been watching what's been going on. They're Oklahomans. What does a mother tell her 2 children?
Well, I tell them that everything is safe. It's going to be okay. Yes, we did have some loss of life, but Mommy's home, they're home. We need to be thankful for what we have. I try not to let them watch any of the gory part. We've been trying to do some extracurricular activities like doing some coloring and some cooking, and of course trying to spend a little time together. My daughter yesterday had a program at her school, and I left this site to specifically go to that program, and they lined up on some bleachers, and one of the first songs her class sang was the Oklahoma Hills Where I Was Born, and I have to tell you that really tore me apart seeing those children sing that song.
Lieutenant Governor Mary Fallon, thank you for going through all you had to go through to talk to us.
Yeah, we appreciate your coverage and helping us. And thank you, America.
Thank you. We could do no less. Thank you very much. I should tell you that at the end of this 1-hour special, we're going to read to you 3 portions of 3 letters sent by school children from Henning, Minnesota. That's coming up at the very end of this 1-hour special report. Over the past few days, since this tragedy occurred at 9:02 Central Time, Oklahoma City time on Wednesday, there has been much discussion of a cult. Discussion about the cult, the Branch Davidians. CNN's Ed Turner has looked into the background. He's prepared this report.
The FBI says Timothy McVeigh was very angry at the way the government moved against the Branch Davidian compound in Waco, Texas, 2 years ago. A former co-worker told agents that McVeigh had been so agitated about the deaths of the Branch Davidians in Waco on April the 19th, 1993, that he had personally visited the site. Many others have done the same. Family and former Branch Davidians gathered a year ago at the site to commemorate the first anniversary of the fiery end of the 51-day standoff. And they gathered again on the second anniversary, even as death came to those in the federal building in Oklahoma City, about 300 miles away.
If the media are linking it just because it's this date, then I think they need to check before they start spreading those kind of rumors around, or making those connections. We've run into this before, with the deaths in Switzerland and the Japanese gassing and all that. Everything seems to be connected with us, and it tends to give us bad publicity. And here we're trying to make the public aware that we're not the demons that we've been painted.
No link has been made between the Branch Davidians and the Oklahoma City bombing. But the standoff and deaths at the Waco compound have become a focus for a variety of right-wing groups angry at the federal government.
Fighting for our God-given rights.
More than 80 people died in the raid on the compound on April 19, 1993. And the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms was criticized from many quarters for the way it handled the situation. The ATF was also criticized for its handling of another standoff a year earlier. In August 1992, federal agents surrounded white supremacist Randy Weaver and his family in their isolated Idaho cabin. A federal agent and Weaver's wife and son were shot to death early in the standoff. Weaver's supporters stood beyond the federal barricades to protest. Outrage over the two incidents is one of the thin threads that links a loose movement of anti-government, often paramilitary groups. Participants range from white supremacists to survivalists, but all share an abhorrence of any gun control. Private militias have formed in several states, and some say they are training for the day when the federal government tries to come and take their weapons.
Their beliefs are violently against the presence of the federal government. They do not believe that there should be any government authority, in fact, above a county level. They do not, they reject the concept of paying taxes, as they believe the payment of taxes is, quote-unquote, communistic.
The groups tend to have a rural base. Some are explicitly racist or anti-Semitic. And some spread stories about a new world order in which former Soviet troops would be used in a United Nations plot to suppress American freedoms and take over the United States.
The leaders of the white supremacist movement are telling their followers to abandon the democratic process, to build these survivalist-type hideouts, to build a stockpile of weapons, and to take the government on through guns.
Friends of McVeigh, the Nichols brothers, have been linked to the Michigan militia. The leader of that group has denied any connection to McVeigh or to the bombings and says his group is not anti-government. But observers say participation in right-wing anti-government groups is growing and deserves close attention. Ed Turner, CNN reporting.
Tony Clark, my colleague, joins us now, and he was at Waco, you'll recall, covering what happened. Tony, for the record, at that point in this tragedy then in Waco, Texas, there was a lot of anger over what happened there.
There was a lot of anger, a lot of people, not necessarily Davidians or Davidian sympathizers, that were angry, both from the standoff and then especially at the time of the fire. It was 2 years ago that the raid ended, that the federal authorities brought the standoff to an end, a fiery end that took many Davidians' lives. And I think the anger built up at that point. What we saw in the trial that followed was reflections on what happened there with the taking of the lives. And you saw groups that were anti-government groups come out in support of the Davidians, groups come who felt that people should have the rights to bear arms. And so when this bombing occurred on the second anniversary of the fire that destroyed the Davidian compound, I think immediately people's thoughts went to that as a possible connection.
How strong is the possible connection between then, 2 years ago, and this now?
You hear in the government information, the government report on the one suspect, that he was very angry at what happened. But I talked to people who have ties to the Davidians. They talked to actual Davidians, people that had been tried for that. They said they did not know the suspect. They did not know the names. They did not recognize any of these people. But that's not to say that these people, the alleged suspect and others, were not sympathizers. There were a lot of people at the trial who came out to show support for the Davidians, people that they did not know, and this well could have been one of those type of people.
Thank you, Tony Clark. When we come back during the special one-hour CNN report, we will check in with correspondents in Kansas, Michigan, Washington, D.C. Back in a moment. Shaw again, live from Oklahoma City during this CNN one-hour special report. We're going to call in our correspondents, beginning first with Jeff Block in Abilene, Kansas.
Yes.
Yes, Bernie, the story of the brothers Nichols. In a moment, Ed Garston with the James Nichols part of the story. But first, Terry Lynn Nichols. Who is he? He is 40 years old. He is a resident of Harrington, Kansas, not too awfully far from here, about 25 to 30 miles north of here where we stand in Abilene. What do we know about Terry Nichols? Well, what makes him interesting to authorities, obviously, is his association with the only man so far charged in the case, Tim McVeigh. Tim McVeigh is the man who is now in custody, the only man in custody charged in the bombing. Apparently, according to the FBI, Terry Nichols and Tim McVeigh were Army buddies and friends, spent time together, perhaps having visited together in Michigan, perhaps visiting as part of the Michigan militia. What else do we know about Terry Nichols? Those who know him in the town of Harrington, where he makes his home, not far from here, say that last November, Terry Nichols lost a 2-year-old son. That son apparently suffocated in a plastic bag. That death ruled an accident. Also, Terry Nichols, we are told by a man who identified himself to CNN as his insurance agent, as someone who applied for insurance and claimed he did not have a Social Security number, which the man took as odd since he claimed that he had served in the military. Obviously, much more intensity being focused on this man now being seen as a material witness in this case, a man who will soon apparently appear before a federal grand jury in Oklahoma to tell what he knows about the bombing and what he knows about the only man so far charged, Terry McVeigh. The other part of the story, Tim McVeigh, I should say. The other part of the story now from CNN's Ed Garston. He stands by in Decker, Michigan. Ed?
Oh, Jeff, James Nichols may indeed be soon winging his way to Oklahoma, not on vacation, but to appear before a federal grand jury. At midday today, local authorities here handed him over to federal agents. He was taken to Detroit, where he appeared before a federal magistrate. It is not clear whether he will leave immediately for Oklahoma or whether he will have to make another appearance in federal court in Detroit before he does leave for Oklahoma. They are wanting him as a material witness. Meanwhile, the search of the Nichols property is still going on. It's been going on now for some 27 hours. We've also been learning more about the Nichols. There have been reports that Nichols, McVeigh, both Nichols and McVeigh experimented with explosives, bomb materials, if you will, here on the property. Philip Morosky, who knows them, who has known them for a very long time, says they didn't so much experiment as fool around with the stuff.
They're just taking milk cartons and mixing different household chemicals together, and in certain combinations, when you have the right combinations, throw them up in the air and they explode. There was like maybe 15, 20 different combinations that they put together. They were milk bottles. They weren't stump blowers or car blowing up or building blowing up things. They were just little...
And as Ed Turner reported earlier, the Michigan militia is distancing themselves from the Nichols and from McVeigh. And I must read the statement that Ron Olson, the head of the Michigan militia, is denying a statement made on CNN earlier that his organization is white supremacist. He says he is the minister of a church that has many black members. Bernie?
Thank you, Ed. Coming up, reports from the White House and the FBI. It is windy, it is rainy here in Oklahoma City. I'm Bernard Shaw, beginning the second half of our one-hour special report. The elements here have severely affected the rescue operation as well as the search operation. People are standing by waiting to get into the Social Security part of the building on the first floor, as well as that children's nursery. We're going to hear from our White House correspondent in just a moment, but first let's go to the FBI headquarters in Washington and Carl Rochelle.
Bernie, it's a Saturday, but the FBI's command center is operating today. They are tracking the progress of the search for those who were involved in the bombing in Oklahoma City. Specifically right now, they are concentrating on John Doe number 2. They told us today that there is a full search for him. They said They don't know his identity, but he is one of the two men released in the pictures that were drawn, the concept of what he looked like. They believe there's a tattoo on his left arm. They are searching for him. They say he should be considered armed and dangerous. Meanwhile, the FBI continues to interview the Nichols brothers, Terry and James. As you are aware, Terry was just taken to a federal courthouse just a little bit ago and told that he also would be held in custody as a material witness. Well, what does that mean? Former Deputy Attorney General George Terwilliger is with me in our CNN studios here in Washington. He not only is a former Deputy Attorney General, but he's been involved in counterterrorism with the Justice Department. George, I wonder if you could explain to us what this means, material witness. Does it mean they have a lot of information they want to tell? And how are they being held in custody? What does that really mean?
Well, normally a person who is to give testimony, appear before a grand jury, for example, is given a subpoena to appear. The law permits, Carl, the government to hold a person in custody who it can show has material information about a crime where there is a reasonable basis for a belief that that person might not be available in the future on the basis of potential flight, for example. I think what is really going on here is that the information regarding these two individuals is in flux. It is evolving. There is a danger of flight. There are certainly indications of their involvement, but those indications haven't ripened into probable cause. So the government is appropriately taking advantage of this material witness procedure to maintain the status quo in terms of their custody pending the development of further information.
Well, Mr. Terwilliger, would you say that there's a chance that they could become suspects?
Well, sure, there's that chance. The affidavit in support of their arrest as material witnesses, or at least as to one of them, is based almost totally on their association with Mr. McVeigh, who has been charged, at least at this preliminary stage, in connection with the case. That certainly would put them in the ambit of what those in the criminal justice system call subjects, meaning that their conduct is within the parameters of the matters that are under investigation.
Well, how long do they have that they can hold them before they have to either charge them or let them go?
Well, that's an interesting question, Carl. It's fairly uncertain. The next stage or the next step is to bring these individuals in front of a judicial officer, a magistrate, or a judge in federal court. And at that point, these individuals, if they so choose, would have the right to contest whether or not there is a basis to hold them as material witnesses. In this case, it'll probably be a two-step process where they have a right to a hearing in the district to the state where they are now before being transferred to Oklahoma City, which is the situs of the investigation by a grand jury. But I doubt very seriously these individuals will be actually appearing before any grand jury anytime soon.
What about John Doe number 2? The FBI says that they don't have his identity, but they know enough that they could create a caricature. They know enough to say there's a tattoo on his left arm. Do they really know who this person is, or are they just holding this information close to their vest?
Well, I would suspect that they don't know for certain who he is, because given the way this investigation has progressed, I think if they had a certain identity, unless there were some compelling reason not to go public with the identity of John Doe number 2, the FBI would. I think at this point they're being appropriately cautious about any premature identification, at the same time soliciting a lot of public help in trying to get an identity and the whereabouts of this individual.
Mr. Terwilliger, a really quick answer, if you could. Why can't they get that information from Timothy McVeigh?
Well, I assume he's not talking to them. He is in a situation where he has a major problem and an opportunity. He's charged in a case where the death penalty may apply. Unclear whether he is cooperating.
George Terwilliger, former Deputy Attorney General, thank you very much for being with us. Now to my colleague Jill Doherty at the White House. Jill?
Carl, a little windy weather over here at the White House. At least 12 children have died in the Oklahoma bombing, and there has been some concern that as children around the country have watched reports coming out of Oklahoma City, they would find them very traumatizing. And so President Clinton, along with the First Lady, decided to turn his weekly radio address into a kind of Oval Office talk with 26 young people. They're children of federal workers representing 13 different agencies that had offices in the federal building in Oklahoma City. Mr. Clinton said that he wanted to help the children make sense of the tragedy.
We know that what happened in Oklahoma is very frightening, and we want children to know that it's okay to be frightened by something as bad as this. Your parents understand it, your teachers understand it, and we're all there for you, and we're working hard to make sure that this makes sense to you and that you can overcome your fears and go on with your lives.
There are many, many people working very hard all over the country to find out who did this. And they're actually making some progress in finding out who did it, and they will keep doing that until the people are caught. Yeah, that's right. And they'll be caught, and then they'll be punished.
The president urged parents to talk with their children honestly and openly about what the children are feeling. He said that if they are watching reports on television, that it's best that the parents watch it with them and listen carefully to the questions that the children have and answer them honestly. The children called the bombing a mean act, and one little girl said that she hoped that whoever did it would be put in jail. Sunday, tomorrow, President Clinton and Mrs. Clinton will be taking off for Oklahoma City. There will be a memorial service for the people who perished in that bombing attack. And Mr. Clinton and Mrs. Clinton are expected to be talking to some of the rescue workers to hear their personal stories. Now, in the midst of all of this, as the president deals with the tragedy out in Oklahoma City, he's had to deal with a major diversion, and that is the Whitewater investigation. The White House has announced that the independent counsel, Kenneth Starr, just this afternoon, shortly after noon, interviewed the president and Mrs. Clinton separately under oath for about 2 hours each. The interviews took place here at the residence, in the president's office at the residence. The president had his White House counsel along with his personal lawyer present, and the White House issued a very brief statement. They did clarify that that interview had been requested several weeks ago. The White House in that statement said that the president and Mrs. Clinton are cooperating fully and that there would be no further statements until a little bit later. And I'm Jill Doherty, CNN at the White House, and now back to Bernard Shaw in Oklahoma City.
Thank you, Jill. Coming up, we'll hear from one of the most widely respected leaders in this city. Bernard Shaw reporting live from Oklahoma City, and I just want to say something before we turn to J. Leland Gorley, an editor of a suburban newspaper and a widely respected civic leader here. Beyond us, this building, atop a black crane which has been idle because of this bad weather, two flags, the United States flag and the blue flag of Oklahoma. J. Leland Gorley, you are working with your staff in covering this disaster. As an Oklahoman, what's going through your mind?
Well, Bernie, in my civic activities, one of the things that we always say to the plant location consultants is we tell about the Oklahoma work ethic. Our workers in Oklahoma do a fair day's work for a fair day's pay, no questions asked. But after seeing the outpouring of our people at this hour of our crisis, I've been struck with the idea that it's not the work ethic, it's the Oklahoma ethic. Our people are interested in doing what's necessary to help others who are in serious need, and it's just natural for us to do this. I was surprised a little bit by a telephone interview from a New York newspaper with one of our prominent radio talk show hosts, and he asked her, what about the looting? And are the supermarkets gouging up the bottled water prices? And she said, no, this is Oklahoma, we don't do that here. And she's right. Here in Middle America, the natural thing for the people to do, the neighborliness of Oklahomans, is to want to help others who really need the help. And then, of course, we've had outpouring of help from surrounding states and other parts of the country to come here and help us too. And I'm really proud of our Oklahoma. My pride runneth over for our Oklahoma people.
Well, your pedigree is quite something. Rotary Club, Chamber of Commerce, University trustee. Have you learned something about your fellow Oklahomans that you perhaps didn't fully appreciate before now?
Well, I've always known this, but it's been capsuled here and focused centrally to really point up just how generous-hearted and helpful-oriented our people really are, and I'm really proud of it.
Tomorrow, the President and the First Lady are here, Dr. Billy Graham, the religious leaders of this city, at that memorial service at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 4 o'clock Eastern Time.
Our churches have been magnificent. Just voluntarily, they've opened up and they've performed information centers and rest havens for people and counseling service, and several of the churches have been staying open around the clock to help people. And this afternoon, a call went out over local television and radio for warm shirts and warm sweatshirts for the workers, and the cars were lined up for a mile in a matter of minutes, bringing things downtown.
In the rain.
In the rain.
This city went through the oil boom, the oil bust. It struggled mightily to get back on its feet economically. Within a 10-block radius of where we're standing, upwards of 75, perhaps more, businesses have been damaged. They are shut down. How long will it take Oklahoma City to come back economically?
Well, it'll take some time, but it'll happen, and because we have the stamina and the unity to do it. The outpouring of cash donations. One television station has been raising $100,000 a day for the Red Cross right here in Oklahoma City. And, you know, our people are not that affluent, but they feel a need and they have come forth with this. And it's going to be millions before it's over.
J. Leland Gorley, thank you for standing in the cold, waiting to talk with us. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. When we come back, we're going to check in very quickly and briefly with our correspondents once more. Back in a moment in Oklahoma. We're going to check in now with our correspondents once again. Let's go first to Decker, Michigan, and Ed Garston.
Well, Bernie, CNN has learned in the last few minutes through Justice Department sources that James Nichols, the man who lives on this farm that federal authorities have been searching for the last 2 days for evidence, will not be leaving immediately for Oklahoma City to appear before a federal grand jury. He appeared this afternoon before a magistrate in Detroit. We are told he'll remain there at least until Tuesday, where he will make another appearance before a magistrate before he can leave for Oklahoma City. Well, his brother will soon be answering questions, too, to federal authorities, and for that, here's Jeff Flock in Abilene, Kansas.
That's right, Ed. It's not clear what either of them will say. Certainly, authorities interested in both Terry and James Nichols because of their association with Tim McVeigh, the only man that has been charged thus far. It became clear yesterday when Terry Nichols turned himself into the police in his hometown not far from here in Kansas that he did not fit the mold of the mad fugitive bomber. In terms of what he has to contribute to the investigation, I guess it remains to be seen. Federal authorities with a better feel for that right now, and I guess that will emerge in the coming days. But as Carl Rochelle reported earlier, it would not be impossible that these two men, now referred to as material witnesses in this case, that they could be at some point upgraded perhaps to the status of suspect. Carl Rochelle has more now. He is standing by at the Hoover Building in Washington. Carl?
Jeff, the FBI continues to track the progress in the search for those responsible for the bombing in Oklahoma City. The focus right now is on John Doe number 2, the second person in the composite picture. They say he may have a tattoo on his left arm, but he is still unidentified. However, they do say could be armed and should be considered dangerous. They are continuing, as both Jeff and Ed mentioned, to question the Nichols brothers. They're being held as material witnesses. That could change, but no indication whether it will right now. And meanwhile, there are a number of investigations, a number of probes, a number of searches underway around the country, not only for other witnesses, but potentially for other suspects in this case, as the FBI continues to close this loop and try to get those who were responsible for the bombing. Now for the latest at the White House, here's my colleague, Jill Doherty.
Carl, here at the White House, President Clinton has been concentrating on the effect that all of this is having on the children who've been watching some of the very disturbing reports coming out of Oklahoma City. And he sat down with his wife, Hillary Rodham Clinton, in the Oval Office, turning his usually quiet radio address into a television address. He sat down with 26 children who are the children of federal workers from 13 different agencies that had offices in that building that was bombed in Oklahoma City. They talked about what the children are feeling, the president urging parents to sit down and talk honestly with their children, listen to what the children are saying and what they're feeling about this traumatic event. The President and the First Lady tomorrow will be going themselves off to Oklahoma City to a memorial for the victims of that bombing. And they will also be, as you know, the President has announced that tomorrow will be a day of mourning for those victims. I'm Jill Doherty at the White House, and now we go to Bernie Shaw in Oklahoma City.
Thank you, Jill. When we come back, reflections and letters. Before we leave you, we want to share with you portions of 3 letters from school kids in Henning, Minnesota. As time goes on, this tragedy will become a terrible memory that can never be forgotten. Please know that the people who died are all heroes now. They died honorably in a building belonging to our government, a symbol of freedom. They now are in a safer place in God's hands. Portion of another letter. I want to help you so bad, but I know that there is not much that I can do. All that I can do is write this letter and tell you to keep your faith alive and trust that God will keep it all going for you, and He will give you the strength you need to make it to the next day and the next after that. And finally, a portion of this 3rd letter. I myself know the pain and sorrow that takes place when anyone dies, but never would I know that of the painful, unnecessary deaths of your citizens. For you people, I will pray for, because you deserve to make it through. You are innocent, and you shall have the power and love in your hearts to make things be resolved. Letters from school kids in Henning, Minnesota. Before we leave you, word from the mayor's office. Ron Norwick is asking people around the world to ring bells by hand or any other way. Ring bells at 3 p.m. Eastern Time Sunday when the memorial service will get underway here. For all my colleagues, for all the CNN staff throughout the United States, I'm Bernard Shaw, reporting live from Oklahoma City. This has been a 1-hour CNN special report.
Weeknight is CNN.
Now, live from Washington, the Capitol Gang.
Welcome to Capitol Gang. I'm Al Hunt with Jack Germán of the Baltimore Sun, Robert Novak, and on Capitol Gang for the first time, Lally Weymouth of the Washington Post. Lally, it's good to have you here.
It's good to be here, Al. Thank you.
Thanks for coming in. Our guest is Secretary of Labor Robert Reich, also here for the first time. Bob, good to have you.
Thank you for having me, Al.
Terrific. Timothy J. McVeigh, a 27-year-old alleged member of a right-wing paramilitary group, has been charged with the Oklahoma City federal building bombing, the bloodiest terrorist attack in American history. The official death toll is now 70, but is certain to end up in the hundreds as more bodies are pulled from the rubble. The disaster increased sentiment for passage of tougher counter-terrorist legislation.
We are working very hard to strengthen the ability of the United States to resist acts of terror. We have increased our capacity to track the materials that can be used to destroy people. I have sent the legislation to the Congress, as you know, that would increase this capacity even further.
Bob, will this tragedy result in restricting Americans' liberties?
I'm afraid so, Al. Before anybody even had any idea who the perpetrators were, people on the left and right were saying we have to restrict our freedoms. The people in government and their supporters always want to restrict our freedoms. And right now, I'm hearing a slow rumble, which is getting louder by the minute, saying that these blackguards who killed these people were influenced by anti-government political dialogue. That's really obscene.
Jack?
I think I have to agree with my full mooner friend, Mr. Novak, to a degree, that there will be a push to restrict our freedoms. There already has been. I mean, we're all, not all, but at least Novak and I are all old enough to have been here before we had the assassinations. Now we have all these barriers around the city. You can't move around government buildings like you could. That's already started. Look at what we have to do with airports. Our freedoms are already being eroded. They're going to be eroded a lot more unless people stand up and understand the difference between guarding against the aberration that you can't guard against and cracking down, taking the liberties away.
Lally?
But don't you think, Bob, that we have to crack down somewhat? Right now we have to give law enforcement the tools that it needs to curb these kinds of acts, both domestically and internationally, to deport aliens if they are here raising money for terror groups. What do you think?
No, I don't think so. I don't know. I don't think any of that would have.
Well, I think we have to give law enforcement some more tools, though. I think, for instance, to infiltrate these groups and things like that. I think you're absolutely right, Robert. What do you think?
I think inevitably there will be a movement to give law enforcement more tools, but I think there's a larger issue here, and that is something like this. This tragedy causes us all to think about what unites us. I mean, I think that we have got to be Americans, not so much through government, but through every way, vigilant against the enemy that is within, and that enemy is hate. It is violent hate, and all of us, Democrat or Republican, liberal, conservative, you know, we may disagree about everything in the world, you, Bob Novak, and somebody like me, but we don't disagree that our political system, our government system, is sacrosanct.
But letting, going too far, I mean, getting rid of deporting illegal aliens who are plotting crimes.
Legal aliens.
Illegal aliens.
Legal aliens they want to deport.
But deporting
Who
illegal...
are sending money to terrorist organizations abroad to perpetrate crimes.
Okay. That's one thing, but it's quite another thing to start about getting the FBI agents to every organization in the country. And the fact of the matter is, an act like the one in Oklahoma City, you could have been a member of the Michigan militia or whatever. You and the guys who are going to do that aren't going to announce it at a meeting. You're not going to have a discussion. It's not going to be on the agenda. You're not going to prevent that.
You know, that they had in several of the papers a listing of all the great terrorist disasters in this country where 50 were killed or 40 were killed or 60 were killed. I have two comments to make on it. First place, a lot of those happened in the 20s, in the 30s. They were individual acts of violence. There was one where labor unions blew up the Los Angeles Times building. I mean, these things happen in the life of a country. They're aberrations. And secondly, one of the great terrorist things happened on April 19th, 2 years ago, when the United States government killed 80 people in the Branch Davidian.
But that doesn't compare to this, Bob. I mean,
I didn't see much.
Seems to me that were
we are talking about individuals. We are talking about acts of violence, Americans against Americans.
Wasn't that an act of violence?
We are talking about acts of violence that are not sanctioned by the government, that are not official. We're talking about acts of violence that are absolutely without purpose, without morality, that are cruel, and that are evil.
I'm not sure I want the government sanctioning acts of violence.
That's right.
Let me ask Valley, though.
Obviously, there's certain instances in which a government has got to act, and a government will act. That's what that's why we have government in the
Valley, the first couple days, most people thought this was a foreign Middle East terrorist that had all the MO of that. It ends up, now it seems like it probably was not. But that threat still remains. Most experts, and you've written about this a lot, think there's going to be more threats like this. What do we do about it? Do you agree there's going to be more threats? Is it going to be with biological, chemical, nuclear proliferations? Does that make it even worse?
I think that's a very good question. And I think with the World Trade Center 2 years ago, we saw that, yes, there is going to be a threat from foreign terror. And these groups are very well organized in this country, as the Bush administration discovered when it cracked down on terrorism during the Gulf War. Saddam, you remember, threatened to bring terrorism home to America. And the Bush administration made a great effort to crack down on groups here in this country associated with terrorism, and they prevented terrorism from occurring here. Out of 178 terror incidents, only 20 incidents occurred in the U.S. during the Gulf War.
But, you know, I was talking to some Democrats right after this, and they were ready, without knowing who, well, not some Democrats, some Republicans, too. It's bipartisan madness. They were ready to send the bombing planes to Tehran, to Damascus, wherever they went. This was a lot of people were ready for a big round of Muslim bashing, Arab bashing. They had all these so-called experts pontificating on this network, on other networks about the Arab threat. And it turns out that it was a right-wing loony. It wasn't an Arab at all.
No, acts like this, if I could just add one thing, acts like this not only reveal the worst side of human nature, but also, if you look at the last couple of days in Oklahoma, the heroism, the kindness that has been expressed, some of the best of human nature. You know, I was on the phone yesterday with a Department of Labor employee, had an office in the building. She was not hurt. But her husband thought that she was in the rubble. He spent 2 hours looking for her. She and he found each other. The community has been so wonderful, she said, to them. People don't care who's in government.
You want to say something positive, and I want to say something negative.
Well, no, but you have to give people credit for this. You know, and Bob, I agree with you. I think to blame this on conservatives in Washington is utter nonsense.
Or an Arab.
It's totally irresponsible. You know, I do think, though, there ought to be a better appreciation of some of these federal law enforcement people, you know, the alcohol, firearms and tobacco people, the DEA people who have really done
an extraordinary job.
On that note, though, Robert Reich and the gang will be back with the relevance of President Clinton.
Capital Gang is brought to you by U.S. Air. We serve over 500,000 business travelers a week, one at a time.
every day than any other.
As you cruise along in your 32-valve V8 Mercedes-E, you look out over this endless ribbon of asphalt, and one word comes to mind. Yeehaw!
Welcome back. On the night before the Oklahoma City bombing, Bill Clinton held the 4th primetime news conference of his presidency.
The Constitution gives me relevance. The power of our ideas gives me relevance. The record we have built up over the last 2 years and the things we're trying to do to implement it give it relevance. The president is relevant here, especially an activist president.
The president took these positions on welfare reform and the embattled nomination of Dr. Henry Foster as Surgeon General.
I want to challenge Congress to pass a bipartisan welfare reform bill and put it on my desk by July the 4th. I'm going to the mat for the nomination. Whether abortion is a litmus test in presidential politics is up to the voters.
And after the terrorist bombing, the president made a promise to Americans and tried to reassure the nation's children.
It was an act of cowardice, and it was evil. The United States will not tolerate it, and I will not allow the people of this country to be intimidated by evil cowards. I don't want our children to believe something terrible about life and the future and grown-ups in general because of this awful thing.
Lally, has this disaster confirmed the relevance of President Clinton?
Well, ironically, I think it has, in a certain way. I thought it was really a sad remark that the president felt he had to assert that he was relevant during a press conference. He's obviously relevant. He's the leader of the free world. He's the president of the United States. He doesn't need to assert it. But all of a sudden, Oklahoma City came along, and he was on television comforting children, organizing a pretty good roundup of terror suspects, and he all of a sudden became very relevant. And you could say he's been missing since January, and Newt Gingrich has been leading the nation.
Bob, do you think he's become more relevant now? Bob Reich.
I don't understand all this discussion about relevance. I think this issue of relevance is irrelevant. The president is focusing this weekend on Oklahoma, on the tragedy, on making sure that the perpetrators are caught, on making sure that the families and loved ones are comforted. This president is doing his job. While everybody else is talking about and worrying about his relevance, of course, he is the president of the United States.
Of course, he did bring up the issue himself, didn't he, Bob?
He was the one who used the word.
Asked the question.
No, he was not asked the question. He used the word relevant. That's an interesting thing about Bill Clinton. That's why he's a fascinating guy. There's thoughts running around his head, and they pop out. And he's the guy who knows. He's a smart political observer that he is becoming irrelevant. It's like Nixon saying, "I am not a crook." And Newt Gingrich has been running the whole show, and so he's just been on television. President Clinton has just been on television incessantly since this happened. You haven't heard anything of Newt Gingrich, of course. He went down to Oklahoma, but no publicity.
He's awful glad a speaker can make a visit like that.
Yes, I was too. But I'll tell you this: that this crisis is going to pass over. It's going to be finished in a short amount of time, and they're going to have to go back to the question of dealing with the Republican agenda, which he's failed to do.
I don't think the president has been on the television excessively on the disaster. In fact, I think he said exactly the right things. You have to be reassuring, express sort of the national revulsion, determination to put these people away. The problem with the president on this issue, which so far it has not been him, is that he doesn't have an awful lot of capital as a strong leader, and he doesn't have a very good reputation for an efficient administration either. So what you need to have is a quick resolution of this thing, which they seem to be moving toward, which is a good thing for him.
Well, isn't he going to have to get back to this whole question?
Well, of course. He went to that press conference clearly with the opening statement on welfare reform to remind everyone that was his idea, was his credential from '92. Welfare reform was his issue, which it was. He goes there, and then he brings up this thing. And by the way, there wasn't the question. I just looked it up again today. The question said nothing about relevance. He dragged that in. But it was one of those things. I haven't shot myself with a foot yet, so I think I will.
Wally, when this blows over, or not, I mean, when this no longer dominates the headlines, this awful tragedy that occurred in Oklahoma City, do you think Bill Clinton has any chance to take the initiative in these other issues here, the domestic issues?
Well, I guess part of it will depend on what legislation he chooses to veto. Does he go along with Congress, or does he just sit back in the manner he's been sitting back since the beginning of January? And I guess we'll have to wait till the end of summer to see what he's going to do. But so far, I think Newt Gingrich and the Republicans have stolen the political agenda from the president.
Bob, they do seem to be setting the agenda, don't they, the Republicans?
I think that's ridiculous. The agenda, every issue here, welfare issue, who put welfare on the agenda in the first place? The president. Who put health care on the agenda? Who put...
health care is not on the agenda now?
Well, no, I'm sorry. Medicare and Medicaid definitely are on the agenda. Who did the deficit reduction? $600 billion. Who is it who has actually put education and training on the agenda? Who has shaped the agenda of this country over the last 2 years? Who will be shaping the agenda? You know, the Republicans had 100 days. But again, getting back to Oklahoma, I find it, and I guess it's inevitable in Washington, but the president is focusing on this issue. To discuss whether this issue is going to help the president or not help the president strikes me as, yes, unfortunately it is Washington, Bob. I mean, there are people right now, you know, whose families are in shambles. This president is acting as a president acts. And that is the issue here. The president is president of the United States.
Jack, on the relevance question, though, could it be that even though Bill Clinton sometimes has trouble deciding what agenda he wants to set, that the Republicans will so overplay their hand with things like Medicare cuts that it does, by default, almost putting back in the driver's seat?
I think that's already true. So, I mean, first of all, Newt Gingrich has overplayed his hand, certainly. He makes the mistake of thinking that a lot of ideas suggest you have an interesting mind, which is not necessarily true. And he is... You know, blah, blah,
you don't think he has an interesting mind?
Yeah, I'm just saying that, you know, a constant spewing of new ideas doesn't necessarily suggest that. And there are more and more people looking at the specifics of the legislation and looking at it askance, and I think that they may have overplayed their hand. The question is whether the president has the political backing, the political support, the political muscle to take advantage of that. And so far, he doesn't.
See, the problem
you wanted to get involved.
Yes, the problem is that this has been an absolutely sensational performance by the Republicans, and I think that the Senate is going to start coming in line, too. I think they have a real agenda. They're going to pass most of it. They're going to put it on the president's desk, and the president doesn't know whether he's going to follow a principled liberal program, such as his brilliant Secretary of Labor proposes for him, or he's going to sit around dealing with a Republican consultant named Dickie Morris and playing kinds of games, and that's why his press conference was neither fish nor fire.
The central question facing this country, and it's a question that the President of the United States has been facing and dealing with since the beginning, is how to create more jobs, how to create higher incomes. All of this 100 days, do you think that the average American understands what was actually done?
And the second central question is, will Bill Clinton listen to Bob Reich or Bob Novak? Next on Capital Gang, the presidential candidate comings and goings.
There's a problem with most dishwashers. No matter how hard you try, there's always something that doesn't quite fit in. Unless you have the GE Profile dishwasher with Smart Rack design. Unlike the average dishwasher, you get over 20 different loading options that let you arrange pots, pans, and dishes with the greatest of ease. The GE Profile.
Mom!
A fitting end.
No problem.
To any meal.
Engineering, transportation, for the new century, now.
In the next 30 minutes, your world will change, and headline news will be there to report it all. In the next 30 minutes, headline news, a whole day's news every half hour.
Welcome back. Senator Richard Lugar of Indiana became the 8th Republican to formally announce his candidacy for president.
He's considered a specialist in foreign policy, but a keystone of his campaign is a repeal of the federal income tax to be replaced by a national sales tax.
This means, for every American, the money you earn will be yours. You need not account for the money, report it, or hide it.
Meanwhile, former Pennsylvania Governor Robert Casey, an anti-abortion Democrat, announced he would not challenge President Clinton in the primaries. He cited health reasons. Jack, can Senator Lugar ride the sales tax into serious contention for the nomination?
Are you serious? I mean, it's a better issue than the one he was using before, which was nuclear proliferation, which he said he made a big issue in Indiana by talking about it endlessly. On the other hand, I don't think that, I think that Senator Lugar is just exactly the kind of candidate who has the worst time in a system of a political system that is increasingly superficial and corrupt. He's a very substantial citizen. He knows what he's doing. He would probably make a very good president. He's a serious person, which probably means he has almost no chance for the nomination, unfortunately.
Robert?
I think tax overhaul is a very good issue, Jack. I think that the elimination of the IRS has...
Well, greed always controls your opinions. We know that.
But I tell you, Senator Lugar, who's a very intelligent fellow, has a couple of problems. One thing is, all these years, when he should have been building up a Republican constituency, he acted like he was nonpartisan, like he was above the battle, a foreign policy specialist. His biggest problem, though, was exposed last Thursday, when Al Hunt wrote a column in the Wall Street Journal virtually endorsing him. I mean, what Republican would support somebody endorsed by Al Hunt?
I can't deny that, Bob Reich.
Well, I don't really. There are going to be a lot of Republican candidates. I don't profess any expertise. I think that the president, we expect and anticipate the president is going to get the renomination, and he's going to be reelected. So a lot of this discussion is very pleasant, but somewhat irrelevant in the future.
We shouldn't even talk about it.
Well, Allie, I hate to be like the cover of Sports Illustrated or jinx him poor Dick Lugar, but he really is a pretty substantial fellow, as Jack said.
I think he's very substantial, and I talked to him yesterday, and I think non-proliferation actually, although it doesn't keep Americans lying awake at night, is a really serious issue that people should think about. And although...
more terrorist attacks, it could keep some people...
Well, I think he's a man of real substance, and I'd like to remind you, Bob, that back in the early 70s and late 60s, Richard Lugar was a pretty conservative mayor. And indeed, wasn't he one of Richard Nixon's favorite mayors?
That was the rap they put on. I think Drummond wrote that, didn't he?
No, he wasn't. And therefore, a lot of America's mayors were moving to the left when he was a conservative mayor.
He wasn't that conservative when he was
mayor. Let me ask you, you like the idea, Bob Novak, of getting rid of the income tax?
Yeah, I sure do.
We're subsidizing a sales tax.
No, I'm more of a flat taxer, but I'll go for the sales taxer.
What about the old idea of progressivity?
I think Karl Marx started that.
He is never. Jack, let's go to the other one. Bob Casey, by the way, I agree with you. I think that Dick Lugar would be a terrific president, which is probably why he can't win the nomination. But let's go to Bob Casey. Bob Casey said he's not going to run. Is Bill Clinton a man who's doing so poorly in the polls? Is he going to be the first Democrat in, 45 years to get a free ride?
No, he's not going to have a free ride, I don't think. But actually, Casey was the next best thing to a free ride. Oh. If you have any opponent in there, you're going to get there's always 20% of the people aren't going to like you. And 25%. You're going to have that with anybody. I really do think the analysis the best was the one essentially that Bill Bradley gave several months ago. Let's look in the fall, see where Clinton in the fall is still hanging 42, 43%. And if there's a lot of dirty stuff about Whitewater, even if it is not criminal, but if there's a lot of garbage about Whitewater, and there's a garbage man working on it, he'll get a serious opponent.
Lally, any predictions of who might run against him?
Well, I mean, people talk about a Bob Kerry, or even a Jesse Jackson, but I agree with Jack that the trick for Clinton is not to have any opposition, and so Governor Casey's withdrawal is certainly good news, and it also, from the Republican perspective, raised the issue of abortion, which I think the Republicans could do without.
Bob Reich, you don't expect any opponent?
I don't expect any opponent at all. The Republicans, there are a lot of Republicans out there. I want to go back to something before we talked about just for a moment, though. There is a substantive issue here, not just taxes. And the Republicans, with regard to capital gains taxes, we're going to see an awful lot of discussion over the next 6 months. But also, there is an issue of incomes. And although we've created 6.3 million new jobs, and the economy is better than it's ever been, 1994, let's face the fact. Incomes, and we just got this from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, median incomes are actually heading downward. There is a big issue here.
Let me get Bob Novak to jump in for the last word, though.
Watch out for Bill Bradley. He really has a lot of contempt for President Clinton. Question is, does he want to end his Senate career? Does he want to run? If Senator Bradley runs, this is a real problem for President Clinton.
I agree with that. Bob Reich, thanks for being with us. The gang will be back with the outrage of the week.
For your love, I would do anything. I would do anything for your love.
Ah, yes, if cars could dream.
You flip a switch, and the light beams, and the water streams, and the air cools, and the building warms, and the shivers cease, and the smiles come, and the miles go, and the steel rolls, and the rolls bake, and the pot boils, and the paint dries, and the laser cuts, and the patient heals.
For people, for the economy, for the planet, electricity, the power to make life better.
And the story is told, and the dreams unfold, and the monsters are kept at bay.
This is LDL cholesterol. If left untreated, it can clog the walls of coronary arteries and result in heart attack. Although much progress has been made in the fight against heart attack, it is still the leading cause of death for men and women. But there is hope. It may be possible to stymie the destructive process of LDL cholesterol and prevent heart attacks. We're working on it. Call today for a free booklet on heart attacks from America's pharmaceutical research companies.
Someday in the future, every car will be maintained by Precision Tune. Every brake job, oil change, and scheduled maintenance service will be performed by our skilled technicians at prices that are the envy of dealerships. All backed by our 12-month, 12,000-mile guarantee, leaving tow trucks free to spend their time on more artistic pursuits. Precision Tune, a lot more than tune-ups.
On May 6th, the Capitol Gang, plus Jack Kemp, will broadcast live from George Washington University here in Washington. If you'd like to be there, call 202-842-9824 for tickets. And now for the outrage of the week. I'll go first. North Korea walked out of the Geneva negotiations this week, fudging on the promise to substitute a whitewater reactor for their nuclear reactor. This is serious stuff, and the United States has to make it very clear that the business-as-usual games that the North Koreans are playing will not be tolerated.
On Capitol Gang last week, Health and Human Services Secretary Donna Shalala said this.
We sent not the best and the brightest sons to Vietnam. We exempted the children of the wealthy and of the privileged.
She was clear in pointing up something about Vietnam that everybody ought to be able to agree on. So veterans organizations and politicians who have accused her of denigrating the soldiers are wrong and outrageous.
Ollie.
Lamar Alexander was asked, the former governor of Tennessee running for president, was asked last week what he thought about the nomination of Dr. Henry Foster to be Surgeon General, and he replied, I know him well, I like him, he's a good man, I think President Clinton made a terrible mistake when he nominated him. He's the wrong man for that position. That may or may not be an outrage, it is certainly nonsense. On two grounds. One, being a Surgeon General does not require heavy lifting. It is a largely ceremonial job. He's certainly well qualified for the position. Two, it was also clear that Lamar Alexander, like Bob Dole a few days earlier, was caving into the far right and to Phil Graham on the right to life issue.
Lally?
Two countries, Kuwait and Saudi Arabia, which the U.S. saved from Saddam Hussein with 500,000 American troops, this week spat in Washington's eye. Saudi Arabia rejected an American request to cooperate in tracking down a terrorist suspected of involvement in the bombing of the Marine barracks in Beirut. Kuwait, meanwhile, said no to Washington's entreaties that it vote for the permanent extension of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. What kind of allies are these?
Wowie, thanks for being with us. This is Al Hunt saying good night for the Capital Gang. Wolf Blitzer is in Oklahoma City to tell us what's coming up next live on Inside Politics Weekend. Wolf?
Al will have a special live report from Oklahoma City. We'll devote the entire half hour to the latest situation here. We'll speak with one of the key officials involved in the investigation and one of Oklahoma's senators. Live from Oklahoma City, coming up.
Hello? Chuck, it's a go. When can you leave?
I can leave right away.
Today, you have less and less time to be in more and more places. It's why we offer more flights a day than any other airline. And though we carry over 500,000 business travelers a week, we remain committed to serving each and every one at a time.
Weekends on CNN.
Once a year, Cadillac, America's best-selling luxury car, offers a limited edition sedan DeVille. The new Spring Edition DeVille features special gold ornamentation, ultra-chrome wheels, canyonwood trim, and a leather-appointed interior. That's over $2,400 worth of options at no extra charge. This special offer is only available this spring and won't be repeated. The Spring Edition DeVille, now at your coastal Cadillac dealers.
They were robbed. No. Robbed!
All that money?
By an energy thief. Call the cooling authorities. Your Carrier Peace of Mind dealer. The only one with the weather maker. It'll save you up to 60% on your cooling costs.
Other one?
Busted. Your Peace of Mind dealer is having a central air conditioning sale with no money down, no payments, and no interest for 6 months.
On the East Bank, see Blue Flame Incorporated, and in Metro New Orleans, see Factory Compressor Parts.
Live from Oklahoma City, this is a special edition of Inside Politics Weekend with Wolf Blitzer.
We are going to devote this entire half hour to the latest situation here in Oklahoma City. We'll also talk later in the show some of the political repercussions that may affect the president and the Republican Congress. But joining us now is Ron Noble, the Undersecretary of the Treasury in charge of enforcement. Mr. Noble, thank you very much for taking the time. You're responsible for the Secret Service, for the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, as well as the Customs Service.
That's correct.
So you came out today. Tell us why.
Well, the Secretary of the Treasury, Bob Rubin, wanted the Treasury enforcement family to know about his deep concern for their well-being. And they also wanted the American people and the people of Oklahoma City and the state of Oklahoma to know about his deep commitment to making sure that these murderers are found and punished to the fullest extent of the law.
Before we get to the substance, the ribbon, describe, what is that ribbon?
This is a ribbon, multicolored. The light blue represents the state of Oklahoma. The purple represents the children who lost their lives in the bombing. And the yellow represents the people for whom we still hold hope.
All of a sudden, Americans are learning about a fringe element of the society, extremists on the far right, white supremacists. How much of a threat do these groups represent to you as part of the federal government and to the public at large?
Well, the groups, they sort of represent a broad spectrum of ideologies and dangers. The groups that we are not concerned about are groups that just feel that they need to mobilize themselves because of some concern that their constitutional rights are being infringed on. I put them on the far left. On the far right, we have people who actually believe in murdering federal agents, believe in the bombing attacks such as that we experienced here on April 19th. Those are the groups that concern us the most. Obviously, in the U.S., where we're concerned about constitutional rights, freedom of expression, freedom of association, we have to be careful about the way in which we investigate these groups.
The ATF, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, was located in the building behind us that was destroyed on Wednesday. And now there is official word that perhaps this one suspect, Timothy McVeigh, was obsessed with the Waco incident 2 years ago to the day of the explosion. What can you tell us about the whole involvement of the Waco incident and this bombing?
Well, all I can tell you is that ATF was in the building, the Customs Service was in the building, U.S. Secret Service, DEA, and about 550 federal employees. That was a federal center. These groups often are concerned about the federal government and what it might do to them as citizens. So I can only tell you that whatever this person was thinking, nothing on earth justified this murderous act.
But there is this link that the Justice Department itself is now making in the arraignment that this individual, Timothy McVeigh, was apparently obsessed with Waco. There must be a lot of people out there that you've been monitoring, that you know about, on these extreme fringe elements that are obsessed with Waco.
Well, these groups tend to be obsessed with the right to bear arms, the right to assemble and talk about bearing arms. And ATF is the federal law enforcement that's responsible for enforcing the gun laws. So they tend to receive the focus of a lot of the dislike and distrust of this group, as well as the FBI and other federal law enforcement groups. So these groups hate federal law enforcement. They hate what federal law enforcement are empowered and required to do. The command centers we have set up are command centers where you have state, local, federal law enforcement officers all trying to investigate this heinous act. Who's investigating it? ATF. Who investigated the World Trade Center? ATF, along with the FBI and other state and local law enforcement officers. There is nothing to justify their fear, and there's nothing to justify the kind of acts that the people involved in this attack took.
How is this investigation going right now? We understand that John Doe number 2 is still at large.
John Doe number 2 is still at large. We just got through visiting the FBI command center where ATF, FBI, and state and local law enforcement officials are gathering information, following leads. Same thing is true at the ATF Customs Command Center, the Secret Service IRS Command Center. You basically have all of U.S. law enforcement focused on trying to apprehend these murderers.
Do you know, without telling us, because you're not going to, I assume, do you know the identity, the name of John Doe number 2?
I'm not going to answer that question.
I understand that there's a lot of sensitivities right now, but these other 2 brothers, that originally one of them was suspected of being John Doe number 2, the investigators no longer assume that one of those are John Doe number 2.
Well, what happens is the media is so intense on investigating our investigation that any time any kind of lead is being followed, we are being followed. So there are a lot of false reports, there are a lot of inaccurate reports, there's a lot of misreporting that's going on, but right now we are not going to comment publicly on who John Doe number 2 is or who the other individuals are as well.
When Janet Reno, the Attorney General, and Louis Freeh, the FBI Director, say that there are probably other suspects involved in this conspiracy, how many others are we talking about?
That's, again, I think Janet Reno and Louis Freeh and John McGaugh, everyone has made it clear we can't talk about this. I know you personally, Wolf. You wouldn't want us to do anything to jeopardize this investigation. No one would want us to do anything to jeopardize this investigation. It's going to take time. We've already demonstrated our commitment. Secretary Rubin's demonstrated it, Attorney General Reno's demonstrated it, and the President's demonstrated it.
Just wrapping up briefly, how endangered are Americans, the American public right now as a result of this? Are there any additional precautions that Americans should be taking because of copycats or sympathizers or others, domestic homegrown terrorists?
I don't think there are any special precautions we ought to take as American people. I think we ought to do what we would do in any ordinary case, use our common sense. If you see something suspicious, report it to the nearest law enforcement officer. Don't hesitate to report anything other than that. And just take the natural common sense precautions you'd want other people to take.
Ron Noble, thank you so much. I know you've been very busy all day. You'll be here for the memorial service tomorrow. Yeah. We appreciate your time very much.
Thank you. I just want to say that on behalf of Secretary Rubin, our hearts go out to all the people who've lost their lives. We today determined that at least 5 Secret Service employees have lost their lives. We still have 3 who are missing, 2 from the Customs Service and 1 from the Secret Service. We hold out hope for them.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now joining us in Washington, D.C. is Oklahoma's Senator Don Nickles. Senator, thank you very much for taking some time. I know you're coming out here tomorrow for this memorial service as well. Is that correct?
That's right, Wolf.
Senator, you have been obviously monitoring this investigation. How is it going from your perspective?
Well, I'm very pleased. I think there's been outstanding cooperation with the federal officials and with the state officials, and my compliments to everybody, and from the president on down. I've talked to Director Freeh, I've talked to the FBI agents, Mr. Kennedy and others that were in charge in Oklahoma City, and they've really led a massive effort, and they're already having some success. I hope and pray that they'll have continued success and find every single person that had anything to do with this act of terrorism and bring them to justice. I think that will make people more comfortable. Even the fact that they've already had the one arrest and they have excellent leads to follow up, I think has maybe made people breathe a little easier. You know, when nobody had any idea who was responsible, it left everybody really sitting on pins and needles. So my compliments to law enforcement officials, federal and state, for the outstanding work they've done so far.
Senator, you have obviously monitored a lot of these fringe groups, these extremist groups, white supremacist groups. How much of a threat are they in Oklahoma?
I don't really, of course I can't say there's no threat when you have this kind of, you have certainly the worst disaster as far as deaths are concerned in our nation's history as an act of terrorism. I don't guess they were, I hope they didn't happen or perpetrated by Oklahomans, but regardless, it proves that we're vulnerable anywhere, whether it's Oklahoma or any place else in the country, that anybody's susceptible to this type of, I want to say nutcase, or somebody that has this philosophy. They should be punished, and hopefully punished very quickly, and set an example that may deter somebody from doing something so evil in the future.
You know that House Speaker Newt Gingrich today was furious when he was asked by a reporter whether all of the statements that he and others, Republicans mostly, have been making about the federal government and getting the government off of our backs, that perhaps that could have contributed to these extremist elements. Your reaction to this entire controversy now?
Well, I think the Speaker's outrage is justified. That's a ridiculous statement. There's a lot of us that can want government to be less expensive, to be less regulatory, but that in no way anybody would try and stretch that to say that would have any inkling of support for someone to blow up a building and kill many innocent federal employees and their families. That's a ridiculous statement, and frankly shouldn't have been made.
How will this incident, in your opinion, in the Senate affect those who want even tighter gun control legislation?
I don't know that it affects directly on gun control legislation. What it will affect, Wolf, is we're working on some anti-terrorism legislation, and I think it will propel that through the Senate very quickly. As a matter of fact, on Monday we'll be introducing a resolution. I say we, I'm talking about myself and Senator Inhofe from Oklahoma, Senator Dole, I think Senator Daschle, Senator Hatch, and I expect Senator Biden will be introducing some legislation. One, since of the Senate resolution condemning this act of terrorism and showing our sympathies for the families that are so severely impacted, and also in the resolution saying that we should move forward very quickly and implement some legislation that's pending. The administration's introduced some provisions dealing with terrorism. Senator Dole in the Republican crime bill has other provisions that many of us support, and my guess is you'll see a very prompt enactment of that both in the Senate and in the House, to toughen our laws against acts of terrorism, whether it be domestic or international terrorism.
Okay, Senator Nichols, thank you very much, and we'll be seeing you out here tomorrow in Oklahoma City. We appreciate your time as well. Coming up next, we'll have Bill Schneider with the story behind the story on this Oklahoma City bombing. Please stay with us.
Tactical fighters,
radar, missile defense,
smart highways,
welcome back to this special edition of Inside Politics Weekend. We're live in Oklahoma City after the explosion, the bombing here earlier this week. Joining us in Washington is CNN's political analyst Bill Schneider to talk about some of the political repercussions involving the president and the Republican Congress. Bill?
Well, you know, Wolf, early this week, President Clinton had to explain why he was still relevant to the nation's agenda. By the end of the week, the president's relevance was firmly established.
Justice for these killers will be certain, swift, and severe.
In a time of crisis, Americans instinctively rally around their president. Only he can give voice to the anger and determination all Americans feel. Since the Oklahoma City tragedy, President Clinton has been the center of attention, not Speaker Gingrich, not any of the multitude of Republicans competing for the president's job. A crisis is an opportunity for a president to establish his authority. He has to reassure the country that he's in control of the situation, even if he really isn't. Great crises produce great presidents, like Abraham Lincoln and Franklin Roosevelt.
The only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
The Iranian hostage crisis initially bolstered President Carter in 1980. He seemed resolute and determined. It helped him fend off a challenge from within his own party. As the stalemate wore on, however, President Carter seemed hapless and ineffectual, and Americans opted for a stronger brand of leadership. The Oklahoma City bombing is even more frightening to Americans. In a situation like this, all Americans feel like hostages. During the Cold War, every American president was tested under fire. Bill Clinton was deprived of such a test, and he suffered for it. President Clinton may be finally facing his test, and not in Berlin or Beirut, but in Oklahoma City. President Clinton has been very effective in communicating a sense of reassurance and security, I think, to Americans this week, particularly in the area where Americans are most fearful, and that is with respect to their children. That's where the president has focused his attention. That's where Americans' fears are concentrated. That's what they wanted him to do, and he's done it. Wolf?
Okay, Bill, stand by. We're going to expand this discussion in a moment with Jack Nelson of the Los Angeles Times and historian and author Michael Beschloss. Please stay with us. And joining us now in our Washington Bureau are Jack Nelson, the Washington Bureau Chief of the Los Angeles Times, presidential historian and author Michael Beschloss, and our own Bill Schneider, CNN's political analyst. Thank you, all of you, for joining us. First, Jack Nelson of the LA Times. Looking at this truck bombing earlier this week and how it's being played out in Washington, is this going to help the president in terms of his own re-election, in terms of his own political strength, or is it going to hurt him?
Well, of course, I think it depends maybe on how it plays out, but certainly right now, as Bill Schneider said earlier, it has given him the opportunity to show that he's relevant. I think beyond that, though, Wolf, the fact is that this is a continuing story. It's going to go on for a long time, and it's going to involve a lot of these real extreme right-wing groups. I can't help but think that in some sense that's going to help the president, because one of the things it does, of course, it raises the whole issue again of gun control. All of these organizations are violent opponents of any sort of gun control. I think the suspect arrested in this case was carrying a semi-automatic weapon. Senator Dole, of course, has written a letter to the National Rifle Association saying that he's going to lead the effort to roll back the ban on semi-automatic weapons that was in the crime bill. Senator Graham has said the same thing, and most of the Republican candidates, I think, are very much against gun control, other than maybe Governor Pete Wilson of California. So I think it's a continuing story, and it doesn't seem to me that there's any way that it plays to the Republicans' advantage. I may be wrong about that, but it doesn't seem to me to be that way.
Michael Beschloss, your thoughts?
I guess I'd even broaden it beyond what Jack Nelson has said, and that is to suggest that throughout history, when there have been incidents like this, it brings up one of the central cleavages that really runs back to the 18th century, and that is the conflict in this country between civil liberties, ensuring civil liberties for the individual on one hand, and at the same time, government making sure that individual citizens have some measure of security. Gun control brings that out, but I think we'll see it in a lot of other arenas as well.
Bill Schneider, Newt Gingrich, as I reported earlier, was furious today when he was asked whether his and other Republican statements condemning the government, condemning the bureaucrats in Washington, may have contributed to this environment, to this momentum out there. Is this a fair question to ask someone like the House Speaker?
I think Speaker Gingrich was exactly right in his angry response. It is outrageous to suggest that conservatives are in any way responsible for the tragedy in Oklahoma City. But the bombing does focus public concern on a series of issues like gun control and violence and right-wing extremism. These were angry white men who went over the edge. Those are issues that conservatives are going to be a lot less comfortable dealing with if they move to the front of the agenda.
Okay, all of you, please stay with us for a moment. We're going to take another break. When we come back, we're going to continue this discussion.
When you do your own investing, deciding which mutual funds to buy can be difficult. And with thousands of funds to choose from, you could end up feeling a bit overwhelmed. But Charles Schwab makes selecting mutual funds easy with our new free Fund Map for Windows. Fund Map helps you choose from...
Jack Nelson, you wrote an excellent book a few years ago on what can only be described as these fringe hate groups. How much of a threat do you think they are to the American society right now?
Well, I mean, I think they're a big threat, and I think they've been a threat for some time. And, you know, going back to this question about whether the Republicans should be asked about whether there being any government has had anything to do with this. Obviously, Bill Snyder's right, and Speaker Gingrich is right. That's outrageous. But on the other hand, I have to tell you, I was talking today to a specialist who has studied these hate groups, and he has mixed around with a lot of them in studying them, and he says that one of the things they feel is that they have been empowered now because of the revolution that they see coming, and they identify very much with what's happened here. So the Republicans and certainly the conservatives are not responsible for it, but it is true that these people, they hate Bill Clinton, and they do identify with what's happened in the election. There's no question about it.
Historically, Michael Beschloss, how much of a threat do these fringe groups really represent to the country, to the society at large?
Well, throughout our history, as you know, Wolf, there have been instances of groups that have wanted even to overthrow the incumbent government, and that runs throughout the whole period. I think the thing that is really fascinating and really bears watching is that just in the same way as is true of political assassination, one group or one individual can have inordinate power, and it's up to all of us and our leaders to try to muffle this as much as possible and not give them the kind of victory that's going to encourage others to do the same thing.
Bill Schneider, look ahead a little bit and do some forecasting. How is all of this going to play out in the coming week, you think, the next couple of weeks?
Well, I think the Republicans will begin to tone down their anti-government rhetoric a little bit. It doesn't sound so good right now for them to be bashing the government. It was bureaucrats who were targeted, and of course the federal law enforcement officials have done a superb job in carrying out this investigation. I think that the conservatives are going to try to gain the initiative just the way Senator Nichols did a few minutes ago. When you asked him about gun control, he immediately changed the subject and said, we're going to sponsor anti-terrorism legislation. They're committed to law and order. They want more money for law enforcement, tougher criminal penalties. They're going to try to turn the issue to their advantage, but it's going to be tough because I think a lot of the debate is going to throw them on the defensive.
Jack Nelson, will they be on the defensive on this gun control? Is this a moment now for the president to introduce even stricter gun control legislation?
Oh, I think that's exactly right, Wolf, and as a matter of fact, in the past, he's talked about doing that. I think there's probably a good chance he would do that. I think gun control is going to be very big because after Senator Dole wrote this letter to the NRA saying that he would help roll back the ban on semi-automatic weapons, the gun control lobby has really been galvanized, and there was even a split on his own staff as to whether or not he should have taken that action. And I was told by some of his own people that he realizes, at least from the standpoint of whether it was a political mistake or not, it was a political mistake for him to have done that.
Michael Beschloss, briefly, the Branch Davidians, the anniversary of the Waco disaster, seems to have played a role in all of this. Is this unusual historically for these kinds of incidents to so poison the atmosphere out there?
I think it really is, and usually they don't have so much success. And what one unintended consequence, as I think Jack has been suggesting, is that if it does bring the focus back to gun control, here's something where political leaders are able to pull something out of this perhaps that would not have been forecast. Ample precedent for that. After the assassination of Robert Kennedy, Lyndon Johnson submitted a gun control bill that had much greater chance of passage. Oddly enough, Ronald Reagan, who was nearly killed in 1981 in an assassination attempt, in the end supported the Brady bill. So this does happen in history.
Okay, Michael Beschloss, thank you very much for joining us, and Jack Nelson of the LA Times, and of course CNN's Bill Schneider, who will be with us on Inside Politics Weekend as well tomorrow morning for another special edition live from Oklahoma City. That's at 10:30 a.m. Eastern, and of course our special guest will be the White House Chief of Staff, Leon Panetta, to update us on the current investigation. In Oklahoma City, I'm Wolf Blitzer.
Weeknights, Michael and John Shea.
We're finding toys and little cots that are twisted and things like that.
A task that grows grimmer with each passing day, searching for signs of life in the ruins of a federal building.
And the hunt continues for this man, a tattooed suspect known as John Doe number 2. Welcome to Prime News. I'm Joe Oliver at the CNN Center in Atlanta.
And I'm Jean Meserve in Washington. Federal investigators in the nation's deadliest act of terrorism are concentrating their manhunt on a suspect known as John Doe No. 2, described as a white male, medium build, square-jawed, about 5'9", 175 to 180 pounds, with brown hair and a tattoo on his left arm. He is considered armed and dangerous. His alleged accomplice in the Oklahoma bombing, Timothy McVeigh, was taken into custody Friday night and charged with malicious damaging and destroying by means of an explosive a federal building. Other charges are expected to follow. A man who authorities say is an Army acquaintance of McVeigh, 40-year-old Terry Lynn Nichols, is being held in Wichita, Kansas as a material witness in the case. Terry Nichols' brother James is also being held as a material witness. James is being held in Detroit, where he faces a court date on Tuesday. Suspect Timothy McVeigh reportedly listed James Nichols as his next of kin when McVeigh was booked in Oklahoma this week on unrelated charges.
In Oklahoma City, wet and chilly rescuers continue their grim search through the rubble. We go to CNN's Bernard Shaw in Oklahoma City for more. Bernie?
Thank you, Joe. The fire rescue people, once again, are walking, crawling on their hands and knees, sometimes on their stomachs, to continue this very depressing operation where they come across bodies. They are using paint signals on walls and what have you. We're going to get a very late update from the Assistant Fire Chief, John Hanson, in just a moment. But this is day 4 of the tragedy here, and CNN's Greg Lamont brings us up to date.
From a psychological standpoint, it may have been the worst day to date. It was a day not fit for man or beast, yet the beast remains, standing as an agonizing reminder that, in many respects, the search has really just begun.
We're just now starting to scratch the surface. We're finding toys and little cots that are twisted and things like that.
Searchers are just now getting close to the area they dread the most, the daycare center. Heavy rain slowed the search for more victims, and consequently, so too the families searching for miracles, praying that pockets in the rubble will provide a shelter for life.
You know, there's pockets, and that is a phenomenon that occurs, and it's not unusual. It's not happening with any regularity yet. I don't predict it will.
Even so, it didn't stop the families of victims from braving the driving rains. They continue to show up at a local church, hoping for an answer, hoping someone can tell them something.
When do you think we will know? Do you think there's a chance someone may still be alive? You know, why is it taking so long to identify our loved ones? Why has it been 3 days and we still don't know?
Arch Carrillo has come to the realization that he has lost his younger brother. He shows photographs, hoping a dentist will recognize Michael Carrillo and send dental records.
You hope for the best and you anticipate the worst, but regardless of what happens, you have to be realistic about these things, and we hope for a miracle, but we know that we will be with him again in the next site.
In Perry, Oklahoma.
There is also the bitter realization that someone from the U.S. may have been involved in the bombing.
I have a daughter that's 3, and to think that she'll grow up in this is scary.
Unless we get a grip on ourselves, unless this country turns back to a moral foundation, unless we have basic beliefs and basic character and moral values, this, I'm afraid, is the beginning of the end of the country.
It's hard to believe Americans blowing up Americans like that.
The reference is to this man, Timothy McVeigh, who has been charged in the bombing and is in federal custody. His public defender wants his trial moved out of the state.
It is so ingrained into the psyches of everyone in Oklahoma that it would be impossible for him to receive any kind of fair consideration in Oklahoma.
More arrests may be imminent, but on this day, it seems, the weather has taken center stage and is a reflection of this city's tears. Greg Lamont, CNN, Oklahoma City.
Assistant Fire Chief John Hanson joins us now, having just come over from the building, and I see that the cranes are moving again, John.
Yes, sir, that's good news. With the threat of lightning today, we hadn't been able to use those cranes. We need those cranes to lift heavy debris off an area where the pancake collapse is, where we believe the Social Security office, the Child Care Center, maybe part of the credit union, and victims from floors 5, 6, 7 may be down in that area.
What about all this rain that has fallen today? Have you been able to pump out 25%, 50%?
We pretty well got a handle on the rain that was in the basement. It hadn't caused us that big of a difficulty. That lightning threat has been both more of a challenge today. Some structural challenges. We had to stop for about an hour today while our structural engineers shored up another part of the building, and some of the firefighters down there are referring to those gentlemen as our guardian angels. They look over our shoulders at the building while we're at work.
Is there any hope?
Well, we're working against the clock. As the clock ticks, the hope diminishes. Right now, it would almost take a miracle, but we're apprehensive, and we're going to remain upbeat and confident that maybe when we open an area, we'll have a little hand reach out, and we'll have that miracle.
How many people have you come across in the digging and the pulling apart of all of this debris? How many people have you come across today?
Well, I left the building a moment ago, went into part of the basement, part of the first floor area. I counted about 12 fatalities in that area. That's not included in our 70 number. Those are numbers that we've cleared out of the building. We still have, we know of at least 4 people buried in the rubble in the building across the street. And again, we have not got into the cavity where we've been told to expect a lot of victims. Hopefully we won't have them down there, but we're fearful that tally tomorrow may go way up.
John Hanson, Assistant Fire Chief, thanks very much. A very emotional symbol here amid this wreckage. 2 flags atop a black crane. The flag of the United States of America and the fluttering blue flag of the state of Oklahoma. I'm Bernard Shaw reporting live from Oklahoma City. Now back to Joe and Gene.
Thank you, Bernie. We have much more on the Oklahoma City bombing coming up. President and Mrs. Clinton take time out to address children's fears about the bombing.
And a security expert trying to make the World Trade Center safer gives his perspective on the Oklahoma City investigation.
Hey, looking for great office furniture? Come see what's new at Office Depot. Lots of new styles. The kind you...
The horror of the Oklahoma City bombing is compounded by the deaths of innocent children in the Federal Building's daycare center. CNN's Jill Doherty reports President and Mrs. Clinton used today's weekly radio address to ease the fears of the nation's children.
At least 12 children have died in the Oklahoma bombing, and there's been some concern that other children who've heard and seen reports about that could be traumatized. So with the First Lady by his side, President Clinton turned his weekly radio address into an Oval Office discussion with more than 24 children. Their parents, government workers representing 13 agencies that had offices in the Oklahoma City Federal Building.
We want children to know that it's okay to be frightened by something as bad as this. Your parents understand it, your teachers understand it, and we're all there for you.
The children called the bombing a mean act.
I thought these people that did it should be punished very badly to hurt the children.
There are many more good people in the world than bad and evil people. Just think of what we have seen in the last few days. Think of all the police officers and the firefighters, the doctors and the nurses, all of the neighbors and the rescue workers, all of the people who have come to help all of those who were hurt in Oklahoma.
The president urged parents to encourage their children to talk about what they're feeling. If they're watching the news about the bombing, watch with them. Listen to their questions and answer honestly.
Tell them that I have promised every child, every parent, every person in America, that when we catch the people who did this, we will make sure that they can never hurt another child again, ever.
The president's radio messages usually get a partisan response. This time, it didn't happen.
I know I speak for all Oklahomans when I say thank you, Mr. President. You stood with us in our time of pain, and we pledge to stand with you as America pursues justice for this awful crime.
Sunday, President and Mrs. Clinton will attend a memorial service for the victims of the bombing in Oklahoma City, where they're expected to meet with rescue workers to hear their personal stories. Jill Doherty, CNN, the White House.
As Jill mentioned, President and Mrs. Clinton fly to Oklahoma City Sunday for a memorial service. CNN will carry the memorial service live starting at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific.
After visiting the scene of the disaster, House Speaker Newt Gingrich is praising rescuers, investigators, and President Clinton. Gingrich toured the scene before dawn Saturday morning. He offered his personal thanks to searchers for the hard and dangerous work they're doing, and he came down hard on the bombers.
The suspect or suspects may have considered themselves to be political revolutionaries.
They're murderers. They are murderers.
Any message to self-styled revolutionaries?
If you commit murder, we're going to treat you as a murderer and go for the death penalty because you are a murderer. No political nonsense. If you kill other Americans, you are a murderer, and we should treat you straight up as a murderer, and there shouldn't be any talk about any justification. There is no excuse for any American to take the life of any other American, period.
Mr. Gingrich praised the President and Attorney General Janet Reno, saying they've taken, quote, exactly the right tone in response to the bombing.
The Jordanian American who has been cleared as a suspect in the bombing says he and his wife are being harassed by residents in Oklahoma City, where the couple lives. Abraham Ahmad says people are dumping trash on his lawn, and he says someone spit on his wife. Ahmad told our affiliate KFOR that the humiliation began when officials picked him up in London Thursday.
I'm not angry because I do understand why they stopped me. I'm angry especially about what they did in London. It was so insulting, so humiliating. You know, you starve, you're so tired, and you ask just for basic things so you can stand, you know, and so you can talk. And they refuse to do that. And they put a handcuff, or, you know, my hands, and here's like 20, 30 policemen around me, and I say, just please respect that. I got nothing to do with it. I am innocent. I know you have a job to do. Just cover my hands. You know, I don't want the people, I'm walking, and here is another, you know, 20, 30 policemen around me, and just look at the people looking at me like, here's the guy, you know, I'm sure it's already in the news, and here's the guy who killed I don't know how many people already. I say, what happened to innocent until proven guilty? I just, please take my jacket and cover my hands. I don't want the people to look at me that way.
Ahmad, who volunteered to return to the U.S. for questioning, says the FBI agents treated him with respect.
Still to come, we'll talk to a security expert who investigated the terrorist bombing of the World Trade Center. And in our look at some of the day's other news, we'll attend an anniversary celebration. Mother Nature is the guest of honor.
President and Mrs. Clinton each gave 2 hours of sworn testimony today, and see how that probe compares to the Oklahoma City investigation.
Drawing comparisons between the Oklahoma City bombing and the 1993 bombing at the World Trade Center. Joining us now from New York is Michael Cherkasky. He's the former chief investigator for the Manhattan District Attorney's Office, and he worked on the World Trade Center bombing investigation. Mr. Cherkasky is now a security consultant with Kroll Associates. One of his projects is revising the security plan for the Trade Center. Mr. Cherkasky, we've seen a lot of things happen since the bomb went off Wednesday morning. Can you compare the pace of this investigation to the investigation of the World Trade Center bombing?
I think this one is moving along very quickly. There's been an excellent team involved in this. We've learned some lessons from the World Trade Center bombing, and they've been applied by the law enforcement officials who've been molded into this team. So we're moving along wonderfully.
Is it just pure luck that one of the suspects, Timothy McVeigh, has already been arrested?
Well, it is a combination of learning some lessons, a good team, and certainly there's some luck there. In the World Trade Center, it took us 3 or 4 days to get the vehicle identification number. Here, we were lucky enough to get that almost immediately because the axle was blown a couple of blocks away. So we've had some luck, but also it's learned the lessons of what had happened previously and apply those lessons.
Will investigators need the same sort of luck in apprehending the suspect known as John Doe number 2?
Well, it's not luck. I mean, fundamentally, you get some breaks. I don't consider it luck. They have, a net of people who are working hard to follow the different enormous number of leads that they're getting now. They are not considering that they've had a victory yet. What they're doing right now is they're looking to say, how widespread was this conspiracy? How far did it go? We've got one other key suspect out there. We've got to apprehend him. But we have to know the full extent of this conspiracy. And anyone who, in fact, was involved knowingly and helped out knowingly, they're going to want to apprehend.
How much of an impact will the $2 million reward being offered have on bringing forth more information leading to another arrest?
Well, the reward money had a significant impact on the World Trade Center as to the last individual who was apprehended. I would suspect that here it's in America. There are a lot of very patriotic people who are deeply care about what happened here, who have been affected. They're stepping forward. You will have one or two people who will, because of fear otherwise, who would not otherwise come forward, who because of the money will take that step. Certainly maybe someone who maybe would peripherally help these individuals may come forward who would not because of the money.
Now, you mentioned that the investigators have not declared a victory just because they've made one arrest. Where do you think they are at this point in the investigation compared to the World Trade Center bombing?
They're much further along. They really have a very firm view of who did this, why it was done. What they don't know probably right now is the full extent of the conspiracy, whether it was one or two or three people who were involved or whether there were more. So they're much further ahead. Remember, the World Trade Center bombing case is still, there's an ongoing trial right now that has some peripheral impact upon the World Trade Center bombing. That's almost 2 years later. So that this is really moving forward much, much more rapidly.
And any guesstimation on how long this investigation will take?
Well, it will not be wrapped up it will be weeks, if not months, when they will still be sifting through the evidence. Remember, fundamentally, they've got to convict these individuals, not just arrest them, not just charge them, but convict them. So they will be working at this for months, if not for a year.
Security consultant and former World Trade Center bombing investigator Michael Cherkasky, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
And that's it for Prime News. I'm Jean Meserve in Washington.
And I'm Joe Oliver at CNN Center in Atlanta. Stay with us. Sports Saturday is next.
Live from CNN World Headquarters in Atlanta, this is Headline News. Bob Lozier reporting. Two brothers, two courtrooms, one possible connection. Federal authorities are holding Terry and James Nichols as material witnesses in the Oklahoma City bombing of a federal building. And just a few hours ago, Terry Nichols appeared in federal court in Wichita, Kansas. His lawyer told the judge his client appears confused and shaken. He's scheduled to be taken to Oklahoma City, where he's expected to testify before a federal grand jury. Nichols turned himself into authorities yesterday. His brother James also appeared in federal court this evening in Detroit. He'll be held there until at least Tuesday when his hearing continues. Both men are reportedly friends with Timothy McVeigh, one of the prime suspects in the bombing. The man who was initially described as a witness to the bombing but later released is now speaking out. Abraham Ahmed says he voluntarily flew back to the United States from London to clear his name. On the day of the bombing, he took off for Amman, Jordan from Oklahoma City, where he lives, and that raised suspicions among investigators. Ahmed says despite Timothy McVeigh's arrest, police and people continue to harass him, as they did when his name was first mentioned in the media.
I'm not angry because I do understand why they stopped me. I'm angry especially about what they did in London. It was so insulting, so humiliating. You know, you starve, you're so tired, and you ask just for basic things so you can stand, you know, and so you can talk. And They refuse to do that.
McVeigh is also in federal custody. He's described by a former co-worker as a former soldier and a member of a right-wing paramilitary group. David Lewis takes a look at Timothy McVeigh.
Timothy McVeigh, a name that will never be forgotten by the people of Oklahoma. A name that will live in infamy if he is convicted of the terrible crimes he is charged with.
I don't think anyone has ever defended anyone in as much trouble as Mr. McVeigh.
And as investigators and the public search for a motive, for some twisted explanation to make sense of the horror, they are trying to discover just who this man is. A task that is not easy.
Is there anything at all you could say about what information you got?
What is known is this.
One of the individuals believed to be responsible for Wednesday's terrible attack on the Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City has been arrested. Timothy McVeigh, age 27.
McVeigh was caught when a police officer in the small town of Perry, Oklahoma, pulled over his ancient car because it had no license plate. Noticing a concealed weapon, the officer arrested him. McVeigh stayed in jail in Perry for 2 days before the connection was made with the suspect in the bombing. Then the FBI swooped in. Now a picture is slowly beginning to emerge of McVeigh. A teacher at Starpoint Central High School in Lockport, New York, told CNN that McVeigh had been a B- student and a dedicated computer hacker. The school is solidly middle class. Reverend Paul Belzer has known the McVeigh family for years.
Seemed to be very friendly, liked to play basketball, very good with the little kids. Did well in school, that I can remember.
McVeigh will be staying under lock and key here in Oklahoma City for the indefinite future. His lawyers want to move him because they don't think he can get a fair trial in a town where memories of his alleged crimes won't be fading away. Ever. David Lewis, CNN Special Assignment.
In Oklahoma City, the search for survivors was suspended several times today because of heavy rains. Engineers had feared the building would crumble and collapse on rescue crews. So far, the official death toll stands at 70, with 150 people still unaccounted for. Rescue crews are beginning to unearth the remains of a daycare center where they're expecting to find more bodies. Meanwhile, a one-story brick building 2.5 blocks from the explosion site collapsed this morning. It had been weakened by Wednesday's blast. 3 people inside say they barely escaped injury. President Clinton has ordered flags of the nation's federal buildings to fly at half-staff through today to honor the blast victims. In a special televised edition of his weekly radio address, the President and First Lady tried to reassure children troubled by the bombing. Nearly 24 young people huddled together on the Oval Office carpet. The first couple told them that despite the evil the bombing represents, there is far more good in the world. The children talked openly about their feelings.
I thought these people that did it should be punished very badly to hurt the children.
That's right, and they will be.
They should be punished, and they will be. You feel sorry for the people that died. Good for you.
When I first heard about it, I thought who would want to do that to kids who had never done anything to them.
It's hard to imagine, isn't it?
In the Republican response, Oklahoma Governor Frank Keating vowed to inflict the harshest punishment on those involved.
If these are the individuals responsible, these individuals, in my judgment, should be executed. And we're going to discuss at the state level what our response should be. I'm, of course, of the view that we ought to charge these individuals with murder for each and every death, because it's a violation not only of state law, but of federal law.
House Speaker Newt Gingrich visited the bombing site earlier today. After talking with White House officials and Senate Majority Leader Bob Dole, Gingrich says he expects a bipartisan effort to deliver emergency aid to Oklahoma City when Congress returns from its recess in 2 weeks. In other news now, the President and Mrs. Clinton were interviewed under oath at the White House today as part of the Whitewater.
Welcome to a special live edition of Larry King Weekend. Tonight from Oklahoma City, here's Wolf Blitzer filling in for Larry King.
Thanks very much for joining us live here in Oklahoma City. This is an hour that we're going to be updating everyone on the latest situation here in Oklahoma City. And joining us now is Oklahoma's Governor, Frank Keating. Governor, I know that this has been a terrible ordeal for you and for everyone here in Oklahoma. But first and foremost, can you update us on the latest situation as far as the search and rescue mission is unfolding?
Well, Wolf, unfortunately today we were about 60% effective because of the rain and the wind and the lightning. And initially I got here about 20 minutes of 6 this morning. In the back of the building, there was a question about its...
Governor, we are having, as you can see, there's some technical problems. The lighting is going out. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back live from Oklahoma City. Please stay with us.
Larry King Weekend is brought to you by Buick and your local Buick dealers. Remember Buick, the new symbol for quality in America.
To succeed in business days, there aren't more electrical problems with all this equipment.
We're welcoming you back to Larry King Live. Unfortunately, there are still some technical problems that we're having here. There are a lot of gremlins, and joining us is Governor Frank Keating of Oklahoma. I'm surprised, Governor, there aren't more technical problems given the enormity of what has happened here in these past few days.
I am too. Of course, the weather's been terrible today, and we've had a lot of lightning and a lot of rain and thunder, a lot of wind, so I'm surprised anything works. But I got here about 20 minutes to 6 this morning, and there was a question about the integrity of the building in the rear, so they had to pull everybody out. Engineers went in and discovered that it is all right to go back in. They shored it up. Then, of course, the lightning came and the rain and the wind came, and we couldn't take the chance that people would be hit by glass or debris. And, of course, those big cranes up there trying to pick up all those slabs obviously are prime candidates for lightning. So that was a problem. We're about 60% effective today. Hopefully we'll be back on target tomorrow, but the workers are out there still working. The cranes were working up until about an hour ago, and everybody's doing everything they possibly can to find survivors, which, of course, is the most important thing right now.
Well, the electrical power seems to be coming back, and we're getting back some of the technical conditions that we obviously need.
Just glad you guys are paying your bill.
That's right. Now, Governor, update us on the course of the search and rescue operation. What is the death count right now, and what are the prospects?
Well, the official death count is 70. Over 700 people treated and either kept or treated and released at hospitals. We anticipate that count will go considerably higher. Right now, I was up there just before I went and visited the families of the victims about an hour ago. The cranes are working, but you can see the spray paint signs of found dead bodies throughout. They were working, the firefighters were working across the street. There are 3 or 4 victims over there. So this will be a tragedy of horrendous proportions. But right now we're still hoping we'll find survivors. The families are bearing up very well. We want to assure that when we do find victims, that we're able to process them quickly and get them to their families for burial. So this entire matter has been a nightmare for us, but we think it's been handled professionally, and we are enormously grateful for the firefighters and the police officers, the dogs, the professional assistance that we're receiving from all over the country. We mean that. It's been a marvelous moment.
You must step back and ask yourself, as many people here in Oklahoma must as well, why Oklahoma?
Well, I wish these creatures had never darkened our door. I wish they had kept going south or north or left the face of the earth. I mean, what they did was utterly senseless. It was an abomination. It was a crime against humanity, the most serious terrorist attack in American history, right here in the heartland. I have friends in that building. I just visited the families of the victims. They are wonderful people. Their children. There was a 15-year-old boy whose mother and his father is not in the family, and mother apparently is missing and presumed dead. Those stories can be repeated over and over again. It was senseless, it was irrational, it was brutal, vicious, completely uncalled for. Nothing was worth the life of those children that were lost in that tragedy.
As you look at this overall situation right now here in Oklahoma City, your thoughts must wander into various causes for this, but is there any doubt in your mind that this was Waco related, that those who perpetrated this had some sort of grudge against the federal government?
Well, it certainly appears that. I don't know if it's Waco related, but it certainly appears to be a grudge killing. And I think that, you know, if you have a beef with the federal government, you don't like to pay your taxes, then hire a congressman that'll repeal the income tax. If you don't like the gun laws, then hire a congressman that'll do something about the gun laws. But don't kill innocent men, women, and children that had nothing to do with it. The fact is, those children killed in the daycare center were innocent human beings that never harmed anyone. The fact is, agriculture workers and HUD workers and Social Security workers, those people hadn't done anything wrong. They hadn't hurt anyone. And the law enforcement officers with whom I'm especially close, the DEA agents and the customs officers and the ATF family and those in the law enforcement community, they never did anything except to carry out the laws as the people expect them to be carried out. So it was a grievous wrong on humanity and on Oklahoma, and we'll never forget it.
What about the investigation? You're constantly being briefed by law enforcement authorities, federal, state, local. How is it shaping up?
The investigation is shaping up very well, and that's, of course, the bright side of this otherwise very somber tragedy. The fact that the president was kind enough to send the very best and brightest ATF and FBI agents here, the fact that we have an excellent FBI and ATF family here as it is that to handle this investigation. We had an Oklahoma Highway Patrol trooper that I took in to visit with the families of the victims who arrested this guy just north of Oklahoma City. This investigation is moving forward. It will be successful. That was never a problem. I'm very confident as an ex-FBI agent that the best and brightest are out there working, and we'll get the people and do have the people, in my judgment, responsible. Now we need to continue to pray that we can find victims who are living in that rubble.
How widespread do you think this conspiracy was?
Hard to say. Obviously, it was wide enough to cause enormous havoc here in Oklahoma City, and enormous tragedy and pain to the families of the victims. I mean, one miserable creature that was able to do this, or two miserable creatures, or three, who cares? The reality is there were lots of people who should never have died, who should have been able to go home and be with their families that aren't going to be able to again. It was unforgivable. It was absolutely a shocking, inhuman behavior, and we will never forgive.
Okay, Governor Frank Keating, I know that these have been very difficult days for you, and our thoughts and prayers are with you and all of your state as you go through this.
You all have been very kind, and I appreciate it.
Thank you very much for joining us.
Sure.
Coming up on Larry King Live, this special edition from Oklahoma City, we'll speak with James Lee Witt, the Director of the Federal Emergency Management Agency. Please stay with us. Back to Larry King Weekend, this special live edition from Oklahoma City. Joining us now is James Lee Witt, the Director of the Federal Emergency Management Agency. Mr. Witt, thank you so much for taking the time. These have been horrible days for you as well.
Well, it's been tough on everybody here working. All of the law enforcement, all the search and rescue, and the fire people have just done a magnificent job.
Since you've been the FEMA Director, you've had earthquakes, you've had floods. What else? How does this compare with what you've seen these past 2 years?
Well, you know, a natural disaster is different from this because a natural disaster people can deal with in the circumstances. But this disaster was caused by an individual or individuals, and it's very difficult for people to understand why would someone do something like this, and it's really hard to deal with.
So what do you do? How do you deal with the grief, the uncertainty? What do you tell your people?
We're doing everything we can. We have chaplains in there with the teams. We have crisis counselors in there. We rotate the team members every couple hours. Meet with the crisis counseling people because I was just over there just a few minutes ago. I went in the building and under the building with the rescue teams. I want people to understand just what they're doing and how they're doing it. They're literally shoring up and going in and hand removing stuff so they can get in those areas. And it's slow, it takes time, but it's important.
Now, you've actually been in the building that's behind us. You've walked through the rubble.
Yes.
Our audience obviously has not been inside. No one has been inside except your workers and others. Just give us a picture. Describe to us what if we could go inside, what would we see?
Of course, you can see the outer, the face of the building, all 9 floors that come down. On the first floor and the basement area. The team members are working from the outside, from the west end, and then coming in from underneath the rubble that you can see from the outside. They're shoring up with bracing to make sure the big chunks and things that fall on the rescue teams, they're shoring those up. It takes time so they can get in and remove the smaller debris to get into the areas to look for it.
When do you wrap it up? How much longer will your people be inside there looking for bodies, searching for survivors? When do you decide there are no more survivors?
I'm going back over as soon as we finish to meet with the fire chief and our team leaders. But we will be here as long as it takes to be able to clear the whole building. It takes time, it's slow, but these guys are so dedicated. They're working so hard, and it's really hard on these rescue people. Emotionally. It takes its toll, and so we have to be very careful.
Have you brought in FEMA people from all over the country?
We brought in 6 teams from all over the country, which is about 350 search and rescue people. We brought in about 50 people out of our region in Denton, Texas. We brought about 15 people from headquarters out of Washington. We've set up a disaster field office yesterday afternoon to work with the city and the state emergency management so we can start looking at the cost. But this is important, the search and rescue. It's a priority. But after the crime scene has been cleared, then we still have a lot of work to do. We've got 75 buildings right in the immediate area that's been damaged. We had a building that collapsed over by our command post today. So until we can get in to do preliminary damage assessments with the state and the city, and it's going to take time with structural engineers, see how much structural damage has been done, and to help this community get back in business. So that's next.
How do you ensure that people you send into these buildings don't become victims themselves? Those buildings are not very secure. The structure is very tentative.
The search and rescue teams are very well trained. They have engineers on each team. They have doctors on each team. They have crisis counselors there on each team. These structural engineers have been trained to go into a building just like this, to be able to shore it up, to try to make it as safe as possible, but it's never always safe. Yesterday, a file cabinet fell all the way to that top floor down, so it's very dangerous, but they're very dedicated.
Injuries to your people yet as a result of this search and rescue operation?
One back injury and another injury, but the doctors pretty well take care of them themselves. They don't want to put any stress on the community. They try to have everything contained and take care of everything themselves.
Step back a little bit from your job as FEMA director. You're also a government employee, a federal government employee. Those who perpetrated this crime hated, presumably, the federal government, what you stand for. How does that feel when you sense what is going on?
All of the employees at FEMA have worked very hard these last 2 years to reorganize, change an agency, and they have done that. It is really hard to deal with someone that can target agencies like ours when we're an agency that helps people in all the communities across the country. So it's hard to accept that.
It's an amazing story, but your work is really only beginning.
Yes.
Okay, James Lee Witt, thank you very much. Director of the Federal Emergency Management Agency. You've been very busy. It's taking time. You're going to go right back to the building now. Okay, good luck.
Thanks.
Joining us now in Tallahassee, Florida, is Morris Dees from the Southern Poverty Law Center. Morris Dees is well known as an expert on these fringe white supremacist groups. Mr. Dees, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you. Nice to see you this evening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dees, for taking some time. You've been studying these groups over the years. Give us a perspective, your perspective, those who presumably were responsible. What do they stand for? What is their grudge?
Well, I think it's a combination. They hate the federal government for any number of reasons, Waco, in any number of things. They're basically anti-Semitic in many ways, and they also with guns. And you mix all this together and you have a recipe for disaster, Wolf.
Well, I mean, a lot of Americans have not heard about these groups in the past, but you've been following them. Specifically, this one group that seems to be involved in this Michigan militia. Is that fair to say that this group was involved? They've denied it.
Well, whether or not this particular individual was an active participant in any particular militia group, it seems to me unbelievable that he could have been in that small area of northern Michigan and not been involved with one or two militia groups in that area. But all these militia groups are publicizing material that promote hatred towards the American government. This act that took place is a page directly out of their terrorist handbook called the Turner Diaries, which calls for blowing up a federal building, and then another federal building, and then another federal building, causing the government to come down hard on these kinds of groups, and then getting people very frustrated and upset. I think that the biggest danger here is the preaching of hatred towards the federal government. And it's picked up by individuals like that one that was arrested and carried out. I don't expect the leaders of these groups to come out publicly and admit anybody's a member of their group or even carry out these acts themselves. But you can't keep preaching this stuff without having something serious and dangerous happen like this.
I remember when this bombing occurred on Wednesday, there was this reference to the fact that was the second anniversary of the Waco incident, the Branch Davidian tragedy that occurred in Texas. But initially, most of the experts, so-called experts, discounted that and referred to some sort of Middle Eastern or international terrorism. Could this have been prevented?
Well, they've been calling this war terror in the heartland. But the problem is, we first saw it at the Southern Poverty Law Center and our Klan Watch project and our militia task force that we've been operating for some 6 months. We saw this as something that they probably was behind because we have a problem that originated in the heartland, in Michigan, Idaho, Missouri. That's where these main white supremacy, Aryan nations, neo-Nazi terrorist groups operate from. This is not something in Los Angeles and Chicago and Washington and New York City. I don't think the public is generally aware of what's going on out in the country with these type individuals and these type groups. And whether it can be yes.
Go ahead. Go ahead, please.
Whether this could be prevented is a difficult thing to say. I wrote a letter to Attorney General Reno last October urging them to monitor specifically the Michigan militia and other militia groups. I think, and she responded that they would do this. We saw the danger of this type thing happening. They're encouraging hatred towards the American government in some type of action, some type of terrorist, guerrilla type activity. But what I think is what we need more power in the hands of the FBI and the ATF to monitor terrorist and extremist groups in the country. I think you can, once you're involved in these groups, I think you can stop some of the things they're doing. And I don't mean that we should infringe on their rights of free speech, their rights to bear arms, but it's one thing to go out and train with AK-47s and military hardware and then say that that's some kind of protection for our country. We have the National Guard. We have the United States military. I don't think we're in any fear of any phantom enemies coming in and overcoming this nation.
All right, Morris Dees, we're getting a phone call from a viewer in Toronto, Canada. Toronto, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
What's your question?
I wanted to find out if you knew for sure that there was actually a white supremacist connection to these paramilitary groups, because it really concerns me as a black woman living in Toronto. I know we're far away from these, but do you know for sure?
Well, yes, that was what we did in our letter to Attorney General Reno. We don't have any opposition to people doing training in the woods and whatever, except that we discovered a significant number of well-known, documented, violent-prone white supremacists, Aryan nations, Posse Comitatus, Ku Klux Klan, skinheads, and others involved in a specific number of militias, including the Michigan militia and including the militia of Montana. And we warned the Attorney General about this.
All right, next call is from Pensacola, Florida. Pensacola?
Yes, sir. My question is that if the person or persons responsible do receive the death penalty, as we expect they will, should we expect to see the 10 to 15 years of automatic appeals like we see in most death penalty cases, or will this be swift justice, as the president said?
Well, you know,
do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, I'm an attorney, and I handle I have handled a number of capital cases, and I don't think that because of the situation that happened here that we should go out and lynch anybody. One thing this nation is noted for is its justice system, and that due process will prevail. That's the last thing we need. That would be playing right in the hands of the type anti-government sentiment that you hear from militias, that in some way we don't have a system of justice that works. I feel that in this case the FBI has done a good job. They have the evidence. I believe that they're going to find that there are more people involved. This individual that rented this truck put his birth date as April 19th. That's not coincidental, I believe, because that's the date the Branch Davidian building burned. It's the date that Randy Weaver was attacked by the federal agents up in Idaho. And it's the date is extremely significant in the whole neo-Nazi paramilitary militia movement in this country.
All right, we have a caller from Boulder, Colorado. Go ahead, please.
Yes, isn't this a question of revenge and justice of Waco? And nothing to do with paramilitary, and the Justice Department is now attacking paramilitary groups just as extraneous, as a way to get to them. Nothing to do with them, just purely Waco.
Are you a member, ma'am, of a paramilitary group?
Pardon me?
Are you a member of a paramilitary group?
Heavens no, I'm a 46-year-old housewife.
All right, well, go ahead. Just curious, Morris.
Yes, I disagree. This has to do with Waco, but this has been going on long before Waco. In 1984, a group of militia-type individuals robbed armored cars in Seattle, Washington of several $1 million. They killed radio talk host Alan Berg in Denver, Colorado. This has been something that's been building. It isn't just Waco. It's a total distrust by an extreme element of our country of our United States government and what it stands for. And they want nothing. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Go ahead on.
Go ahead. Finish your thought, Morris.
Well, they want nothing but total revolution in this nation. This organization, the Militia of Montana, publishes a publication called Taking Aim, a newsletter that charges that the federal government is unlawful and without authority. And I think that speaks for most of the militia groups in the United States.
All right, next caller is from Kalamazoo, Michigan.
Hello. I live in Michigan, and I'm in a small town fairly. I'd like to know, how afraid should I really be of these groups like the Michigan militia? I mean, I kind of wonder now after this and hearing the probable connection, could there be people living right in my same town that are a part of this that I don't know?
There may well be people in your community and my community also. I don't think you personally should be afraid unless you happen to be unlucky, like some of the people was in Oklahoma City, to be a target of an extremist act. I think what we should be, though, is concerned of the lack of intolerance in our country, the lack of civility, the divisiveness between races, the divisiveness between people who have differing political views. We've got to learn to care about each other, to love each other, and understand that the heart and core and central basis of our government is compromised. That's how we got to be the nation we are. Extremism is taking over this nation, and it's doing very detrimental things to our way of life.
Okay, Morris Dees, thank you so much for sharing your expertise on this horrible situation. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to be meeting with an actual survivor of this terrorist bombing here in Oklahoma City earlier in the week, and we'll speak with a psychiatrist who deals with the emotional scars from these kinds of incidents. Please stay with us.
This is CNN.
Welcome back to this special edition of Larry King Weekend. We're live in Oklahoma City. I'm Wolf Blitzer reporting, and joining us here in Oklahoma City is Denise Hill, who survived the terrorist bombing on Wednesday, and in our Los Angeles bureau, Dr. Lewis West, a psychiatrist from UCLA who specializes in dealing with these kinds of victims, survivors. Denise, first of all, tell us your story. Where were you Wednesday morning when the bombing occurred?
I was at work at the Oklahoma Water Resources Board, which is located directly across the street from the federal building. And everything happened so fast. There was a boom. I thought our computer blew up. We hit the ground. I hit the ground. And I was buried up under cabinets. And one of my coworkers pulled me out. There was a lot of screaming, a lot of crying. It was just dark. I saw my boss. He was bleeding everywhere, and we had no idea what had happened. As a matter of fact, we thought it was an underground gas explosion. We all climbed out of the window. After that, someone started screaming, there's going to be another explosion, so we all ran away from the building, still not knowing what was actually going on. And a gentleman was riding around, or walking around. He went and got his car. Another coworker of mine was hurt pretty bad, like myself, and he took us in his car to St. Anthony Hospital. At St. Anthony Hospital, they immediately took me in. I went to X-ray, directly to surgery. Right before that, when we got there, I think that's when I first realized that it had been a bomb, or when I heard it was a bomb.
What was the nature of the injuries that you suffered?
I suffered lacerations in the head, the neck, the back, and across my face on the left.
So you spent a few days in the hospital?
Yes, I went in Wednesday morning, and they released me yesterday around noon.
And you're going to be okay?
I'm great. I'm blessed.
You're one of the lucky ones. When this occurred, and the building you were in was directly across the street from the federal office complex, you must have immediately, your initial reaction was that you thought it was a gas explosion. But as you were watching, did you see things flying in the air? Did you see devastation? What did you actually see in your office suite?
It was chaotic. People were running around, crying, screaming. People were bleeding. The fire department, everybody was there. I mean, they jumped right in, and it was chaotic. I don't think I ever really thought anything. I didn't know what to think. After I got in the hospital, after surgery, and I started watching on television every day, unreal.
Now, you've been meeting with other survivors. There's a group that's been formed. Yes. Tell us about the emotions.
Oh gosh, they're mixed emotions. People are angry. People are sad. All the people of the Oklahoma Water Resources Board, we came together at my boss's house as a support group last night, and it was absolutely wonderful. We're all family oriented anyway, and we were just there for one another, and it was the best thing that could have ever happened for us.
I'm told your uncle was in the building.
Yes.
And he died.
Yes.
Where did he work?
He didn't work in the building. He was just going to the credit union.
So he was just walking by chance?
He was there by chance, yeah.
All right, Denise, I'll stand by. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to bring in Dr. Lewis West of UCLA, a psychiatrist, to expand this discussion. Please stay with us. Welcome back to Larry King Weekend, a special live edition from Oklahoma City. Denise Hill, you survived. You were in a building across the street. Joining us now in our Los Angeles bureau is Dr. Lewis West, a psychiatrist from UCLA who specializes in dealing with victims like you. Dr. West, first of all, thank you very much for joining us.
You're welcome.
Could you tell us what advice you have for Denise and for others who survived this ordeal?
Well, in the first place, it's wonderful that people are getting together and creating support groups and trying to help each other. Those who, like Denise, are fortunate enough to be able to do it so soon. There are many, of course, who are more severely injured and aren't able to do that. And then there are people who have suffered terrible losses of loved ones, which Denise can sympathize with because of her own loss. And that takes longer to assimilate. The initial shock isn't as hard to help as the more prolonged and deep-seated emotional effects of this kind of profound stress. And we have to realize that the people on the scene there, the professionals, once the immediate crisis is over, have a long time ahead to work out strategies of prevention and support for the victims, not only those who were on the scene, but all kinds of survivor victims all over Oklahoma City and all over the state. And indeed, there may even be some farther away than that.
Denise, do you have a question for Dr. West, that something that came up perhaps in this meeting you had with other survivors last night that you think he could help answer?
Well, yes, actually, we had a lot of people who were feeling guilty for surviving, and I'd just like to know, what can we say to those people?
Well, you can say don't feel guilty, but that doesn't help. This kind of survivor guilt is present in soldiers of war and people who survive natural disasters. The role of chance is so powerful. And those who have, the closer you were to somebody who was severely injured or killed, the worse you feel for all kinds of reasons, and survivor guilt is just a part of that.
Isn't that, Doctor, normal for these survivors? It's almost like survivors of the Holocaust to feel a certain bit guilty that they survived, yet so many others didn't.
Well, it's natural to feel it. Not everybody reacts the same way to these situations, of course. But there is a very fine group of professionals there in Oklahoma who will be helping. I'm very familiar with it because I spent 15 years at the medical school in Oklahoma City as a professor long ago, and I know how well prepared Oklahomans in their communities and the professional personnel available, both from the medical school and the Department of Mental Health and people in practice, how well equipped they are to help and how they are rallying around. It's very heartening.
Dr. West and Denise, we have a call from, I believe, Kalkaska, Michigan. Are you there in Michigan?
Yes, I am.
Please ask your question.
Hi, Denise. First of all, I'd like to just say that I'm tremendously sorry for the ordeal that all of you have gone through down there. I was driving home from a town not far away when I had heard the news that there was some type of Michigan connection. And I have watched the heartbreak, and I mean, it's just affected us tremendously way this far away north, watching the events as they've unfolded. And the thing that has really been upsetting is to watch all the news coverage about Michigan, and I just want you to know that there are people here that care, that have cried right along with all the people there over the terrible events that have taken place. And we do care. We want to help in any way possible. We want you to know that there are a lot of people up here that are loving people, that are caring people, and would not justify anything like this. I'm from the northern Michigan area, and I'm just very ashamed to think that there would be somebody from our area that would have had anything to do with such an atrocity.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that.
Next caller is from Charlottesville, Virginia. Please go ahead.
I would like to know how you plan to present the idea that, you know, an American could do this instead of somebody from outside. How do you deal with this on top of the terrible trauma?
Dr. West, that's a good question. What kind of person could organize and commit this kind of atrocity?
Well, there are all kinds of violent people, and unfortunately, we in the United States are in the midst of an epidemic of violence of all kinds. This is a particularly horrendous act, but it comes at a time in our history when interpersonal violence is at an all-time high, and these kinds of senseless acts are not that different in a way from others that may not have as many victims, but that are just as brutal and just as vicious. And it's also happenstance that it happens to be in Oklahoma, or that someone from Michigan at least seems to be implicated. We say, why here? But no matter where it had been, we would say, why here? When in fact we're at the mercy of such violent people wherever they might happen to strike. And this hasn't been the first, and it probably won't be the last such episode.
Thank you, Dr. West in Los Angeles. Thanks for taking some time and sharing with us your expertise. And to Denise Hill, thank you so much. Our prayers go out to you and to all of the other survivors. When we come back, we'll be joined by the First Lady of Oklahoma, Governor Keating's wife, Kathy, to discuss what's happening tomorrow at the memorial service here in Oklahoma City. Please stay with us on Larry King Weekend. Welcome back to Larry King Weekend. I'm Will Flitzer reporting live from Oklahoma City, and joining us now is Kathy Keating, the governor's wife, the First Lady of Oklahoma. You are intimately involved in organizing this memorial service. Tomorrow, the Reverend Billy Graham will be officiating. The President, First Lady will be here. Tell us what is your hope, what will be achieved?
Well, the prayer service is an ecumenical service, and we've titled it A Time of Healing. And we're hoping that people from all over Oklahoma, as well as people who have come here, traveled here from the United States and from other countries, will feel welcome to come and gather and join together in restoration and moving forward, and it should be an inspirational service, and we're going to remember those lives who have been lost, think of the victims who may still be alive and who are trapped, and really come together for each and every person who's been touched by this horrible tragedy. And even if you haven't been touched directly, I think everybody across the United States, especially, and even across the world, have been touched indirectly. And we want to give them something tangible to hold on to start the healing process.
How many people will be attending the service?
Oh, I wish I knew. We have seating capacity for about 10,000 in the first arena. The second site, we have overflow capacity for 3,000. And then if the weather breaks, we have the 89er Stadium, which will hold several thousand, 10, 15,000 people. And then we won't turn anybody away. We have it audioed throughout the state fairgrounds, so anybody who comes can hear the service.
Kathy Keating, stay with us. We're going to take another quick break. We're going to come back and talk a little bit more about tomorrow's service. Stay with us on Larry King Weekend. Welcome back. We have a caller from West Union, Ohio, for Governor Keating's wife, Kathy Keating. Go ahead, caller.
Yes,
like to know what you're doing as far as either long-term or short-term provisions for the children that witnessed this in the Oklahoma City itself.
That's a wonderful question. We have set up a Family and Victims Relief Fund through Liberty Bank in Oklahoma City, which is receiving donations, and we will put together a task force who will administer those donations. A company in Oklahoma gave us $1 million from their foundations to start the fund and act as a catalyst for other agencies. There have been several other groups who have started a college fund for children whose parents were both killed in this accident, and I think there are lots and lots of provisions. The Red Cross is making provisions, the Salvation Army is making provisions, Larry Jones Ministry is making provisions. There are more people who have come together in willingness to help, not only short-term but long-term, in the interest of not only the children but all the families who've been injured by this.
Kathy, do you have any idea now how many children were actually killed?
No, you know, the count has not changed. Unfortunately, where the nursery was is one of the most difficult spots to get to, and I think that unfortunately, I mean, the prospects of recovering those children are not great, and we haven't lost hope, but children don't have the ability to sustain long-term, they don't have the long-term body ability to sustain themselves, but it's almost impossible to get where the children are. So I think they've found 3 children alive and have been treated, and I think 37 are either dead or unaccounted for.
Have you met with some of those who have survived?
I have met with the families and victims who have survived. I went to Children's Hospital on Thursday to meet the families and the children, and there was a bomb scare, and they had to evacuate the hospital. It was a copycat incident, and I've not been able to go back since then.
As you look ahead, we have only a few seconds left. What do you hope to achieve out of this meeting tomorrow?
I hope that everybody can come together in the spirit of love and warmth and goodness, as we have during the last few days and hundreds of hours, to heal.
It looks like the whole world will be with you, even if they're not here in Oklahoma City.
Well, we're grateful for the whole world being with us. We send our heartfelt thanks and our love.
People will be watching all over the world. Thank you very much, Kathy Keating, the First Lady of Oklahoma, and thank you very much for joining us on this special live edition of Larry King Weekend. I'm Wolf Blitzer, reporting live from Oklahoma City.
Industry says they've cleaned up the rat. Environmentalists still fear the worst. Who's telling the truth? CNN presents Sunday.
With more shoulder room, more hip room, and more cargo room than a Ford Ranger or Chevy S10, you could say Dodge Dakota is the perfect size for a truck. And when you get $1,000 cash back and a lease rate as low as $159 a month, you could also say that a 4-cylinder Dakota Sport is the perfect size truck for your budget. Dodge Dakota, a little bigger, a lot better. At America's Truck Stop, your friendly Dodge dealer.
Strange images on a dark screen, drawn by blood coursing through a human heart. For Cardiovascular Institute of the South Nuclear Cardiologists, they answer vital questions. Does this heart have blocked coronary arteries? How effective was angioplasty or bypass surgery? Is this patient likely to suffer a heart attack within the year? Upon such technologies rests our international reputation for excellence. Cardiovascular Institute of the South, where the medicine of tomorrow is being practiced today.
The support of the international community is indispensable in this new frontier of economic development.
Today, savvy investors know this newly liberated economy is a gold mine. But how do they know where to dig? Without Financial Mail and Enterprise magazines published in South Africa, they'll be digging a long time. If you need information about South Africa, you have two choices. Go there or call us.
This is CNN.
Hello, I'm Ted Texter in Atlanta with a check of your weather forecast. We start off with what is going on. We have rain and snow pretty widely spread about the middle United States, to the north as well, through the Great Lakes, north and east. There is snow through the mountains of Colorado and points just to the north. A lot of this farther north is rain, but a mixture in there as well. And we're watching the weather beginning to taper off a little bit in central Oklahoma. The heavier showers and storms are now moving to the south and to the east. In fact, these watch boxes for severe weather take us into these late night hours now. They are very numerous throughout the western Gulf primarily, but into the east as well. The red indicates a tornado watch box. The orange color is the severe thunderstorm watch area. All of this being caused by the same storm front that brought the heavy weather through this day through Oklahoma City. We're concentrating our attention right now there where we have light showers, but it is beginning to taper off the intensity of the weather. A very cool night down into the upper 30s perhaps with winds out of the north, so not good weather for anyone really. By Sunday morning, we expect that high pressure will begin to build into central parts of the United States. So a bit of improvement is seen throughout the day, but still light showers a possibility. Back across the Front Range and into the mountains, more snow showers. Rain will be mixed in as well. Showers of rain and snow through the upper Midwest and heavier showers well east then to the Gulf Coast region into the Ohio River Valley. And high temperatures will be cold behind the weather mess, really. If you look south and east, a bit milder there. And on the west coast, with sunshine back into the 70s and 80s. That's a look at your weather forecast. World News is next.
In Oklahoma City, the deeper the rescuers dig, the more bottomless the tragedy becomes. We will go live to the scene of the bombing.
I don't think anyone has ever defended anyone in as much trouble as Mr. McVeigh.
Timothy McVeigh, the man charged in the crime that many say is indefensible. We'll take a look at his past and outline what his future may be. I'm Jean Meserve in Washington.
And I'm Joe Oliver in Atlanta. Welcome to this one-hour special on the Oklahoma City bombing. Before we begin our in-depth coverage, a quick look at today's developments. The death toll lunged ahead as the search effort lagged behind. Rescuers were ordered to abandon the decimated wreckage for almost 3 hours as heavy rains and high winds pummeled the rickety building. The search has resumed. The death toll now stands at 70, and that is expected to climb as crews crawl to a center of the carnage, the daycare center. The manhunt continues for John Doe number 2, the second man who reportedly rented the truck used in Wednesday's explosion. Federal investigators say this is the other man, 27-year-old Timothy McVeigh. The New York Times reports in its Sunday edition that federal agents are investigating ties between McVeigh and an Arizona paramilitary group. Dozens of agents reportedly have converged on his last known address and a training site for the Arizona Patriots. Acquaintances say he is an embittered critic of the federal government whose acidic distrust grew after the fiery tragedy at the Branch Davidian compound in Waco, Texas. This man, reportedly a friend of McVeigh's, is being held in federal custody. 40-year-old Terry Nichols surrendered to authorities Friday. They say he is a material witness in the case. And that's how investigators also describe his brother, James, who is being held in Michigan. For the second consecutive day, federal agents scoured James Nichols' Michigan farm for clues to the bombing. Gene?
CNN's Bernard Shaw has been monitoring the grim rescue process in Oklahoma City. He joins us now with the latest. Bernie?
Gene, indeed, it is the grimmest of work. Once again, the search and rescue operation is underway. As Joe indicated, it was briefly halted because of weather conditions. The rain continues to fall, a bit lighter now. The winds are a bit less than they were earlier. It is cold out here. The officials in this building behind me are crawling. Sometimes they're up to their chests in debris. And earlier, the Assistant Fire Chief, John Henson, told CNN after he came from the building a short while ago that, yes, they are coming across bodies. And what they do when they do come across them, they use spray paint on debris, on walls to mark, and they move on. As Joe indicated, they are making progress to reach the Social Security offices on the first floor and, of course, that nursery on the second floor. Chief Hansen says they will be working through tonight. They are working at roughly 60% capacity because, obviously, the inclement weather here persists. And overlooking it all, overlooking this tragic scene, are two flags. The flags of the United States of America and the blue flag of the great state of Colorado. Beneath it, this anguish-filled work continues. With a report on this day, the events of this day, from this state, we go now to this report by CNN's Greg Lamont.
From a psychological standpoint, it may have been the worst day to date. It was a day not fit for man or beast, yet the beast remains, standing as an agonizing reminder that, in many respects, the search has really just begun.
We're just now starting to scratch the surface. We're finding toys and little cots that are twisted and things like that.
Searchers are just now getting close to the area they dread the most, the daycare center. Heavy rain slowed the search for more victims, and consequently, so too the families searching for miracles, praying that pockets in the rubble will provide a shelter for life.
You know, there's pockets